Hey, Keith.
We're on Facebook. Yeah, we're on live. What's up? Go ahead.
You turn your microphone off.
Oh, good plan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. News Channel 3 Chief Meteorologist Keith Thompson, live on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, and on Facebook Live as well. We are covering the weather situation that continues to develop in West Michigan, and a new development, and that is we just got off the air telling everyone about a tornado watch that is in effect for all of us until 4 o'clock in the morning. That just out from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to be joined here live by meteorologist Colin Rogers. We're going to take you through this storm event. We're going to cross our fingers and hope for the best. But right now, as we're on the front side of these storms, they do have the potential for causing some problems. You see that it's a weather alert day. I have that graphic up for tonight. And, you know, we've been talking about all day and this evening at 5, 5:30, and 6, how our window of opportunity was most likely to be between about 10 p.m. and about 2 a.m. And it's looking like that's still coming to pass. So weather alert day for damaging wind, large hail, and the threat for some isolated tornadoes. And it is important to note, by the way, that the Storm Prediction Center's watch is not a severe thunderstorm watch, it's a tornado watch. That is notable. And so that certainly does put the possibility for some tornadoes in play. So again, thanks for joining in. I'm going to be joined here shortly by meteorologist Colin Rogers. We're doing our normal YouTube and Facebook live storm coverage here, but instead of the digital studio, we are up in the News Channel 3 studio. And the reason for that, by the way, is because we need to be here, of course, for live cut-ins on our on News Channel 3 and on Arc West Michigan as well. So here's sort of in brief what we're looking at. I can't see the comments. I apologize, folks, for that. And so I'm not going to be able to respond to the comments the way that I like to. You know how much I like talking to you folks. But in this particular case, I'm not really going to be able to see them as well. But you see what we've got, the tornado watch there. That's for everybody that was just out from the Storm Prediction Center. That goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. And so keep that in mind as well. I'm going to read to you a little bit anyway, not a lot, about what the Storm Prediction Center is saying in relation to this tornado watch. Again, it goes until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that has 7 hours to go. You know, we have been noticing, and I'll show you the hour by hour coming up, that this is pretty much expected to blow through here. The severe part anyway, between about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, which would be in about another 3.5 hours or so, blowing right through West Michigan. Coming in behind it, I wouldn't be surprised if we still see a few scattered showers and thunderstorms. And by the way, our flood threat is still way up there as well. Colin and I were just talking about, I'm going to get right to the radar here. This is the latest on the severe weather outlook. So you can see what we have cooking right here. You know, earlier today, we were upgraded to a level 3. That is enhanced risk level. We were bumped up by the Storm Prediction Center from a level 2, which is slight risk, to a level 3, which is enhanced risk. Damaging wind, isolated tornadoes, and some heavy rain look to be in the cards. And that's for all of us. But now that really sort of has been manifested, if you will, by, look at that, lightning right there. This is the USF Silversides Museum. So this is in Muskegon, looking right down the channel out to the big lake. This is a live view here. And as you can see, lightning is evident. In fact, there's already been some hefty thunderstorms that's moved through the Muskegon area there. And there are more now out over the lake that are just about to move right on in. So this is a live view here, as you can see over Muskegon right now, looking out toward the big lake where there are some thunderstorms. That's looking over the USS Silversides, the submarine museum, which is there. Let's get right to the radar. And there you can see the thunderstorms that we have cooking. You see in Muskegon right now, you see those thunderstorms. I'm going to slide this around just a little bit, manipulate the radar just a little bit, sort of show you what we've got going on here. Here we go. These are the thunderstorms that we were looking at from that live camera there in Muskegon. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit to show you this is part of a huge cluster of storms, already in this cluster here, these thunderstorms that have been cooking since this afternoon. They've been going since this afternoon. I'm going to try to get the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center as far as how many storm reports there have been. So let me go to that real quick, because I know that there have been several tornado reports that have come about here. It looks like I'm counting 7 tornado reports already, and it looks like those have come from southern Wisconsin and also from Iowa. And then a lot of reports of hail and also some high wind. Again, that the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. That's all the history of these storms as they continue to move in our direction. So let me put this into motion. Again, we're on right now on YouTube and on Facebook Live. Just doing some storm coverage for you here, just to sort of get you ready for these storms that are already sliding in. And again, we're already seeing the storms moving through Grand Rapids right now, moving through downtown Grand Rapids, moving up toward Greenville, Fremont, seeing some of these storms as well. Nothing severe at this time in our area, nothing severe at this time, but of course, it's something that we're going to keep an eye on. There you can see those thunderstorms. It's just part of a huge area. Unfortunately, you can see a lot of the rain and thunderstorms moving through Green Bay, now moving toward Cadillac and up toward Traverse City, where, of course, as you know, the last thing they need is more rain. They have some flooding issues too. We're going to be talking more and more about flooding, believe me, by the time we get to the end of the week, because we're going to have tonight's rain. Colin and I were discussing just a few moments ago from guidance from the Weather Prediction Center, which is another NOAA branch, talking about excessive rainfall and the potential for us to see 1, 2, maybe even up to 3 inches of rain here over the next couple of 3 days. And of course, that's going to come on ground that's already soaked. And as a result, that's going to run off rapidly into our creeks and streams, which will, of course, deposit it into our major rivers, which are just coming back down now from sort of an engorged level, if you will. And so we're talking about the Grand and the St. Joe and the Kalamazoo and the Muskegon, the Thornapple. Those rivers are probably going to be heading back up again soon with this heavy rain that's coming our way right now. Let me get back to what we're talking about here. I want to show you that shot again to see if we've got it from the silver sides. I believe we do. Here it is. See if we can still see some of that lightning going on out there as well. Yeah, you can still see. This is looking out toward Lake Michigan, where we have some of these thunderstorms that are going right now. We also have some thunderstorms in the Grand Rapids area too. You're going to have to ignore the banner here. I'm going to try to switch this over and show you what we're looking at there, and see if I can call that one up. That's not it. Let me go over here. There we go. This is GR. So forget the banner. Sorry about that. I know it's going to be stuck on Muskegon there. Let's see if we can occasionally see some lightning here in the distance. This, of course, camera view is looking south right down the Grand. Right now, as you can see, I'm not seeing anything here, but that's also those thunderstorms, I think, are moving to the north of Grand Rapids, north side of Grand Rapids. So if this were turning the other direction, I think that would be a different story. So let me go back to see if I can find that shot again of the silver sides, and then we'll take a look at that. I believe I can. Let me see if I can figure this out. There we go. Okay, there we see the view again out over the lake where there are more thunderstorms that are headed in. So again, we have a tornado watch. We'll put that graphic up and show you. That goes until 4 o'clock in the morning, and that is for all of West Michigan. In fact, as you see, that goes all the way over to the east side as well. Joining in with a tornado watch that's on the other side of the lake in Wisconsin. As I just told you, storm reports from the Storm Prediction Center, already 7 reports of tornadoes in Wisconsin and Iowa. So there is some shear. There's some serious shear, a directional shear, a shear in the vertical as well, vertical shear. And so there's plenty of fuel here for not only strong thunderstorms to come through, but also looking for the potential there for some rotation. All right, let me get off of this. Let's see, I'm going to get right to our hour by hour. So I'm going to sort of cruise through this. This, by the way, gives you, there you see, that thunderstorm watch, that's in yellow. That is, as you can see, it covers a good portion of the lower peninsula, and then it stretches down into northern Indiana as well. All right, so let me move on to our hour by hour. Starting at 9 o'clock, right about now, and it's initializing, as we say, pretty well, meaning it's pretty representative of what we see going on right now on the radar. So let's see what happens between now and 11 o'clock. And there you see that huge line is going to be moving right on through. So that line is going to be moving right on through. And so this is when we're going to be seeing some very strong winds. This is when we would have the opportunity for seeing any spin-ups of tornadoes. And then, of course, the potential here for large hail. I think the biggest threat is going to be from damaging winds here. So that's what we're going to have to keep an eye out for here with these storms. And in the meantime, of course, there's going to be some very heavy rain. The atmosphere is very wet. It's very damp out there. You can feel it. Dew points are up. It's a little bit sticky out there, so there's plenty of moisture to play with. So we do have all of the ingredients available for not only thunderstorms, but very strong ones. And that is, we have a lot of instability in the atmosphere. The air is very buoyant. We have a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and we do have a triggering mechanism coming through, a little boundary that's coming through. And you see by midnight, it's going to start to move out. I want you to notice two things. By 2 o'clock in the morning, I think the severe portion of this is going to be moving out. That's going to be moving out by about 2 o'clock in the morning. Notice, by the way, I'm going to go back to the beginning here. Notice, by the way, that this is going to be primarily advancing from west to east or northwest to southeast, right? We go from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., stop the clock, draped right over a lot of West Michigan here with some of those big thunderstorms. Now watch what happens between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. We have midnight, and now we have 2 a.m. The worst of that is moving off to the east. However, I want you to know, especially, let's say, Allegan, Berry County South, certainly I-94 corridor, certainly the I-94 corridor south is where we're looking at more rain, more thunderstorms. And this is where we could pick up more in the way of rain. And this is where we could have some flooding rain possible by the time we get to 5 o'clock in the morning. What does that mean? Tomorrow morning for your commute, especially if you're Allegan, Berry County South, not only that, but especially if you're Allegan, Berry County South, I-94 corridor, and then south, if you drive through areas that typically get flooded easily and some heavy rain, you're probably going to be dealing with it. That means you need to take some extra time, as there could be some flooding rain out of this. So that's sort of what we're looking at as far as the forecast model is concerned. I do want to back up and say here that at this time, we don't have any warnings that are in effect. To make sure I have my radar set properly for that, so that it will show me if we have any kind of warnings. But at this time, we don't have any warnings. If you want to throw in any maps, by the way, there, Colin, feel free. I don't know if you're able to do that, or if I could switch over to Max 2 to show that. We do have a flood watch, by the way. Colin's working on some other graphics here. We have a flood watch.
Your thunderstorm warning for
We do?
Muskegon and Ottawa.
Okay, cool. Let me get that map up here. I know I have that fishing down here. Folks, this is the behind the scenes look here. So this is, here we go. Let's see, this should tell me right here. Come on.
Looks like that cell that's moving over Lake Michigan right
Yep,
now.
there we go. Okay, so, come on, I want to trigger the box. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I normally hit this one.
Okay. We have a severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about. It's for Ottawa and Muskegon County. You can see it right there. And this will give us, oh, that's the wrong one. What?
Do you have Doppler radar?
Yeah. Right here. Just use that. Or just do,
Yeah.
okay. So you just take out all the parameters and put in the warning. There you want to fish. Is this what they're talking about?
Yeah, mine has all the warnings on it. So I'm wondering if
Sorry, Colin is working on my set of maps, which are different from what his look like. And so we're going to be showing you that severe thunderstorm warning. In the meantime, let me tell you about it, because I do have a page here that has that listed. So we'll get to that right now and let you know what we've got as far as that severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Ottawa and Muskegon County. So if you're in Ottawa and Muskegon County, just so you know, our first severe thunderstorm warning of the evening is going to Ottawa and Muskegon County. Here's the latest on that. Until 10:45, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is radar indicated. There could be some penny-sized hail as well. So Muskegon, Newaygo, Hudsonville, Fremont, Holland, Walker, Zeeland, Whitehall, Grand Haven, Coopersville, Montague, all in the path here of these storms that Colin is going to be showing you here in just a moment or two. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Ottawa County, southwestern Newaygo County, southwestern Newaygo County, and then all of Muskegon County. And that goes until 10:45. Radar indicated winds of 60 miles per hour. This storm, by the way, is racing along to the east at about 50 miles per hour. There must be something crazy in there, huh?
there we go.
Yeah, but you know what I was looking for? I was looking for that box.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we see what we've got up here. Let me get back to my Facebook thing. Also, by the way, there we go. So you can see the counties shaded there. It's the southwest corner of Newaygo County, but then all of Muskegon County, all of Ottawa County. And that goes until 10:45. That's until 10:45. So that has a little ways to go. Let me make sure I've got that correct. As we continue to cover these storms here, where is it? There it is. Yeah, that goes until 10:45. A wind, radar estimated winds of 60 miles per hour. This is moving to the east at 50. A huge outflow with this, as this is pushing out ahead of these storms, moving across the lake. Again, we do have a tornado watch. Just let me show you that. That goes until 10 or till 4 o'clock in the morning. So you see what we're tracking here with these big thunderstorms that are moving through. So tornado watch until 10 o'clock in the morning. Let me see if I can still see some of that lightning going on there in Muskegon. We've been watching that with the camera that's looking out from the silver side. So there's this a light show going on right now. There's, as you can see from the radar, there's plenty of lightning with this, plenty of lightning with this. And, you know, I think the concern really is when this blows onto the lakeshore there in Muskegon and Ottawa County, and then eventually into Allegan County, that there's going to be some really powerful gusty winds coming with this as well. So far, looking at mainly some straight line winds here. But again, some really strong ones as a matter of fact. So this is really going to come in with a powerful gust. Wow, look at that light show going on there in Muskegon. That again, from the USS Silversides Museum, looking out down the channel, it's just almost continuous lightning, just continuous lightning there. Part of the thunderstorms that have now prompted a severe thunderstorm warning in Muskegon County, all of Muskegon County, all of Ottawa County, and the southwest corner of Newaygo County. You should be on guard there for 60-mile-per-hour winds that are radar indicated. Some of these thunderstorms that are still blasting across the lake with this intense lightning going on, just intense lightning, will be slamming into the lakeshore here soon. And again, that warning, that's one reason why that severe thunderstorm warning has such a long duration time. It goes until 10:45. So that has an hour, 22 minutes left in it, because it's going to be taking that time to traverse that entire warning area. So if you're in Muskegon, if you are in Norton Shores, if you're in Muskegon Heights, if you're in Grand Haven, if you're in Spring Lake, if you're in Coopersville, running right down US 131, Chris, thinking about you there in Coopersville, all the way into Walker, and then stretching south into Ottawa County, right down through Jenison and Hudsonville, all the way down into Zeeland, Holland. You're going to be looking at some of these powerful storms here that are going to be making their way on the lakeshore pretty soon. This is a live view here from Muskegon. Vivid lightning, just an incredible lightning display going on here with these thunderstorms as they are now making their way out of Wisconsin. Whereas I showed you a little bit earlier, told you a little bit earlier, there have been 7 reports of tornadoes in southern Wisconsin and also in eastern Iowa from these powerful cells. So again, we're watching the lightning show right now. It's hard to, for me anyway, it's hard to take my eyes off the lightning show that's going on here as we're looking out over Lake Michigan. This is just quite a display of lightning. Right now, again, severe thunderstorm warning for Muskegon County, also for Ottawa County. And that will go until 10:45. You are watching our YouTube and Facebook live updates right now. Hey, so if you hear me talking off camera, I'm talking to some other people. Jesse, there you go. Are they hearing me inside the control room there?
Hey, Jim. Keith was asking if you can hear me. I think, do you have your microphone on?
Yes, I do. Oh, I don't. I do not. Sorry, let me turn this on. So anyway, we're about to do, I think we're going to do a live cut in here coming up. Colin, is that what you were checking on by chance, or?
Yeah, we're gonna do a live cut in
Okay.
for the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, I probably need you to prompt me on some of that stuff too, because I get so hyper focused in on on our digital coverage here. We're going to be doing a live weather cut in here shortly, just to let people know what's going on as far as the severe thunderstorm warning is concerned, and to show people the radar. So, by the way, if you're watching again, thanks for tuning in with us here on our YouTube live and Facebook live weather coverage for the storm. My microphone is on. I cannot hear them though. Hold on, are they talking to me or they're just gonna use you? Yep, I hear you. Yep, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. All right, so whenever you guys are ready in there, you just let me know. And we'll fire away here.
Are you gonna be standing for this one or are you gonna be sitting?
Oh, I'll stand up.
Okay.
Sorry if I leave
Yeah,
it.
it doesn't matter, you can do either one.
Does it not matter? If it doesn't matter, then I'll just stay seated. If that's okay. Is that okay?
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, folks, here we go.
Stand by,
Gotcha.
5 seconds. 2, 1, open.
Hello, everyone. News Channel 3 Chief Meteorologist Keith Thompson live with another weather update for you. I want to continue again with our storm coverage. We have that tornado watch that covers all of West Michigan. That goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. That's now been joined by a severe thunderstorm warning. And you see those counties shaded in orange? We're looking at Muskegon County, all of it. Ottawa County, all of it, and the southwest quadrant or southwest corner of Newaygo County. This goes until 10:45. You see that we have a lot of lightning with these thunderstorms that are moving through. A radar indicated wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. This is all part of a huge complex of storms that continues to move through. So again, severe thunderstorm warning there for Muskegon County. Look at the light show here. We've been watching this on our YouTube and Facebook Live storm coverage that we're streaming right now on our pages there. This is from the USS Silversides Museum, and the lightning is just about continuous. And this is just one part of the storm. Again, Muskegon County, Ottawa County, southwestern Newaygo County under severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. Radar indicated winds of 60 miles per hour. And so there could be some damaging wind here. And that goes along, of course, with our tornado watch for the entire area. That's until 4 o'clock in the morning. We'll have a live update coming your way with team weather coverage at 10 o'clock on ARC West Michigan, at 11 on News Channel 3. In the meantime, we're also streaming coverage on our YouTube page and our Facebook page.
Mike's up.
Okay, everybody. So now we're back to our YouTube and Facebook live coverage.
Clear.
When you say mic's out, that's out, right? We're,
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to turn yours up?
Yeah.
For,
I'll turn my microphone off. Yeah.
Good.
So you see what we still have going on there. We're still looking at that just incredible lightning show going on in Muskegon here. So just to let you know, what we've got going on now is we have that severe thunderstorm warning in Ottawa County and Muskegon County and southwestern most Newaygo County. If you're in those areas, you should be prepared for wind that will be gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That is radar indicated there. And so let's take a look at the radar here. Well, let's go hour by hour. We're probably going to cycle between these few things, back and forth. So our hour by hour here at 9 o'clock, already showing those storms moving on to the lakeshore. By 11 o'clock, they're going to be pretty much draped from Lansing to Hastings to Kalamazoo and Battle Creek to Allegan, and then right on into Paw Paw and Dowagiac and Niles. By the way, Colin, sorry, is joining me here. You want to stick your head in and say hello? Sorry. Can
you see me?
Oh yeah, I can. This is delayed.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I'm really leaning in, and
You
I
were
don't see
invisible.
myself.
You were invisible. So this is what we're looking at 11 o'clock, and then notice again by about midnight, it's going to be closer to the I-69 corridor and then stretching back US 12 to Sturgis. But then it's going to clear everybody by about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And then I think the severe portion of this storm is going to be over for now. However, as I showed you a little bit earlier, between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., do you see that those thunderstorms just continue moving, non-severe likely, in a line that's going to be Allegan, Hastings south, certainly along I-94. And that's where I think we could see some flooding starting to materialize. And as Colin, I don't think I have that map, but Colin has a map. All of our area is under a flood watch. I believe that is until, when is that?
Yeah, that's until late Thursday night.
Late Thursday night. So we're basically on flood watch, if you will, because we're going to have repeated showers and thunderstorms moving through here that is going to keep things rather active for us. So I really think that we have a two-pronged problem or threat, if you will. One is the thunderstorms that are moving through right now. And again, severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Muskegon, Southwest Newaygo County till 10:45 for winds that could be gusting 60 miles per hour or greater. That is one threat, of course. We continue with the outlook for the potential for tornadoes. We have a tornado watch. That's until 4 o'clock in the morning. That's for everybody in West Michigan. And then in the bigger picture, the longer range, I think we're going to be looking at some flooding issues because these storms are going to have some very heavy rain. And then, yeah, the first line is going to blow through in a hurry, but there are going to be repeated cells that are going to be developing in the wake of that line. The forecast models are showing to continue to drop rain over the same area over and over again. It's called training. And basically, it is like a rain train, if you will, that continues to dump over the same area repeatedly. And when that happens over a long period of time, of course, then you're going to have flooding. So that's what we're looking at there. So let me get back to the reason that we are primarily here right now, and that is a severe thunderstorm warning. And so that is for Ottawa County and also in Muskegon County. See if I can bring that up over here. I still don't know why those boxes aren't working, but whatever. And so that goes until 10:45. That's until 10:45. That's for these counties that you see shaded right here in orange. There we go. I don't know why I did it. It just suddenly popped in.
A mind of its own.
I guess so. There it is. So Muskegon, southwesternmost Newaygo County, and then all of Ottawa County under this severe thunderstorm warning. This is for radar indicated winds of 60 miles per hour. And then,
Also a little bit of rotation. So they have a
okay.
tornado possible tag on that.
Oh, I did not see that.
somewhere,
Okay,
so-
okay.
Yeah.
See that on the radar?
Not really evident, but they do have that tornado tag
Okay.
just in case.
So, and that's something I think that we're probably going to have to be on guard for and looking. Do I need to move a little bit? Is that going to help you out a little bit? That we need to be on guard for really for the evening. And that's where the tornado watch, I think that designation, as opposed to a severe thunderstorm watch, is something that we also put in the back of our minds. Because we are going to have to be on guard for that extra added threat for rotation. So that when we do see these severe thunderstorm warnings that come from the National Weather Service office, in this case out of Grand Rapids, we're going to be looking for a tornado tag. What does that mean, a tornado tag? That means that they have tagged in that warning that there is a sign that there could be some rotation within this cell. And as a result of that, that there could be some rotation that they're keeping an eye on for the potential for a tornado warning. This cluster of storms certainly has a history of not only some damaging winds, but also tornadoes. As I said earlier, from the Storm Prediction Center, so far 7 reports of tornadoes in southern Wisconsin and also into eastern Iowa. So right now, severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. That is for Muskegon County, for Ottawa County, and for Southwest Newaygo County. You can see on the map here that I have, you see that red that's over there across the lake in Wisconsin? That is a tornado warning right now that looks like it's for the southwest suburbs of Milwaukee and then stretching southwest just a little bit. So that's what's going on there now. Let me get back to our radar here to show you what's going on with the radar right now with these thunderstorms that are moving right on through. I think what we're looking at here is Whitehall, Montague, right on down to Muskegon and Norton Shores. You're about to get really hit, I think, by a strong gust of wind that's going to be coming with this area of thunderstorms moving right through here. Looking at velocity product here, this is going to be pretty intense, I think, on the strong winds that'll be moving through. And again, just a reminder from the National Weather Service, these storms for Ottawa and Muskegon and Southwest Newaygo County could have wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. So that's what we're looking at there. Let me zoom out just a little bit, show you the bigger picture here. And you see there's a lot more action out across the lake. This is going to be moving off to the east. So we're going to be dealing with this for a few hours. As I noted a little bit earlier, this looks like it likely will be moving through here pretty fast, so that by 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be pretty much cleared of our area. Let me show you what we have here on the latest hour by hour. You'll see what I'm talking about. We moved this from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock, and you can see how that line just progressively moves to the east. The individual cells will probably be moving east, the line itself moving east or southeast, something like that. But you can see where that is going to be making its way across West Michigan. By the time we get to midnight, it's going to be primarily, let's say, US 12 from Constantine to Sturgis over to Coldwater, and then up I-69 to Marshall and Charlotte and Lansing. And then by 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, that part of the threat is going to be moving out. I think we'll be left behind with some non-threatening or non-severe threat thunderstorms. But along and south of I-94, that's where I think we could pick up some very heavy rain. And this could cause some flooding by the time we get to 5 o'clock in the morning. It might not even wait that late, especially in some of those low-lying areas. I think you can pretty much depend on it being flooded. If that is part of your commute in the morning, keep that in mind. Give yourself some extra time. So go ahead.
And already seeing some flood warnings right now. They've already issued a flood warning for portions of Muskegon, Newaygo, and Oceana counties, saying that they picked up several inches of rain, and we have more rounds, repeated rounds of rain and storms on the way.
Yeah, and so already the flood warnings are coming in. And just a reminder, by the way, a flood watch, it's just like a watch and a warning in general. Flood watch means that we need to be on guard for rapidly rising water levels, wherever you may be. And a flood warning means that it is expected or it is already happening. So in this case, Muskegon, Newaygo,
And Oceana.
and Oceana counties are under a flood warning. And again, we know the flooding that's going on up north. We are getting our taste of that flooding here as well. Let me go back to our severe thunderstorm warning just to give you an idea of what we're looking at here. Again, this goes until 10:45. Looking at radar right now, and I would say right around Whitehall and Montague there, right along the lake shore, stretching south to just about Muskegon and Norton Shores, you're about to get slammed with some heavy thunderstorms there, or with some strong winds, some gusty winds that are going to be moving right on through the area. This is the latest that you can see on our warning. Let's see back out. There we go. Muskegon, Newaygo, and Oceana, Ottawa County. It's just a small southwest quadrant there in Newaygo County, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 10:45. So until 10:45, we have that severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, just to let you know as well, we have our tornado watch that covers all of West Michigan, and in fact, just about all of the mitten. It goes up a ways, maybe 2/3 of the way up the lower peninsula there. That goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. A tornado watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. We are going to, of course, have live coverage at 10 o'clock on ARC West Michigan, and then also at 11 o'clock on News Channel 3. I'm joined here by meteorologist Colin Rogers, who's also monitoring the situation as well. I don't know if you're seeing anything.
No big updates right now. They're just worried. So there's no rotation that's showing up on radar right now, but they did mention that sometimes cells can merge.
Okay.
And that would lead to a QLCS type of tornado situation, which is basically like we see a little quick spin up tornado inside of a line of thunderstorms. So they're just concerned about that possibility. And that's why they went with the severe thunderstorm warning, because we are likely going to see severe thunderstorm winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. But just in case we start to see a little quick spin up, they went ahead and just mentioned or noted that there could be a quick spin up tornado with this line of storms as it moves through for Muskegon and Ottawa, and also portions of southwestern Newaygo County.
Yeah, this is the live camera in Muskegon. We've been watching the light show there, and I will say, I think you're moments away from having some very strong wind. It'll be interesting to see what those lights there on the USS Silverside are going to be doing there when those winds come through. Whitehall, I think, already getting slammed with some very strong winds. It's going to be a powerful wind gust, I think, that's going to be blowing into Muskegon here momentarily, into Norton Shores, and eventually Grand Haven as well. This is the lightning on a live view here from Muskegon, looking down the channel out at the big lake. And again, as we've been noticing here for several minutes now, it's almost a continuous lightning display here. I mean, it's just almost, the lightning is just nonstop, or at least almost to that level. This is along with some thunderstorms that are moving through. So again, we're live on Facebook, live on our YouTube channel right now, just to provide some weather coverage of these storms moving through. The potential is there. We already have a severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Muskegon, Southwest Newaygo County. That goes until 10:45 for the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is radar indicated, by the way. And I'll tell you, from looking at the velocity product on radar, I think there's going to be some powerful winds already have blown through or likely in the process of in Whitehall, moving into Dalton, north of Muskegon, just about to hit Muskegon and Norton Shores, and then it'll move down to Grand Haven as well.
Yeah, so lots of lightning on there, but if you want to show, if you want to pull up Doppler radar,
Yeah.
you can kind of see that there's an isolated cell around Holland, and there's a line that's moving through, about to hit Muskegon. So as that isolated cell kind of merges, Keith's kind of shown it there. That isolated cell near Holland, as that merges with a line of thunderstorms that's moving through, sometimes you can see a quick little spin up. So that's why they issued that chance for a quick isolated tornado within inside this line of storms. But sometimes you see that we see another isolated cell even further off to the west that could be merging with that line here pretty shortly. You'll notice the line kind of moving southeast a bit, or more east southeast, and that other cell is moving to the northeast. So when they merge, that's when you can kind of see a quick little period of some rotation. So right now, the main threat, damaging winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds with this bow echo as it moves through portions of Muskegon, Ottawa, southwestern Newaygo County, but could see quickly a quick little spin up tornado. So that's why they issued that noted that a chance for a
Tag,
quick isolated tornado.
Right. And so that's what we're looking at with that one. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa County, as well as Muskegon County and a southwest corner of Newaygo County. That's until 10:45. All of West Michigan under a tornado watch. That goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. Going to zoom out again. It's this huge cluster of thunderstorms that is creating some massive problems right now, moving out of Iowa into northern Illinois. I can see a couple of tornado warnings already associated with this in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin. Let me check in and see if that's been updated on the storm prediction site as to how many storm reports they're getting there. Still hanging in at 7 reports of tornadoes, but a total of 132 storm reports now in the cluster here in eastern Iowa and southern Wisconsin. Look, this cluster, if you will, of these reports will eventually move over us and then also over northern Illinois. And I think northern Indiana is going to be catching some of this as well. But right now, the immediate threat is for Muskegon, for Norton Shores, and Grand Haven and Spring Lake. That's where we have the immediate concern for a burst of wind that will likely be in the neighborhood of 60 miles per hour as this makes its way on shore. And as Colin noted, we are under a tornado watch, and so the conditions are favorable for thunderstorms that might have some rotation. As noted a little bit earlier by Colin as well, that we do have a lot of shear. We have shear in the vertical as you move up, and then we also have shear moving in as, for example, just what Colin noted there. We have one of those two little rogue cells, if you will, that are merging in with that thunderstorm as well. So there's opportunity for there to be rotation with the wind field with these cells. And so that's why we are under a tornado watch. This is not just a straight line wind event. This has a little bit of an elevated chance for some rotation.
Yeah, I do want to stress that still the greatest chance for, the greatest threat with these storms is damaging winds. Some people wondering, why do they issue tornado watch, not a severe thunderstorm watch? It's just because there is still a chance for tornadoes. Our greater concern, though, is going to be damaging winds. That's why we're under an enhanced or a level 3 out of 5 risk for severe thunderstorms, is for that threat for some damaging wind gusts, 60 mile per hour or stronger wind gusts with these storms. This tremendous line is about to push through West Michigan, but we're not going to rule out some hail. We're not going to rule out a quick spin up tornado as well. Already some reports of some pea-sized hail ongoing in those storms up in portions of Muskegon, Newaygo County.
And definitely, if we can get some photos, we'll get them to you as well. Don't forget, if you've got some pictures safely that you can contribute to us, contribute to us, you can do that on our Chime In page. You can do that on our webpage. Look for the Chime In tab. And then also you can do that on our free news app. Look for the Chime In tab there. I want to take a look again and see if we still have that lightning show going on. And it looks like now the rain is heavy. Very heavy now in Muskegon. This is the live view from the USS Silversides. And according to our radar, this is right when the wind should be, this should be making its way right onto the channel right now. And you can see, the rain is very heavy.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the lightning continues to be vivid with this as well. So a reminder, Muskegon County, Ottawa County, all of Muskegon, all of Ottawa County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. That still has a good hour to go. It looks like the wind right now is slammed into Whitehall, slammed into now Muskegon. Right now, it's making its way into Muskegon. Norton Shores, your next, Grand Haven, Spring Lake, right after that. This will then make its way to the east across Muskegon County and also across Ottawa County. Going to take a little while to make its way all the way through. Remember, this warning goes until 10:45. The southwesternmost quadrant or southwesternmost part of Newaygo County, from Fremont to Ashland, for example, included in this as well. So you can see what's going on right now in Muskegon with these tremendous thunderstorms right now, creating quite the light show. As it moves its way, these thunderstorms move ashore with some very gusty wind. And then we also have that tornado watch as well going until 4 o'clock. And again, in addition to the threat for damaging wind, in addition to the threat for some hail, wow, that lightning is crazy. There's also the likelihood for some flooding. Yeah, I see right now, Colin is on our other weather graphics. This is bearing down on Muskegon
Mhm.
and Norton Shores right now. So this is probably having some hefty wind gusts in that area right now, right what we're seeing here in Muskegon, all the way down to Norton Shores. Grand Haven, you're next. I'm talking about just in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe, you're going to get a pretty big blast of wind as the gust front, if you will, of that's pushing out from this thunderstorm, this area of thunderstorms, pushes its way right onto Lake Michigan. I'll get back to that shot coming up in just a moment, but let's go back to the radar here, and I believe it does highlight the severe thunderstorm warning as well. As you'll see, that's shaded in orange. There it is. And you can see Muskegon County, Ottawa County, Southwest Newaygo County. But notice these thunderstorms, and you can see out ahead of it. That's interesting. You can see out of ahead of it, by the way, as the velocity suggests. What does it suggest for wind speed?
That's what I'm trying to do right now. It's kind of.
As soon as you get it, you can pipe in with that. So Colin's trying to get an idea right now of what the wind gusts are. Radar indicated anyway, coming in from the Muskegon area and also headed your way toward Grand Haven. Again, just a reminder, severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 for Ottawa County, and then also for Muskegon
Around
County.
67 miles per hour.
It's a
so-
67-mile-per-hour gust. So
Yeah,
so
of course, that's a little elevated, but
right.
the National Weather Service saying that it looks like they expect most of this to make it down to the surface.
Okay, so there could be winds in excess of 60 miles per hour right now in the Muskegon area. And Grand Haven, you're next. I'm talking in the next 5 to 15 minutes. You're going to get hit by this as well. It's moving through Muskegon Heights, and Norton Shores right now. Whitehall should be calming down for you just a little bit. But in Fruitport, you're going to be seeing that blast coming up here pretty soon. And then eventually making its way down I-96 toward Coopersville, Allendale, and then eventually will be making its way toward Grand Rapids and also in the community of Walker there northwest of GR. So that's what we're looking at right now as far as the severe thunderstorm warnings are concerned. That is Ottawa County, Muskegon County, and southwestern Newaygo County until 10:45. I do want to go show you again that we have an area-wide, really almost a statewide. It doesn't go all the way up, but it's about 2/3 up. Thank you. Of the lower, a tornado watch that goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. If there's something else you want to put up here, I just want to take another quick look at that.
Yeah. What's
Muskegon
your
show.
plan for the 10? You want to do the same
That's a
thing?
great idea. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we are on the air in 10 minutes. Yeah. So I'll probably start with this view here
Okay.
from Muskegon.
Man, really strong winds showing up in Muskegon right now.
Yeah. So yeah, you should. Hey, this underscores what the severe thunderstorm warning is about. Some might say, well, it was only a severe thunderstorm warning. A wind gust of 60 to 70 is a wind gust of 60 to 70. That's strong. Now, right now, we're definitely seeing some indications from the velocity product on our radar that there's 60 to maybe even 70 mile per hour winds, perhaps at ground level there, right around Muskegon. So you definitely need to be taking cover if you're in Norton Shores, if you're in Muskegon Heights, if you're in Grand Haven, if you're in Fruitport, if you're in Spring Lake, all the way down to Port Sheldon, really, you probably would do well to at least have 1 foot maybe on the basement stairs and be ready to go. Even though this has not shown any sign at this time of being tornadic. Again, strong winds could be flying debris, could be trees. And so as a result, remember, Even though it's not a tornado, this is definitely a good idea to stay away from windows and doors that lead to the outside because you don't know what this wind is blowing through. But it is intense right now. I see those lights moving as you're watching right now our live YouTube and Facebook feed, and we're showing that right now, the silver sides. You can see the wind blowing the lights there on that submarine around, and the rain is just intense. This is what's headed to the rest of Muskegon County and eventually Ottawa County as well. So I'm gonna have a little chat here with Colin as we talk about what we're gonna do. So I'll start probably with the silver side shot.
Okay.
I'll do a radar. Well, I'll do the warning.
Okay. Yeah.
So yours will be the same. If you could just pick up the
Same.
hour by hour.
Yeah.
Right? If you want. And then, yeah, the hour by hour and the impacts. Cool. Is that all right? Is that good?
Yeah. I
And
can.
then what I'll do is I'll show this live camera here. I'll do the warning, the watch, the warning, the radar, and then I'll pitch it over to you.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what we have going on. Oh no, did I lose my feed? I did, I lost my feed on my computer, but not here. We're still good to go up here. Again, I don't know, all of a sudden it just decides, you've had enough. You've had enough of the hotspot, thank you very much. And so it gives me the boot. And I think it's like, you know, boomers will understand this when Ronald Reagan took the microphone and said, I'm paying for this microphone. So that's what I feel like saying right now. This is my laptop and my phone. But obviously, here we go. Let's see if it'll pop back in. I think I can get it to pop back in. There we go. Okay. So
And do you want to keep this up during the show or?
do you want to well, yeah, I mean, I guess we can. Or what do you think? I know I always ask you that. You're like, aren't you?
Well, we can't obviously talk
Right, we can't talk to
in here.
so here's what we'll do. We will step aside for our live coverage at 10 o'clock on Arc West, Michigan. We'll come back on here at 10:30. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're watching us now, Arc West, Michigan is where we're gonna be live at 10 o'clock. Or I guess, yeah, the alternative would be just to move the camera over there and we just show it, but no. Okay, so we'll be live on Arc West, Michigan at 10 o'clock. We're gonna be coming back live on our stream on YouTube and on Facebook at 10:30. And then we'll be live from 10:30. Will cannot get enough of this stuff. Will just walked in because Will is like, you can't hold me back.
Testing, 1, 2, 3,
Um,
1, 2, 3.
So anyway, this is Will's days off, his day off, by the way. So so that's what we'll do. In fact, or unless Will, if you want to take the feed and go down into the digital studio, you can have at it. Look at this, Will's here. Look at this. It's the
What were you just discussing? Ending it for the show?
for the show, but if you want
Are
to
you
take it,
guys, are you both in the show?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think we should keep it going.
So then, yeah, you want to do that?
I can.
Do you need my phone or are you just gonna take it down there?
I can take it down there, right?
Yeah,
I should be able to.
okay.
Um,
Thank you for coming in.
yeah, no problem.
I did not know that you were coming in.
Surprise, surprise, you know, as they say.
I love it. Okay.
Let me keep talking. Can you keep talking?
Yeah.
For like 2 minutes?
Yeah. Well, I know when you've taken it over down there.
I don't know. Do you have your phone on? you?
Yeah.
I'll
Look for it.
Okay.
What I'll do is I'll
5 minutes.
kill your shot.
Yeah.
And then just add myself.
Okay. All right. Thanks. So here's what's gonna happen. New plan since Will walked in, which is, we're very appreciative. That's 3 of us now covering. That's good. And so Will is going to take over the digital aspect of this. So he will keep, which I think is great. He's going to keep the stream going on YouTube and on Facebook. And then we will be live on ARC at 10 o'clock.
I
And
do
then
that too.
we'll continue,
If that
of course,
going.
we'll continue our coverage on digital at 10:30. That'll still be going out. Will have it.
That's
And
gonna
it'll be live at
the
11 o'clock
show.
on these
Yeah,
channels.
I didn't think about that.
Is this not possible?
Well,
Um,
I need weather 2 for the hit, my hit, and you need weather 1 for your hit.
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't think about that.
So maybe we just keep the stream going until in here
Until you.
until the first weather's done, and then we
And
can.
then you can take it.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I think that's wise.
Okay.
Keith, Colin, if you guys could turn on your microphones.
Oh, okay.
I might
We have
should
to,
be on.
we have to do some TV here.
Other option would be me doing it through like College page or something, which is not super user friendly.
Okay.
Slash I don't,
Keep it on here.
I think we should, and then
Mic check, Keith.
Hello, weather 1 2 3 4 5 5 4 3 2 1.
I
Hello.
can go
Mic
temperature.
check, Colin.
Okay.
Not that there's much.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
My
You all
IFB,
set?
my IFB is in.
Emily had mentioned if we get any photos in through Chime In.
Yeah.
She's gonna talk to me and let me know.
Yeah.
And I can do that part.
Yes, please. Yes, because that way you have.
And I'll just wave you
Yeah.
down.
Yep.
Tornado
And
warning.
then power outages. I'm gonna keep an eye on power
We
outages
got
too.
tornado warning, Muskegon the way.
Okay. Well.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. Did you hear that, Jesse?
I did.
Okay. Yep, there it is. I was wondering about that. Like, that's not it.
That's not it. It would be this.
Be
Let's
that
switch
one, that
over
little
to
right
storm
there.
relative.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was in there.
3 minutes.
Right now.
Um, yeah, as soon as we can get on.
Yep, as soon as we can get on.
Let me get my coat. Hold on.
We
Sorry.
use Max 2. Keith, do you want to use Max 2?
Yeah, do you want to drive?
Yeah, I'll drive. If the producer can hear me, let's use Max 2 for this.
Can they get? Can he code it for Max too?
Emily should be able to do
yeah,
Max 2.
okay. You see this, screen shot?
Yeah.
Well, do you want to just take do you want to take one then? Will?
Yeah, I probably, once you guys are in there, I can, like, we don't have to use that a lot, but
Well, I think we're going to switch over to PCR now. Right? Are we doing wall to wall on ARC and
Yeah,
Channel 3?
yeah, right. Okay,
Okay, let's do Max 2, wall to wall, tornado warning. We're going to need to
you wanna
simulcast
take that?
on ARC and Channel 3, I think.
no, I think we should leave this.
Okay.
How are your?
Okay, everybody, what we're getting ready for is we have a tornado warning. This is for,
Muskegon,
Muskegon,
Newaygo
yeah,
until
Newaygo,
10:30 o'clock,
Yeah.
10:30 this afternoon.
yeah. We're talking about, this is, radar indicated. This is moving east at 50. So if you're listening here, we're about to cut in live on air.
Hey, Will.
Yeah.
Can you make sure that Katie's in there and gets us over to PCR on the stream?
They just did. I can switch that now. The struggle is the audio is gonna be lost.
Yeah, Max 2.
Problem is when we switch to PCR from this setup, there's no audio.
We can't,
I can play around with it, but
I think Katie
Yeah,
knows a way.
I'll talk to her, but I don't.
We might need to turn this off though, once that happens.
yeah, Derek, let's go.
That's what we ran into last time, Colin, and I don't think there is a workaround. They had to restart the feed.
Okay,
So I did not think about that.
Yeah, we'll go ASAP.
What I can do is.
Yeah,
switch the
I
Mac
can hear you.
to as this
Yeah,
works.
Let's go. We're about to go. We're about to go.
Keep it this way. Just trust me. We'll be good.
I've got Max 2 up. We're gonna use Max 2.
Okay, okay, yeah. I'm just doing this for my own.
Stand by. 5 seconds. Open is next.
Hello, everyone. News Channel 3 Chief Meteorologist Keith Thompson, joined here by Colin Rogers and also meteorologist Will Haney. We are tracking a tornado warning that has just been issued by the National Weather Service. If you are in Muskegon County, if you're in Newaygo County, you should be taking cover. You see some of the communities that we're talking about here. This just issued from the National Weather Service here. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage. Right now, about 8 miles northeast of Muskegon. This is moving to the east at 50. This is moving to the east at 50. And so that means that you should take cover now. You need to move to the basement or an interior room or the lowest floor of a sturdy building. You need to make sure that you avoid windows and doors that lead to the outside. So if you are in Wolf Lake, if you are around Twin Lake, if you are in Bridgeton there, if you are in Moreland, if you are in Grant, in southwest Newaygo County, if you are in Newaygo, you should be taking cover as this tornado warning is now for you. And again, that goes until 10:30. That is in effect until 10:30. So we have a tornado warning here, as we're showing you right now on our map. That red box is where we're looking at here. This is inside actually a severe thunderstorm warning. as well that is in effect for another 45 minutes. That is for Ottawa County and also for Muskegon County. But it is very important right now. This is what Colin right now is highlighting. This is just to the east of Eggleston there, just to the east of Eggleston. This is along M46. So if that sounds familiar to you, if you are between Casnovia and Eggleston along M46, it is imperative that you move into cover. In fact, now an update, a new tornado warning that has been issued that takes us now down into northern Ottawa County here. This is into northern Ottawa County, northeastern Ottawa County. Ravenna, you should be taking cover right now. So if you're in Eggleston, if you're in Casnovia, if you're in Ashland, if you're in Cedar Creek, you should be taking cover. It's this area that Colin has highlighted there, where you're seeing that green and the red there against each other there, a couplet, if you will, where we're seeing some rotating wind right along M46. So M46 between Casnovia and Muskegon, if that sounds familiar to you, especially if you're east of Eggleston, if you're in Ravenna, you need to be taking cover immediately. This is just to the north of Coopersville here. So this is running north of I-96. So for example, Muskegon City proper, you're not included in this. US 31 and west, you're not included. I-96, you're not included. However, if you are north of I-96 in northeastern Ottawa County, if you are in Muskegon County communities of Ravenna, if you're around Eggleston, if you're over toward Casnovia, even if you're as far east as Newaygo, then you should be taking cover. But as Colin plots the track on this is going to be moving.
All right, 1 second. I'm going to zoom
Sure.
out a little further.
This
so I
goes
can get
until
that.
10:30 here. This goes until 10:30. You see, we have two warnings active there. One is tilted to the northeast just a little bit toward Newaygo. The other is more due east going through Ravenna all the way over to M37. This is all the way over to M37. So as Colin puts a tracker on this, what we're talking about here is moving into Sparta at about 10:23. Cedar Springs headed your way there in northern Kent County. That would be at 10:35. And so we're going to keep an eye on this as it moves to the east. Now, that warning will not go until that time because the warning goes, I believe the warning goes until 10:30 for the tornado warning. That does have 26 more minutes in it, so that's 10:30. Now, the warning and the same for the warning there in southeastern Muskegon County, northeastern Ottawa County as
There
well.
also is a severe thunderstorm warning for Montcalm. We're seeing that storm flaring up just east of Greenville. And they have extended and now have a severe thunderstorm warning for all of Kent County as well.
So this is part of this cell that is, or this cluster, it's not a cell, it's a cluster of storms that is racing off to the east. And Colin is showing you that right now. This is a very dangerous system here in Muskegon County, southwest Newaygo County, eastern Muskegon County and northeastern Ottawa County. They're all north of I-96. You need to be taking cover if you're in those areas because there is a tornado warning. Right now, this is radar indicated, but there is indication within the radar pattern where Colin right now is showing you of some rotation. This would be to the east of Eggleston along M46, and then headed right along the Muskegon, just to the north of the Muskegon, Ottawa County line. So Ravenna, really important. If you're in Ravenna right now that you're taking cover. Casnovia, you should be taking cover. Wright, you should be taking cover right there along the county line. This is running to the west of M37, That's the, also that the warning does go north of M46 as well, up toward Ashland and Newaygo, but it looks like as Colin is noting here, this is for this particular cell that is now moving right along M46.
Yeah, so right now, it looks like this line of thunderstorms is going to produce some 60+ mph winds. That's why they have issued the severe thunderstorm warning for Kent County. A separate severe thunderstorm warning right now for Montcalm County. That's a whole different storm. But this main complex of storms right now, if I switch over to reflectivity, you're going to see the rain, the lightning. The lightning has just been absolutely impressive. But also now we're concerned about the winds because this is producing 60+ mph winds, and we're seeing some rotation that's tightening up a little bit. And that's why they have issued this tornado warning for southeastern Muskegon County and extreme northern Ottawa County as well. Under that tornado warning until 10:30. We are seeing some rotations. The National Weather Service went ahead and issued that tornado warning, but everyone, a more widespread area, is going to be impacted by these straight line damaging winds.
New severe thunderstorm warning as well for Montcalm County. And this stretches over into Gratiot County there. This is moving right there into Montcalm County. This goes until 11 o'clock Greenville, for example, right on over to Alma there, as Colin is highlighting there. That is for radar indicated winds of 60 miles per hour with some 3/4 inch diameter hail. The most important thing right now is if you're in southeastern Muskegon County, if you're in northeasternmost Ottawa County, this is north of I-96, that there is a threat for tornado. There's a tornado warning in effect for that area right now. So you need to be taking cover if you are in that tornado warned area. That's what Colin is highlighting right now. And they've shaved that northern portion off. So right now, it's pretty much just this polygon, I believe, that we're seeing right now, running right along and north of M46, right about to M37, and then stretching down to Coopersville, right on the edge of Coopersville. So this is just north of I-96. So if that sounds familiar to you, then you should be taking cover as you're under a tornado warning in that vicinity. That's northeasternmost Ottawa County, north of Coopersville, north of I-96 to Ravenna in southeast Muskegon County, to Moreland, and then over to Casnovia, which is there right along the Muskegon and Kent County line, and then moving over toward eventually Sparta, Cedar Springs. Again, also a severe thunderstorm warning for Kent County as well as for Montcalm County. Powerful storm right now moving through Sheridan and just to the south of Stanton, headed toward Crystal, and it looks like Sumner there as it makes its way out of Montcalm County and into Gratiot County. That's where that severe thunderstorm warning. Really, in any of these warning areas, you need to be taking cover or at least preparing to. But certainly right now, where there's a tornado warning in southeast Muskegon County, northeast Ottawa County, this is north of I-96, north of Coopersville. That's where you need to be taking cover if you're in those areas right now, as the tornado, there could be a tornado in that area.
Yeah, so still seeing signs of rotation here in this cell that continues to move through Muskegon County. It's about to move into northern Ottawa now. That's at least where we're seeing the rotation. Now there is a larger area where we're seeing some very strong winds, the potential for some straight line damaging winds, but the only rotation I'm seeing right now is in extreme southeastern Muskegon County. And this is moving off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. I will say if we put this into motion over the last 15 minutes or so, winds don't look quite as strong. Rotation doesn't look quite as tight, which is some good news. But still, you want to take shelter because we could see some very powerful winds, some straight line damaging winds even, if this is not producing a tornado in the path of this storm. This is extreme southeastern Muskegon and also moving into northern Ottawa County. Eventually, this is going to be moving into Kent County that is now under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens to this warned area here when it moves right now south of Ravenna, just to the south of Ravenna, about to move in toward northwest Kent County, about to move into northwest Kent County as it moves through northeast Ottawa County. So in that rather small area, that's where you need to be taking cover. This is north of I-96, and east or west rather of M37, west of M37, north of I-96 in southeasternmost Muskegon County and northeastern Ottawa County, Coopersville, right along the interstate there. This would be north of Marne, for example, right along I-96 as well. So if those communities sound familiar to you, if you're north of I-96, then you should be taking cover as you're under a tornado warning.
Yeah, so it looks like around 10:16, we're moving into right, Alpine around 10:25, and then it would continue further off to the east into areas like Plainfield around 10:30. So right now, I'm seeing less rotation, which is good news. The National Weather Service still has a tornado warning, but we are seeing some more rotation right now, actually, in this storm in Montcalm County. So a new tornado warning issued in Montcalm County.
Yes, for Montcalm County right now, if you are in Montcalm County, that was that cell I was just telling you about that it looks very powerful near Stanton, just south of Stanton right now. This tornado warning goes until 10:35, and that is for radar indicated tornado here. And again, this goes until, 10:45, until 10:45 from the National Weather Service. To be a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Stanton, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So this isn't moving quite as fast as the one over in Muskegon County is, but this is very dangerous too. So this is now just to the south of Stanton. Just to the south of Stanton, according to the National Weather Service here, this is moving off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And so that's going to be putting this near Crystal and eventually near Sumner, right along the Gratiot and Montcalm County lines, right around the Gratiot and Montcalm County lines. So this tornado warning right now is only though, right now it's only for Montcalm County, for the area that you see that's shaded here in red. Colin has put a tracker on that.
Yeah, around 10:20 in Crystal, Sumner around 10:30, and continuing to move off to the east from there. So if you're inside of this polygon, if you're in Montcalm County, this storm is barreling towards your area. You need to take shelter right now. Tornado warning in effect until 10:45 for Montcalm County.
And even if you're not, even if there's not rotation here, this is very strong wind that is coming through here. So this is going to be packing quite a punch. So not only with a threat here for rotating winds, but also some straight line winds that will likely be in excess of 60 miles per hour. You see what we have on the screen for you there. On the left side, the big box is what we're tracking on the radar. The right side is the live view right now looking in Grand Rapids. Now this is looking to the south. You can see the lightning there. That is now just moving into downtown GR with the thunderstorms that are moving in. So this is looking south down the Grand River. While we are looking at that, I want to remind you that if you are in northeast Ottawa County, if you're north of I-96, north of Coopersville, but between Coopersville and let's say Casnovia, between Coopersville and Ravenna, then you should be taking cover as this cell is moving off to the east. Now, this is going to be moving into northern Kent County. The question is, will it maintain any signs of rotation as it goes in that direction? In the meantime, another tornado warning, Montcalm County. You really should be in a shelter. If you are northeast of Sheridan, if you're near Crystal, if you're near Sumner, right along the Gratiot-Montcalm County line, if you're in Vestaburg there, just to the north of McBride, of Stanton, of Crystal, then you should be taking cover as this is going to be headed in your direction. And radar indicates that there could be some rotating wind here too.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint exactly how strong those winds are, but seeing that bright little bubble,
Right.
not actually seeing a whole bunch of rotation with this storm, but kind of a small area where we're seeing some winds flaring up. So could have some strong winds, whether this produces a tornado or not. Certainly going to see some strong winds with this storm moving through Montcalm County right now. Evergreen and Crystal, you're about to be hit within the next probably couple minutes in Evergreen and within the next 10 minutes in Crystal.
This also has radar indicated max hail size, by the way, of 1.5 inches. So this could have some large hail in it as well. And as Colin had mentioned, I believe the National Weather Service noted in the tornado warned area for northeast Ottawa County and southeast Muskegon County that in addition to the threat for rotating winds here, that there could be some destructive thunderstorm winds here. And that would be also evidenced by the bright shade of green that we're seeing as we're looking there between Stanton and Crystal. This is a powerful wind producer here. And so even if there's not any rotation, that's what Colin is looking at right there. You see that's in that red polygon there, the tornado warning. That little tiny cell, if you will, that area of bright green near Evergreen, that's crossing right over M66 right now. That's going to have quite a burst of wind, even if it's not rotating. So that's something else to keep in mind. This is why you need to be taking cover if you're in that particular warned area right now.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, some strong winds about to hit Evergreen, crossing M66, as Keith mentioned. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out here. I believe this is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So I'll lay down another tracker and just give you a sense of how where this will be. All right, Crystal, we're looking here by 10:26. Crystal, you're in the path of this storm. Sumner around 10:36. So this storm will continue moving off to the east, affecting these areas. I'm not seeing too tight of rotation, which is some good news, but still there is some rotation. So the National Weather Service keeping that tornado warning in effect here in Montcalm County. And certainly some very strong winds as this continues to move off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Some large hail as well on top of those strong winds.
Yeah, and also we're noting that this cluster of thunderstorms is sort of elongating a little bit more east to west here. And so it's not sweeping down over Holland right now yet, or South Haven. Eventually, I think that it will. Forecast models show that this will eventually sort of move in that direction. But right now, this is pretty much confined to the north of I-196 and along and north of I-96, which is where we have those tornado warned areas. Just a reminder, you are under a tornado warning right now if you are in Montcalm County, in Sheridan, in Stanton, and and east of there, but especially if you're in Crystal, you really should be taking cover right now. If you're in Sumner, right along the Gratiot and Montcalm County line, you should be taking cover. This is moving over M66 right now, moving over M66, running north-south. And so if you are south of McBride, you should be taking cover as that continues to move off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's, hey, there's one in the office in there. Thanks. I think my phone is about to give up the ghost. Oh, okay. So that's what we're looking at there. So 2 tornado warned areas. And by the way, that's why we're on the air right now, because if you are in southeastern Muskegon County, if you're in northeastern Ottawa County, if you are around Casnovia, if you are north of Coopersville, if you are in Ravenna, you are in an area where there is a tornado warning, so you should be taking cover. Got a couple of interesting returns there. Are you looking at that too? Right
Yeah,
there?
where you kind of see, I'll pause this here and you'll notice these little areas that flare out. I'll put a
Yeah.
arrow here so you can know exactly where I'm talking about. But that area right there kind of flares out. This
Yeah.
area right here. These are the spots where we could see some brief rotation. So that tornado warning still in effect for northern Ottawa County right now and areas around Coopersville. Right, you're going to be in the path of this storm here over the next few minutes. This is going to continue moving into Kent County. Right now, they're still under a severe thunderstorm warning for the threat of some straight line damaging winds. Also could see some hail in the mix there. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see this rotation tighten up if they go ahead and issue that tornado warning in portions of northern Kent County.
So that means if you're in Walker, for example, on the northwest side of GR, if you're in Alpine Township, you should be really, like I've said earlier, you should be having 1 foot in the basement anyway and be thinking about taking cover. Grand Rapids north on US 131, all the way up to Cedar Springs even. You need to certainly be paying attention to this, as we could be seeing more of this rotation starting to make its way into Kent County. And as Colin noted there, latest radar returns here suggesting that there could be still a couple little notches there. And he's tracking us now off to the east.
Yeah, as it continues moving off to the east, right, you're looking at this storm moving over your area over the next 2 or 3 minutes. Alpine around 1028, Plainfield 1033 if it holds on to its strength. Right now, we're seeing some broad rotation. The tornado warning continues in northern Ottawa County here, at least until 1030. And then we'll see as this storm moves into Kent County, if there's still quite a bit of rotation, they may issue that tornado warning. But right now, either way, Kent County, you're looking at a dangerous storm moving into your area. Some strong winds, whether this produces a tornado or not. We could still have some 60 or greater mile per hour winds as this storm continues to move from northern Ottawa County, extreme eastern Muskegon County, into northern Kent County right now. We also don't forget about this tornado warning right now in Montcalm County. That is still in effect until 1045. We're going to continue monitoring this storm. I'm seeing a little bit of rotation with this storm as it moves through Montcalm County. That goes into effect, or rather is in effect until 1045. So it looks like they chopped away that tornado warning in Ottawa County right now. It's a very small polygon for a very small portion of Ottawa County, but they have yet to extend this into Kent County.
I will say though, radar returns would indicate that Kent City is getting a pretty good burst of wind right now. So remember, if you're in Kent County right now, especially if you're north of GR, then you are under the gun here for some strong winds. So even around Cedar Springs and Sand Lake, Pearson, as you make your way up US 131, some strong winds there. I know Pearson's just on the other side there of the Kent County border, Kent County line, but still. And as Colin mentioned, if you're in Crystal right now, if you're in eastern Montcalm County near the Gratiot County line, you really should be taking cover as this is moving to the northeast, and this could really have some dangerous winds to it.
Yeah, Evergreen Crystal. This is moving just to the south of Ferris in Montcalm County. So we want to keep a close eye on this, seeing some broad rotation still, that tornado warning in effect in Montcalm County until 1045. Either way, whether this is producing a tornado or not, get in your safe place. Some strong winds, potentially some pretty large hail as well. We're looking at an inch and a half diameter hail, potentially with this storm that's moving right over Evergreen right now and moving to the east. That tornado warning includes Ferris and includes Crystal. But where I'm seeing that rotation looks to be heading right towards Crystal. That tornado warning from Montcalm County until 1045. Still tracking this very small tornado warning for northern Ottawa County right now. Right, this is moving into your area over the next minute or two, and this will continue to track into northern Kent County, Plainfield. You're in the line of that storm. Either way, you'll notice this long line of strong winds, these brighter green shadings that we're seeing here. This is all strong winds that are not tornado warned, but straight line damaging winds that could produce some damage as they move through portions of Ottawa County that's still under severe thunderstorm warning, moving into portions of Kent County right now that's under a severe thunderstorm warning as well.
Yeah, and so if you're along that Kent and Ottawa County line, then you should certainly be taking cover there. That's what Colin is highlighting there right now. This is west of US or of M37, west of M37. So if you're in that area, you should be taking cover. And then, of course, as we told you earlier, you really should be taking cover if you're in the eastern half of Montcalm County. If you are around Crystal, if you are in Sumner right now, if you're north of Carson City, it looks like this is going to be moving north of Carson City. If you're in that area, then you really should be taking cover. This is running right to the east of M66. So this has already moved to the east of M66, and it's making its way toward the Gratiot County line. The county line there where Sumner is. If you're there, you should be taking cover. If you're in Vesterberg, you should be taking cover as well. And if you're in Gratiot County, if you're in St. Louis, for example, if you're in Ithaca, if you're in Alma, then you should be thinking about taking cover. But because even if this doesn't have rotation to it, it will have some very strong winds as it moves off to the east. We just got a new radar scan in there, and I believe this is, and they have now just moved the polygon. They moved the polygon now. You can see that flashing in red on your screen. So again, this just now highlights even more around Crystal. I don't know if that's just a large scale rotation there.
It looks like some broad, large scale rotation going on, moving to the east of Evergreen, really the southeast of Evergreen. So they just have that tornado warning that remains in effect until 10:45, and basically just chopped it up and continued to move it off to the east. So tornado is possible. Either way, we could have some strong winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, and then also some ping pong ball sized hail as well. So a very strong storm as it continues to move through portions of Montcalm County right now, kind of eyeing Crystal over the next few minutes.
Yeah, and so this is part of a large cluster of storms that are now moving across West Michigan. Holland now starting to see this as well. So you're going to be seeing this now in Holland. You're already no doubt seeing a lot of vivid lightning there as these storms continue to move off toward I-196. Right now, all of the activity is still north of I-196 and north of I-96. But as it moves into downtown Grand Rapids, we're eventually going to see this sagging southward. And so it eventually will be crossing the interstates there and making the way more south as they travel into more of West Michigan. Still waiting to see on what happens as two tornado warnings. The one right now that to me looks the most menacing is the one on the east side of Montcalm County.
Yeah, and in the Robinson area, just to the southeast of Grand Haven, getting some viewer photos of some pretty large hail. So hail is also going to be a factor in these severe thunderstorms as they move through, on top of the damaging wind gusts as well. But right now, they've just updated that severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa County, probably due to that hail that has been observed. That is in effect until, let's see, that's in effect for the next several minutes till 10:45 in Ottawa County. And yeah, they're seeing, penny-sized hail now, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some larger hail with that cell.
Yeah, for sure. And also 60-mile-per-hour winds there. This is now for a new one for Ottawa County. Kent County, of course, continues as well now until 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock for the Kent County severe thunderstorm warning. We continue on the east side of Montcalm County with a tornado warning. So if you are in the east side of Montcalm County, all the way up to the line with Gratiot County, then you should be taking cover. We noted this earlier. If you are around Crystal, if you are really in the vicinity of Carson City, I think it might be just to the north of Carson City, but you're going to be in the ballpark there. You see where Colin right now is sort of highlighting that rotation, where you see that brighter green is indicating some stronger winds there. Looks like there might be, with that red there, some broad rotation there going on. This is headed your way there in Sumner. As this moves right across Crystal, you need to be in shelter there right now, and eventually making its way toward the county line with Gratiot County there. In fact, the edge of the eastern edge of the tornado warning is where we have the line with Gratiot County. So this tornado warning here goes until 10:45 for Montcalm County. And again, with very strong winds. In addition to that, this is also where there's radar indicated 1.5-inch diameter hail.
Yeah, some really large hail and some really strong winds showing up on radar. So even if we don't have a tornado right now, we could see winds. I wouldn't be surprised as high as 70 miles an hour with this storm in eastern Montcalm County right now. So I just laid down a tracker, New Haven Center, 1041. That's when this would be heading in your area. So if you're in that area right now, prepare for some strong winds, some very large hail as well, and potentially a tornado.
For now, this is pretty much all the actions going along and north of I-96 and I-196. But again, this will eventually be making its way south and east across West Michigan. And as it does, of course, then we're going to continue to monitor these threats. Remember, we're under a tornado watch. All of West Michigan is under a tornado watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. And within that watch, we now have a couple of tornado warnings. One, a very small one in northeasternmost Ottawa County, right up against the Kent County line. And then a second one that is now in eastern Montcalm County that is about to cross over into Gratiot County, but around Crystal right now. You definitely should be taking cover. In addition to that, we have severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa County and for Kent County, and also for Montcalm County. So those are the warnings that we have going on right now, not only for potential rotation in our tornado warned areas, but in our severe thunderstorm warned areas. And there could be some very strong and even damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and also hail that could be up to 1.5 inches in diameter.
Yeah. So this storm looks to be intensifying here in southern Montcalm County, southeastern Montcalm County right now. And you're seeing the Grand Rapids camera that's looking off to the north. That cell that's moving into northern Kent County right now. Let me zoom out and look at that. We do have quite a bit of lightning with that storm right now. And you're going to see a light show here, including the chance for some 60 or stronger mile per hour winds, and also maybe even some hail with this storm that's moving into northwestern Kent County right now. This is moving off to the south and east at about 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, we saw the light show a little bit earlier from this cluster as it moved into Muskegon, and now it's putting on that same light show in GR. This is looking north on the Grand. This is looking north on the Grand River. And so this is looking up toward Plainfield Township, looking up toward Comstock Park here. And so in those areas, not only are you getting some heavy rain, but of course, you're also going to be seeing some gusty winds, especially just to the north of Plainfield Township, up towards Sand Lake and up towards Cedar Springs, which is where that camera view was pointed there, looking to the north, is where there's some strong winds associated right now with these storms. Do want to remind you again that if you are in Crystal in eastern Montcalm County, you really should be taking cover. If you're along the Montcalm and Gratiot County line, this is what Colin is highlighting right now, then you should be taking cover. You see that is running to the north of M57 there and to the east of M66. So if you are on the northeast quadrant from M66 and M57, that intersection around Evergreen, around Crystal, around Sumner, then you really must be taking cover. As not only could there be some rotating wind there, but even if it's not rotating, there's some very strong winds with this cell as it moves off to the northeast. I believe this is moving at about 35 to 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, 35 miles per hour with this storm right now that's moving right over Crystal with that new scan that's coming in. So if you're in the area of Crystal, take shelter now. This is going to be moving off to the east towards New Haven Center. Even Sumner may kind of catch the northern side of this and experience some strong winds and potentially some large hail as well.
We're on the air right now on Arc West Michigan. We're on the air on News Channel 3 right now because we have a couple of active tornado warnings. One is in northeastern Ottawa County. This is north of Coopersville. This is north of I-96, I-96, about to move into Kent County there around Kent City. But right now, the National Weather Service has not decided to extend this warning into Kent County. We're going to keep an eye on that. But certainly if you're in Algoma Township right now, you should be taking cover as there's some strong winds there right now. As you see right now, as Colin is highlighting, a velocity product here is indicating winds maybe of 65 miles per hour. And so if you're in that vicinity, you certainly should be taking cover as this is running right along the northern edge there of Kent County, right along M57 there in M46.
Out
Sparta.
across
Yeah,
131.
exactly. Right along US 131, Algoma, the exit there is where there's some very strong wind, as well as in Cedar Springs. You're about to get hit with it there in Cedar Springs as well. That's what Colin is looking at right now. The tornado warning has been canceled for Northeast Ottawa County. So Northeast Ottawa County, you're okay now. You're looking okay. Well, you're okay as far as the tornado threat goes. You still have these very powerful winds. I mean, these are strong winds that right now are moving east of M37, right along M46 to US 131. In that area right there near Cedar Springs, you're about to get blasted with some very strong thunderstorm wind.
And this storm continuing to move off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. We still do have a tornado warning for eastern Montcalm County. They've also updated the severe thunderstorm warning for much of Montcalm County as well, because not only do we have that rotating storm right now that's just over Crystal right now, but we also have this line of storms that's going to be moving through. So this severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Montcalm County for some straight line damaging winds once this other cell moves through. So right now we have one cell that's moving right over Crystal. This will continue to impact areas around Crystal, moving east towards Sumner and also moving towards New Haven Center. And that's getting off to the east of Montcalm County there by that point. But we do have this severe thunderstorm warning as well that was just added by the National Weather Service.
Yeah, and the wind right now between Rockford and Sand Lake. So if you're in northern Kent County along US 131, north of Rockford, south of Sand Lake, south of Pearson, there's going to be some tremendous wind that is blowing through right now. So that is going to be moving off to the east, northeast. So if you're in the northeastern quadrant of Kent County, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's plenty of indication here from Algoma all the way to Cedar Springs, north. This is all north of Rockford, moving to the northeastern part of Kent County there. There could be some very powerful winds here in the neighborhood of 60 to 70 miles per hour. No rotation with these yet, but still some very strong wind. And in the meantime, we continue with that tornado warning for easternmost Montcalm County. This part of the cell is not moving very fast. Obviously, it's still around Crystal as it moves off to the northeast. Looks like it's going to miss you just to the north there in Carson City as it heads towards Sumner and into Gratiot County. But if you're in Sumner, if you're in Newark, if you're north of Carson City, right along the border with Gratiot and Montcalm counties, you should be taking cover, as this is a very dangerous storm with some strong wind.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And this is looks like it's trying to strengthen a little bit as it moves towards the Crystal area. Rotation still pretty broad, no confirmation of a tornado on the ground right now. But what we do know is that whether or not this is producing a tornado in eastern Montcalm County right now, this is producing some very strong winds. And we also have some reports of some nickel-sized hail as well from this storm in eastern Montcalm County. So certainly a powerful storm. You want to make sure that you're in a sturdy structure and in your safe place right now.
Yeah, and I would say in Cedar Springs right now, you should be taking cover. Even though there's not a tornado warning, there is a severe thunderstorm warning here. And our indications are that there could be 65 to 70 mile per hour winds in Cedar Springs. This is going to be south of Sand Lake, north of Rockford, along US 131. And this is moving off to the east. So if you are along US 131 at Cedar Springs, if you are east of US 131, in Cedar Springs in northeast Kent County between Rockford and Sand Lake, you probably should be taking cover, as this is a very potent storm here with some very strong winds as this continues to move off to the northeast.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, seeing some heavy rain as well on top of these strong winds. The main threat here is going to be some 60 mile per hour winds or stronger. Right now, our velocity is picking up on the potential for winds as high as 70 miles per hour right now, moving through portions of Kent County, northern portions of Kent County. So right now, heavy rain, lots of lightning, over 900 lightning strikes in your screen right now over the course of the last over the course of the last hour rather. So quite a bit of lightning. We do have some strong winds as well, some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds possible with this cell as it moves through Ottawa County. It's moving into Kent County right now. Northwestern Kent County seeing some really heavy rain, some strong winds as well. 60 to 70 miles per hour. The only active tornado warning we have, the only area where we're seeing some rotating winds right now is in eastern Montcalm County. It's moving over Crystal. We've been mentioning this a lot over the last 15 minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, if you're in Crystal, safe place now. Sumner, this storm is heading towards your area, New Haven Center as well. This storm with some rotation is moving in your general direction. So we still do not have any confirmation from any storm spotters on the ground of a tornado, but we do see some rotation on radar, and that's why the National Weather Service does have this tornado warning right now for eastern Montcalm County. Either way, this storm capable of producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds and also hail in diameter of 1.5 inches. So some very large hail, some damaging hail as this storm continues to progress off to the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. But right now, the strongest winds I'm seeing in West Michigan is in northern Kent County. If you're just east of US 131, around the M57 corridor, I'm looking at you, Cortland. This will be moving towards Oakfield. Even Spencer could get in on some really strong winds. I'm going to stop this right now, and I'm going to put a velocity signature on here real quick and just see the kind of winds we're dealing with here in northern Kent County right now. This is just north of Cortland, seeing some near 60-mile-per-hour winds, 58-mile-per-hour wind there. So certainly some strong winds. This is going to be moving off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So we'll keep an eye on this storm as well.
I think we're going to wrap up our coverage right now on air anyway. We are online. We are on our YouTube page. We're on our Facebook page. We're going to continue following this storm as it now, the tornado warned portion of this now is continuing to move off to the east. So it will be moving into Gratiot County. We do still have our severe thunderstorm warnings right now for Kent County and also for Ottawa County. So in those areas, obviously this line is going to continue moving through. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on it. We will have a live update for you at 11 o'clock. And in the meantime, we're going to continue with our streaming coverage on our Facebook page and on our YouTube page as well. But for now, we're going to return you back to our programming.
Right, Tom?
I mean,
So
Nice work, guys.
the beauty is you guys don't have to change anything for the feed right now.
okay.
So you're still good to
Okay,
go.
so we're still-
If you'd like, I can switch it back to max 1, but I think just run it out of max 2.
Yeah, that works.
Well, you need to, what can we
You're
have?
good.
to do?
You guys are good. I'm
Uh,
just kind of making sure everything is on the back end running okay and that they're good down there.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks,
You
Kyle.
guys, that was perfect.
Cool, thank you. I just wanted to, I don't know, it's like, I'll keep waiting for this to move out. Or for them to do something with this, but I guess that's just plain heavy duty wind.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like really strong straight line damaging winds ongoing in northern Kent County right now.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, everybody got the mics off?
Yeah,
That's what I know.
Cool, cool.
You wanna hop in and,
I'm good.
sure,
Unless you, I mean, you need to.
I'm gonna go grab something to drink real quick, just a couple of things.
Yeah, lots of comments in the chat. Just kind of asking about the rest of the night and, Kalamazoo area, for example, and farther south. We're still in for several hours of this line to continue to march farther east southeast. And we still have, the potential for a pretty significant wind event nonetheless, and Colin's showing that now. So it's this model, I think, is maybe, no, that's, pretty solid because it's maybe a little ahead of schedule. But I think within the next 2 to 3 hours, we're going to see this line that's currently, extended from all the way up closer to Saginaw, extending all the way down towards like Rockford, Illinois, continue to march on through. And so along the leading edge of that line of storms, we're still going to have some pretty intense winds. One thing that caught my eye, Colin, if you could go to like a statewide or like the wide, like slightly wider scope view really quick.
yeah.
One thing that is a little concerning is when lines of storms have that orientation, kind of like this one, they can pose a little bit more of a tornado threat versus like if it was a little bit more north-south oriented. So what I'm kind of getting at here is see how it kind of has that orientation versus even a little bit more.
Yeah.
Sometimes that'll lead to a little bit more of a enhanced tornado threat because those storms are able to spin a little bit better.
Yeah, we see some, isolated cells that were kind of merging with that line.
Yeah.
I think that's why we saw the rotation that happened in Muskegon and Ottawa County, and then also with that storm, a little isolated cell that kind of merged with that line in Montcalm County as well. Right now, luckily, right now we're not seeing any storms ahead of the line, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of rotation. I know the latest warning for Kent County still indicates that we could see a quick spin up tornado, but right now the greater threat with that is straight line damaging winds. So the National Weather Service going with that severe thunderstorm warning right now in Kent County.
Yeah, and I think it's very likely that as this line continues to move off of Lake Michigan and continues to move off to the east southeast, we're going to see more warnings. I mean, it's like, I think it's fairly likely, like we have right now, pretty much the entire leading edge of that line that is over land versus Lake Michigan has warnings. I think so. If you're in like Allegan County, that line that's kind of offshore right now, within the next hour, it's, I think, very likely we'll see some sort of a severe thunderstorm warning at the very least for Allegan County. And again, that with these sort of setups, we get what we sort of saw just within the hour, these small little areas of rotation kind of embedded within that main line. And so Colin and Keith were tracking those two areas really nicely as far as the two areas of concern. I didn't see anything. I was looking pretty closely at correlation coefficient, by the way, while you guys were on air. Didn't see anything indicative on radar end of a tornado. Don't have any reports of a tornado. So it very well could have just been a spinning storm that didn't actually produce one, which we're certainly hoping for. But nonetheless, you know, these storms stretching from Holland through Grand Rapids all the way up into Montcalm County right now, pretty significant.
Yeah, definitely.
Anything in the chat or anything?
Not seeing much in the chat, just confirmation of some 60-mile-per-hour winds with the storm as it moves through Montcalm County. So we are getting confirmation on the ground that we have some strong winds. Also, I've seen several reports of some nickel-sized hail. So large hail, strong winds. You know, that was kind of the focus of tonight, right? We had these quick spin-ups that they issued a tornado warning for, but we don't have any confirmation of tornadoes. So that's some good news now. And really the focus, I think, is going to be this damaging wind threat with this line of thunderstorms that goes all the way from Saginaw, still in northern Illinois, you know, just west of Chicago, western suburbs of Chicago, the northwestern suburbs, that is, seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is a very large line of storms. We're not going to miss out on it. This is going to impact pretty much all of West Michigan if you're to the southeast of this line right now. So right now, though, the only active warnings is Ottawa, Kent, and Montcalm counties. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could even see some higher gusts than that. Lots of lightning, also some torrential rain. I know the National Weather Service has been issuing some flood warnings as well. And I think once we get past this severe threat, once we get past around 1 or 2 o'clock this morning, I think there's going to be a real focus on flooding, at least the potential for some flooding. We could see some training thunderstorms overnight into tomorrow morning. And I know the National Weather Service was looking at the potential for 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates for several hours. So we're looking at rivers that are already high, creeks and streams that are already high. So I think flooding will be another great concern. But we do have a new tornado warning well north of our area,
This one
closer to Traverse City.
Yeah, between Traverse City and Cadillac right now, up in Grand Traverse, Kalkaska counties. You can see that there. So just wanted to mention that. So that's just sandwiched right between Traverse City and Cadillac, just in case anyone's watching from up there or knows anyone up there. New warning there.
Yeah, so that's a tornado warning up north. But right now we have some severe thunderstorm warnings still ongoing in.
No,
still ongoing in Kent County and Ottawa County.
we don't have another tornado.
Near Cadillac.
Okay, what we were talking about in there is that we're gonna do the 11 as we normally would, unless there's a tornado warning.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So-
and I think that, yeah, I think we should go with the same plan as we had before. You guys run everything, and then I'll either take that up there or
Yeah.
just take the feed up in the control room.
Okay,
And Colin, you can either float between or do whatever.
Okay.
yeah, you can take it whenever you want.
I'd probably, yeah, if that, I can't because he has to use the graphics, remember,
Oh,
at the beginning,
forgot, we ran into that.
So it's after.
which is fine,
If I was a dog. I would-
because you guys are pretty much right off the top. I'm sure,
Okay,
so-
yeah, and then you could just.
And I can even move the camera and show people behind the scenes. But
Okay, yeah, so we'll do the same thing that we were going to do.
At 10.
So it'd
Okay.
be me, graphics full, you at the bid wall. And I'll do I still think you can do the hour by hour.
Yeah, and just kind of show the future of
Yeah.
these storms.
And then you'll pitch to Jessica
Okay, cool.
and so
Air at 11?
at 11.
Mhm.
We're gonna do the newscast as normal unless we get a tornado one.
Okay,
Yeah, so what's going on behind the scenes, everybody, is Colin and Keith are coordinating for our newscast, which is coming up in 15 minutes, which we still have to plan on. If we have the tornado warnings issued, then they would just take it like they did on the air. But we have to coordinate our Facebook Live, our YouTube Live with our TV and kind of do those two things in tandem sometimes.
Little balancing act.
Yes, so that's why sometimes there's these conversations off camera or on camera. That's why what we're trying to figure out. And the background noise is them playing through the show, by the way.
Lots of lightning, over 1,000 strikes of lightning over the last
Yeah.
hour in, Newaygo, Ottawa, Muskegon, Kent, and Montcalm counties.
It's pretty wild. I was just seeing that too.
Yeah, so,
I've only seen strike counters that high, like maybe a handful of times. So
Yeah.
they're pretty impressive.
and
Like,
it goes to show, we are looking at the CAPE, which is basically storm fuel. Think of CAPE as energy that storms can tap into. Near 3,000 for Kalamazoo. So that's something that we typically see on a hot summer July day or something like that. So this has the storm fuel or CAPE as high as we would see on a summer day, but also it has the wind shear like we typically see in these spring storms. So you combine those two, and that's why there was an elevated risk, an enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms today.
and keep in mind too, these storms are still over Lake Michigan, a lot of them. And as they move on land, they're going to move into more favorable ingredients. So there is a potential some of these storms could continue to even intensify as they move a little farther away from Lake Michigan, as we kind of saw a little farther north earlier this evening. So yeah, it's still going to be, I think, several hours before we can give an all clear here. But again, what you're seeing is that line that extends all the way back towards Chicago. And notice how there's warnings on the southwestern side of that line over Chicago, right? They don't have warnings. They have marine warnings out over Lake Michigan. Those aren't going to show up in our system. But my point is, I think as that line moves on land, we're very likely, I think, to see some additional warnings begin to be issued. And I was saying, Keith, one thing that's sometimes a little concerning with this orientation of a line, when you have like that east-southeast to west southwest to east northeast, is it has a little bit more of like that can be a little bit more favorable for those embedded tornadoes versus one that's a little bit more north south.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that kind of caught my eye, and the HER was showing something pretty close to this versus the RAP. The RAP was a little bit more north south oriented,
So this is gonna be more.
or the graph. Yeah,
did we have a tornado warning in Ottawa
there was, yes,
briefly?
in Ottawa County, right?
Was it
Yeah,
early?
northeastern.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was
Small.
Muskegon and
Yeah, Muskegon, northeastern, and south, is it southwest one, I think?
yeah.
Yeah, it was for Muskegon and Ottawa. And
Was there a portion of Newaygo County?
I think that was the severe thunderstorm.
Was that, okay. They all run together.
Yeah. But right now, this line about to move into Holland, so actually, maybe I can pull up a Holland camera and see what we're seeing there.
I wish I could over here, but I can't switch it from
I
here.
know.
Oh, yeah.
So right now, this is gonna ignore the banner here.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and see if we can't pull up.
Yeah, that city view, wide city view, I think it's called, like, in parentheses. Yeah.
There we go, Holland Energy Park.
Whoa, there's a little rotation literally right near the airport / radar. New warning for Ionia County. So they extended the warning into Ionia County.
Okay.
All of Ionia County.
New severe thunderstorm warning in Ionia County.
Okay, look right after this, Colin, go right near the radar.
Okay,
And I swear for like one scan, I was seeing,
lots of lightning
I
right
think-
now in Holland.
We've seen it on the west side of the.
yeah,
Yeah.
you see that?
Yeah.
Right there for
Yeah.
like a split second.
Yeah.
And I was kind of watching that because there's slight, like
Yeah.
right on kind of the southern edge of this line, there's almost kind of a hook shape to it.
Yeah,
So that kind of caught my eye, and then I was looking, and then right as I was looking,
on the
there's-
velocity product.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm looking at is right near the radar. So right here, see that that almost kind of has like a little bit of an inflow. I wonder if they're.
Yeah, it's hard to
mentioning
tell
that.
right on the radar.
Yeah, that's the one time that you're too close to the radar. I want to see if they mentioned that in here.
They're not saying anything in the chat right now, if that's what you're looking at.
Um,
Um,
I'm turning my mic back on, by the way. Is yours on?
Yeah, mine is coming on right now.
one thing, up until you guys got off the TV air, there weren't a ton of outages being noted, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
No, there's only like 70.
Very few.
Wow, awesome.
There's like a random peppering you can see,
Okay.
but like nothing.
Yeah, not what you'd expect.
Nothing major. Like
Yeah.
when we see, if we were to see a really significant line of wind storms, you would see a lot more than this. It's not to say, there's probably a few just isolated pockets of like some tree limbs down and things like that, but we don't see anything like jumping off the charts that, oh, we had
We turned our
a
mic.
huge swath of damage right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, to me, it seems like there's these isolated pockets of some real strong winds. And then, you'll see the winds picking up or feel the winds picking up.
Sure.
Certainly a lot of lightning and rain, but I feel like so far, the real intense winds have been pretty isolated inside of this very large line that runs from Saginaw to the west side of Chicago right now.
Okay, that little area is on the other side of the radar now.
It's coming out the other side.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if that's tight rotation. That might just be kind of like because of the proximity to the radar. I don't know.
Just because it's going right over it.
Yeah, it just kind of looked interesting there for a second.
The other thing to note too is quite a few flash flood warnings. Oh, we have a tornado warning for Kent County now.
There you go.
There
They
it
did
is.
issue that tornado warning. Let's go ahead and switch over to
Oh,
Velocity
talk.
here. That's until 11:45. We have a tornado warning for southeastern Kent County.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were seeing. And look at the wind now jumping off. So that's right along I-96.
Is this what I'm you talking?
Yep.
Yeah,
Right
right
along
along I-96, just to the south of I-96. Looks like it's moved right over the airport.
Yeah, near M6 and 96.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you're in the area of the Gerald Ford Airport, we do have a tornado warning now. That's where that storm is located over. And this is going to be moving off to the east. This is going to be moving to the
Yeah.
east at about southeast at 25 miles per hour. So
Hey, Jesse, as soon as we can get on. Okay.
Radar indicated gust that I just pinged was like 70.
Hello, weather 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mic check, Colin?
mic check 1, 2, 3.
Hey,
Mic check, count check.
Oh, you don't have a microphone.
You guys, max 1 or max 2?
Max 2.
Max 2. There.
This doesn't show how you. This isn't. Yeah, this is M6. Right?
Mhm.
This cuts up here.
Yeah.
So that's what he was seeing, was that right as it got over the bubble,
Yeah.
30 seconds.
All right.
Open is next. Next is next 2.
Hello, everyone. News Channel 3 Chief Meteorologist Keith Thompson here with a very important note. A tornado warning is now in effect for a portion of Kent County. You see what we have here, the red polygon. This is going to be from Caledonia northward to Cascade and then eastward. This is notably right now just to the east of the Ford Airport, just to the east of the Ford Airport. So this is going to be in the neighborhood of M6 and I-96, where those two come together. This is what we're talking about here, where there is some indication of rotation with some strong wind. This just issued by the National Weather Service here. This tornado warning goes until 11:15. This is until 11:15. So here are the latest details here from the National Weather Service here. This is radar indicated here. Tornado warning for southeastern Kent County. That goes until 11:15. 15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado lake located over the Ford International Airport, and it's moving to the east at 40. So this is going to be running right along and south of I-96 for a little while. So M6 and I-196, where they come together, this is going to be running to the east of that. So Colin is putting a tracker on this right now, and so that is going to be moving off to the east pretty rapidly here. And as it does, we're going to be seeing it moving right along the interstate. It could be right there at the interstate. And as it races off to the east, it's going to be moving, for example, into Odessa and then Sunfield as it continues to eventually make its way into Ionia County.
Yeah, and an update from the National Weather Service, an 80-mile-per-hour gust confirmed at the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. So this is producing some very strong winds. A tornado warning right now for southeastern Kent County. We also have a new tornado warning for southeastern Montcalm. So where we saw that rotation earlier, if you were watching Keith and I, Will as well, we're seeing some rotation building up once again. That's just to the south of M57, just to the south of Bushnell, moving towards Bloomer and North Plains.
Yeah.
Tornado warning right now.
Carson City.
Northern one has a debris ball a little bit.
So that's the one that's in Carson City. If you're in Carson City, you must be taking cover right now. Carson City, this is just warned. This is right along the Ionia and Montcalm County line. The Ionia and Montcalm County line. As Will just noted, there's a debris ball here, and that means that there is evidence of some debris being blown into the atmosphere. There it is.
That's a likely tornado on the ground.
That would be south of M57 and east of M66. So if you're south of M57, east of M66, in the southeasternmost part of Montcalm County, if you are west of Carson City, near the border with Gratiot County, you must be taking cover right now. If you're right along the border, or if you are, for example, in northern Ionia County, this is going to be north of Portland, north of Ionia, north of Lyons, then you need to be taking cover, as this is likely a tornado that's on the ground right now, and that's headed to the east, and it's headed to Carson City. It might move just to your south, but it's going to be right in the neighborhood of Carson City very soon as it makes its way toward the Montcalm Gratiot County line. And this is right actually where it also meets with Ionia County. So that's why we have this tornado warning there. That is one of two tornado warnings that we're tracking right now. The second one, of course, is now in southeastern Kent County. This is southeast of the airport. And this too looks like it says a pretty good wind with it. I think 80-mile-per-hour wind was noted at the GR Ford Airport just moments ago. This is moving to the south of I-96 near Lowell. So this is going to be south of Lowell here, right along M96. This is going to be moving right around M2 or M22, I should say. So if you're or M21. So if you're in that vicinity, you should be taking cover. If you are south of I-96 right now, east of the GR Ford Airport, you should be taking cover as you are under a tornado warning. That's what Colin right now is highlighting, that particular area. But also now a second warning just issued, and this for area right to the west of Carson City. And this looks impressive. And as Will has already noted here, a debris ball seems to be indicated here, running right along the Montcalm and county line there, right along there with Montcalm and Ionia County.
Yeah, so right now, this bright yellow, that could be some debris right now on, looks like Effenwick Road, just to the southwest, southeast of Bushnell right now. This is moving off to the east right now, so we're going to be watching this very closely. If you're between Bloomer and North Plains, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is continuing to move off to the east at about 40 miles per hour.
This is likely a tornado. This is Carson City. If you're in Carson City, you really need to be taking cover. If you're south of Carson City, right along that border there with Ionia County, Montcalm County, and Gratiot County, you really should be taking cover. Similar story here as it looks like it's really developing here south of I-96 in southeast Kent County, but we also have a tornado warning. So two tornado warnings working here. And the one that is right now in southeast Kent County is also looking pretty impressive. This is moving to the east of the GR Airport, GR Ford Airport, where there was a wind gust of 80 miles per hour that was measured at the airport by the National Weather Service. So very strong wind here. And then also there is the possibility of rotation here. So if you're in southeast Kent County, then you should be taking cover. This is going to be to the northeast of you there, Caledonia. Caledonia not likely in the line of fire here. But if you're in Clarksville, if you're around Lake Odessa in southern Ionia County, if you're in Ionia County or southeast Kent County south of I-96, you really should be taking cover. this is going to be near the Mid-Michigan Raceway Park here. That's the one that we're looking at near Carson City. So if that sounds familiar to you, the Mid-Michigan Raceway Park, which is in southernmost Montcalm County. We're talking about southeast Montcalm County, just to the south of Carson City, then you should be taking cover. And this looks very likely like it is a tornado that is on the ground. And perhaps that right now it is tossing things into the air, tossing some debris into the air.
Yeah, some really strong winds just showed up on velocity signature right now. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can't get an estimate of these winds right now. So winds over 70 miles an hour
right.
right now, southeastern.
So that's why if you are along, if you're in Carson City, if you're south of Carson City, along the Montcalm-Gratiot County line, if you are in the northeast part of Ionia County, you are in that tornado polygon. And so you should be taking cover. But this is notably right now headed right toward the border there. You can see where the counties all come together, where it's Gratiot County and Montcalm County, and then also Ionia County. Where these are all coming together is where this is running right now. So that is going to be running just to the south of M57. So if you're south of M57, you're east of M66. So if those sound familiar to you, so for example, if you are around South Mount Hope Road, if you're around East County Line Road or Fenwick Road, south of M57, east of M66, you must be taking cover. This is likely a tornado.
Yeah, right now, still seeing some very strong winds showing up. Let's go ahead and put our debris detector on once again here real quick, and we can actually see this brighter color just south of Bloomer. That could be indicating some debris right now that's flying in the air. They're going to extend this into northern Clinton and southern Gratiot County as well.
So that's when it moves across the border south of Carson City. That's when it's going to be moving into Clinton and Gratiot County. So if you're in those areas, you should be taking cover. This is moving pretty fast to the east. I can't remember what the speed was.
About 40
on
miles
this.
per
Okay.
hour. The latest tornado warning has it moving east at about 45 miles per hour.
That is quite a signature right now that is showing up on our velocity product. Just a reminder also, if you're in southeast Kent County, if you are near the border of Kent County and Ionia County, you should be taking cover here too, as there is a cell that is moving to the east.
This is in southeastern
Okay.
Montcalm County now. Radar estimating winds maybe as high as 100 miles per hour.
This is a very serious situation here. So south of Carson City, you must be taking cover. If you are just across the border in Clinton County, if you're across the border in Gratiot County, if you are in northeastern Ionia County around Hubbardston, you really must be taking cover. This is a very dangerous storm that is now racing off to the east, not only with winds that could be up to 100 miles per hour and radar indicated, but also with a debris ball that would indicate that there is debris that is being thrown up into the air, which of course is a pretty good sign that there is rotation that is making its way to ground level.
Yeah, and right now it looks like this tornado has been observed. So right now we do have an observed tornado on the ground just to the south of Bloomer.
Okay, so that is the one that you're seeing right now that is moving toward the county line there. So if you are south of M57, if you're near the county line with Montcalm County and Gratiot County, Clinton County and Ionia County, those are the four counties that are coming together there. If you're there, then you really have to be taking cover. Also, again, not to forget about the cell that is down now, the tornado warned cell that is now down in southeast Kent County, south of I-96. It looks like that might be weakening.
Yeah.
Looks
Yeah,
like
that's now
that's weakening.
weakening.
So we'll focus our attention more. If you are in southeast Kent County, east of Caledonia, near Freeport, if you're around Lake Odessa, if you're in Carlton, if you're near Woodland, north of Hastings, you probably should be taking some concern here to take cover with this cell.
They actually did extend the tornado warning though into northern Berry and southwestern Ionia County. We
Okay.
do have some radar indicated rotation. It does look to be weakening, I will say that. But we still have a little bit of rotation showing up on radar. This storm moving, it's right near Alto right now, moving about 40 miles per hour to the east.
So again, if you're in Clarksville, if you are just over the Kent County line in Ionia County, you should be taking cover right now. And if you are in northwestern Berry County, you should be taking cover right now, as that polygon has now been extended into your area there. So this is Woodland. You're included in that as well. So this would be running right to the south of Lake Odessa there, right in that vicinity here. Colin is putting a tracker on it. We're talking about it being in Odessa at 11:18, Sunfield at 11:30. and eventually into the Lansing suburbs of Grand Ledge and Potterville there, or the area of Potterville. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what kind of a characteristic it has then.
Yeah, right now, still though, the strongest winds, the strongest storm we're seeing right now is moving out of Montcalm County to the southeast of Bloomer. If you're to the south of M57, this is a very powerful storm. We do have a tornado warning there right now. Radar is estimating winds near 100 miles per hour just moments ago. I'm going to go ahead and see what radar is estimating now with this storm. Very strong winds, 90 plus mile per hour winds possible with this storm as it continues to move off to the east at about 40 or 45 miles per hour. So if you're to the southeast of Bloomer, if you're towards North Shade, Fulton, this storm is heading in your direction, and we do have a likely tornado on the ground right now.
Just south of Carson City, just north of Maple Rapids, right along the border there with Clinton County, Gratiot County. That's what we're looking at. If you're in that vicinity, you really must be taking cover, as this is a very dangerous storm and one of two tornado warned storms that we have right now. As this moves now out of southeastern Montcalm County, it is now moving right along the border there with Clinton and Gratiot County there. So Maple Rapids, you should be taking cover for sure. Carson City, it's just to your south, but close enough. You really should be taking cover, but you're just about out of the woods. But there looks like there's some strong rotation here. In the meantime, as we've just noted, the National Weather Service has extended that tornado warning that was for Southeast Kent County. A lot of Southeast Kent County is now out of it. Lowell, for example, not in it in Caledonia, but in Clarksville and Lake Odessa in Southwest Ionia County, you are in it. So Jordan Lake, for example, you need to be taking cover. If you're in Woodland, you need to be taking cover. This is going to be running just to the north of Hastings and just to the north of Nashville. So if that sounds familiar to you, you should be taking cover right now.
Yeah, still have that tornado warning right now. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation, Keith, to be honest with you, but still seeing a little bit of broad rotation right now. And we did have a confirmed wind gust of 80 miles per hour at the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. That's in Grand Rapids, just to the east of Grand Rapids. So this is that same storm that produced 80 mile per hour winds. We have that confirmed. That's now moving into northern Barry and also southern, southwestern Ionia County. So if you're inside this tornado warning right now, you need to get to your safe place. Right now, some broad rotation just to the east of, just moving over the Kent County and Ionia County line right now.
Yeah, that's going to be nearing Lake Odessa here as it continues to move off to the east. So this is going to be well south of I-96, well south of I-96. But if you're in Lake Odessa, if you're in Woodland, then you should be taking cover here with that particular cell. And in the meantime, that one that has now moved south of Carson City, that's now moving into right along the border there with Clinton County and Gratiot County. Some tremendously strong winds there. If you're in Perrington, if that sounds familiar to you, then you should be taking cover. If you're in Maple Rapids, and certainly north of Maple Rapids, you should be taking cover, as
Yeah,
that is a very strong storm.
All of Ionia County right now under severe thunderstorm warning, and we are seeing a little bit more broad rotation to the south of Ionia, just due south of Ionia right now,
Yep.
Along M66. We're seeing a little bit of broad rotation there. So something we'll keep an eye on. We may see a tornado warning issued by the National.
You know, these are cropping up right along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. And we've seen these before, by the way, where they will come up right along the leading edge of these thunderstorms as they move right through. And it looks like that's what's happening here. And in fact, if that one does continue to develop south of Ionia, that would be 1, 2, 3, right along that leading edge there from just east of Carson City to southeast of Ionia. That would be approaching the interstate, by the way, just to the northwest of Portland, approaching I-96. And then, of course, the third one that is now moving out of southeast Kent County and moving into northern Barry County.
We are starting to see some reports of some power outages, about 7,300 without power. So this isn't a widespread thing, but where we're seeing those isolated instances of some very strong winds, starting to see some power outages as well. So right now we're monitoring this tornado warning. It's moving out of Kent County, moving into southern, southwestern Ionia County and extreme northern Barry County. Right now, if you're along M50, right around that Ionia-Kent County line, that's where we could be seeing some strong winds, potentially a tornado. I'm going to go ahead and pause this, seeing some stronger velocity signatures showing up, indicating the potential for some stronger winds right now, right on that Kent County and Barry County line. This is moving off to the east and the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. So if you're in Lake Odessa area along M50, Freeport, this is moving in your direction. You need to get in your safe place right now.
Yeah, headed, this will be north of Hastings, but this is going to be moving between Hastings and Woodland right over Carlton. If you're in that vicinity, then you certainly should be taking cover. Again, this is all on that leading edge of thunderstorms that is just now blowing right through Kent County, blowing into Ionia County, blowing into northern Berry County as well, and then now making its way off to the east as well of Carson City, as that's now going into Clinton and Gratiot County near Maple Rapids, where there's a tornado warning there. But our eyes right now are focused, of course, on this tornado warning that goes into northern Berry County and covers the southwest quadrant of Ionia County.
Yeah, certainly a strong storm, whether this is producing a tornado or not. So we want to be prepared for some strong wind, potentially some hail as well. Still watching that really strong storm moving into Gratiot and Clinton County right now as well. So that moving out of our coverage area, but still, if you're in that area watching us right now, you need to be taking shelter. If you are in the Fulton area, a large dangerous storm
Oh, wow.
moving in that direction, but still tracking some broad rotation right now. This is moving into that kind of triple point where we have Kent County meeting Ionia and Berry County. So if you're in that area, if you're along M50 right now in southern Ionia County, this is heading in your direction. Could be dealing with some strong winds here very shortly.
Yeah, so that storm that, by the way, that continues to move into southern Gratiot County, that is a very powerful storm. So if you are near Maple Rapids, if you're near Newark, then you should be taking cover. This is going south of Ithaca as it makes its way to the north of Lansing. It's really moving out of our viewing area right now, but it is definitely a storm that is noteworthy. So if you happen to know anybody in that area, you might want to give them a call. This is a very strong storm. But again, we're watching another tornado warned storm that is now moving near Lake Odessa, moving into northeastern Berry County. It's in southwest Ionia County. That warning does still cover the southeasternmost part of Kent County as well.
Yeah, seeing some very broad rotation right now, just to the north of Freeport. So if you're in the Freeport area, we do have that tornado warning right now for Berry and Ionia County. It's in effect until 11:30. So we're going to watch this leading edge of this line of storms. And the main threat here is going to be some 60-mile-per-hour winds or stronger. Could be dealing with some hail. But we're also seeing these instances where we get these really quick spin-up tornadoes, or at least some rotation that's showing up on radar that could be producing a tornado. So we're going to be watching this leading edge of storms right now. It stretches all the way from south of Saginaw, all the way, or the Saginaw area really, over Lake Michigan into Chicago. So this is all moving off to the south and the east. So areas of Allegan County going to start seeing some heavy rains, lightning here pretty soon as well.
Yeah, I think Van Buren, Allegan counties, this line is looking pretty impressive as far as wind is concerned. And I have a feeling we'll see a warning any minute.
Well, they
if
did
that-
issue a warning
okay.
until
There you
12:15
go.
for Allegan and northern Van Buren County. We could see winds as high as 60 miles per hour. Allegan and Van Buren County, severe thunderstorm warning until 12:15 in the morning, with this line that moves through, producing some pretty strong winds and a lot of lightning. But right now, the only active tornado warning, they are going to go ahead and expire in Kent County. So now we're really focused on southwestern Ionia County and extreme northern Berry County, seeing some broad rotation there. Could be dealing with a potential tornado. Either way, some strong winds and also potentially some hail. But this is going to be moving over M50, right along M50 in southwestern Ionia County.
Yeah, and I don't know if you mentioned this, but that Allegan and Van Buren County severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:15. So that goes until 12:15. It's radar indicated for wind gusting up to 60 miles per hour. So 60-mile-per-hour gusts are possible with this line of thunderstorms that's now moving into Allegan County and will eventually make its way into Van Buren County. As Colin mentioned, by the way, we do still have that tornado warning for southwest Ionia County that stretches from I-96 southward into northeast Berry County. It does include the Lake Odessa area. So keep that in mind. If you're in that area, you need to be taking cover. That's part of a severe thunderstorm warning that covers all of Ionia County there. But again, a new warning out for thunderstorm warning for Allegan County, also much of Van Buren County. You see where that does cut down right to around Paw Paw and Lawton. Almena is included in that, as well as Bangor and South Haven included in that. Of course, Allegan in that, Ganges, Douglas, Watson, Plainwell, Hopkins, Wayland, and Orangeville, all just a part of that severe thunderstorm warning that is not only covering Allegan County west of US 131, but it stretches to the east as well. Dora, you're in that too.
Yeah, so we are still tracking this tornado warning in southwestern Iona County, northern Berry County. We are seeing some more tornado warnings popping up just kind of the east of our viewing area, just to the north of Lansing and Gratiot County. So if you're in that area right now, you want to be taking shelter inside these new tornado warnings, including St. John's, Ashley, that's up in Clinton County. So something that we are going to be keeping an eye on. But right now, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Allegan and northern, really northeastern Van Buren County, a good chunk of that. We could see winds as high as 60, maybe even 65 miles per hour as this line continues to move off to the south and the east. Right now, it's moving southeast at about 55 miles per hour. So this storm is kind of chugging along here through Allegan County, and this is going to eventually impact portions of Van Buren County as well, producing some heavy rain, lots of lightning. Let's go ahead and kind of give you a sense of when you will be impacted by this storm. I'm going to put a little tracker down here. It's moving off to the east southeast at about 50 miles per hour. What did I say? 55 miles per hour here. So this is kind of aimed towards Kalamazoo as well. And let's go ahead and see. So Saugatuck at around 11:16, South Haven 11:24, Allegan at 11:37, and that would continue moving off to the south and the east. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater possible with this storm. We also are tracking that tornado warning right now for Ionia, southwestern Ionia, and extreme northern Berry County. I'm not seeing any strong rotation on velocity right now, but certainly some broad rotation right now.
We'll definitely have to keep an eye. This is the view in South Haven right now, looking live in South Haven. As you can see plenty of lightning there. As this view here is looking out toward the big lake here, right down the channel, I believe. And so that's what you're seeing there in the distance. And one reason we're going to have to keep an eye on this leading edge, you see the vivid lightning there. This has been just one big lightning show all the way through. But we're going to have to be on guard for any potential spin ups, as we've seen in some other places, where we'll see all of a sudden, areas along this leading edge of thunderstorms really get intense. That's what is happening right now in Clinton County and Gratiot County. That is what's happening right now as it moves just out of Ionia County. If you were to be northeast of Portland, for example, it looks like there's another little area that's firing up. That's the storm that's headed towards St. John's. So we're going to have to keep an eye out. We still have the warning there in southwestern Ionia County and northeasternmost Berry County, so around Lake Odessa, that is still warned. And I do believe that this, we could see more of these spinning up along the leading edge of these thunderstorms that right now is producing the severe thunderstorm warning in Allegan County and Van Buren County. As Colin has noted, that goes until 12:15 for radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, so right now I'm going to go ahead and pause this and kind of try to get a sense of some of these winds that are going on in Allegan County right now. This is going to be just estimated by radar. Let's see if we can't get a few measurements. Right now, it's hard to say, but a 59-mile-per-hour gust right now, just to the north of South Haven. That's what radar is estimating. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm. It could be producing some pretty strong winds. Looks like South Haven right now might be getting in on some action. I'll go ahead and pull that up in just a second here, but some strong winds with this severe thunderstorm warning, straight line damaging winds right now in portions of Allegan County and moving into Van Buren County as well.
So again, as we look along this line, we do have that tornado warning that continues until 11:30. So it has another about 11 minutes to go there for the Lake Odessa area. We're talking about southwest Ionia County. This is primarily along and south of I-96. This will be west of you there in Portland. And then that stretches down into northeast Berry County to the north of Hastings. This is near Sunfield, as this continues to move off to the southeast. And we haven't seen anything flaring up along that part of the thunderstorm, the line of thunderstorms. But just off to our northeast now, north of Lansing, north of St. John's, it is very active there with some powerful winds. It's out of our viewing area, and so we're not going to continue to follow it, but it is something that we're going to keep aware of because it is happening along the same line of storms that right now is pushing down into Berry County. It's now pushing into Allegan County. It's approaching you there in Allegan. As Colin had mentioned and highlighted here, winds likely 60, maybe 60 plus with this. And as we work our way along that line, we have seen wind gusts in excess of 70 and really over toward Gratiot County, even perhaps even close to 100-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, so some strong storms right now. They stretch all the way from Saginaw down into portions of Berry County, southern Kent County, moving into Allegan County right now. I'm tracking this bow that you'll see here. Notice this bowing shape from Holland down towards South Haven. So sometimes we can see some strong winds as that storm kind of pushes into the area. And I was tracking velocity here. I'll go ahead and throw velocity up and show you what I'm talking about. So if we pause this, and we show the wind speeds that are estimated right now just ahead of this line of storms in the South Haven area. All right, so radar is estimating that we could see some winds as high as 60 to 65 miles per hour. So 67-mile-per-hour gusts right around South Haven is what radar is estimating. Let's see the latest here, 63 miles per hour. So certainly some damaging wind gusts possible as this storm continues to move from over Lake Michigan into portions of Allegan and Van Buren County. So we're going to continue to watch this. We do still have our tornado warning. That's for northwestern or southwestern Ionia County rather, and northern Berry County.
You know, as Will had pointed out here, just pointed out to me here, one thing that we're going to be on the lookout for is along this line is the interaction of, say, some outflow boundaries with some of that bowing that's going on as well. And so those boundaries, of course, oftentimes are the genesis areas, if you will, of these spin-ups. And so that's what makes this line, as it continues to race off to the south and east, so dangerous here. Even though right now we say just winds of 60 miles per hour, which are very strong. But we have seen along this line here in southeast Kent County and in Ionia County and in Montcalm County over into Gratiot County, this is where we saw the genesis for those tornadoes. For example, the one that moved out of out of Montcalm County into Gratiot County there with a debris ball.
Yeah, so right now we still have the active tornado warning in southwestern Ionia County, but they now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for all of southern Ionia County. So this is a sign that we're seeing less rotation and more straight line damaging winds. So we could still see some 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm as it continues to move just to the south of I-96, but all of southern Ionia County now under severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45 for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible.
We now hear that the power outage map is updated and now 7,700 people are without power. So we're starting to see the sporadic power outages popping up here on the Consumers Energy map. This is probably going to continue to grow here as this continues to work its way off to the south. But right now, latest report, 7,700 without power. And again, just a reminder, we are on the air right now because we do have an active tornado warning right now in southwest Ionia County into northeast Berry County. It does include Lake Odessa. It says north of Hastings, but that's why we're on the air right now. In addition, we have severe thunderstorm warning covering much of Allegan County, a good portion of Van Buren County, including Paw Paw and Almena and Bangor and South Haven. And then also a good portion of southern Ionia County. This now goes from right around Ionia south all the way down to the line with Berry County, with Eaton County, but that does include you in Portland and also in Lake Odessa.
Yeah, so right now, I think that this line of storms is moving onshore from, over Lake Michigan into Allegan County right now. So Saugatuck probably getting in on some of that real heavy rain. Also some gusty winds possible. I was tracking the winds there earlier, and it looks like we could be seeing some 60-plus-mile-per-hour winds given the severe thunderstorm warning right now. You can see these bright blues showing up. That's that inflow coming into the storm. So some really strong winds kind of getting sucked into the storm, and that's allowing this storm to strengthen, right? So let's go ahead and kind of look at our latest winds here. If we put our velocity signature on and kind of track some of these winds, let's see what radar is estimating. 69 miles per hour in and around the South Haven area. So some really strong winds possibly with this storm. Of course, radar is kind of shooting up into the atmosphere, but it doesn't take much with the ingredients we have in the atmosphere today to bring these winds down to the surface. So certainly some damaging winds possible in portions of Allegan, southern Allegan, and also in Van Buren counties right now, where that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 12:15 in the morning.
Yeah, also, we're going to continue to watch along this line, for example, for any kind of little notches to be showing up. This is a live look right now at Allegan. This is a live look at Allegan. And as you can see, some lightning there in the distance, this is looking to the north. Okay, so this is looking to the north. So this would be looking right into those storms that are now moving into Allegan. So you're going to see that lightning there. This is going to be moving right into the downtown area as this is our Griswold Auditorium camera looking right over the downtown area to the north. You know, normally we're looking off to the east southeast here over the Iron Bridge, but now we've turned our camera to the north here looking out of Allegan, which by the way is under a severe thunderstorm warning. That warning, by the way, for you there in Allegan is going until 12:15. That goes until 12:15 for radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's right along that line that is now moving toward Watson, right there near Martin, right along M222 to US 131 in Orangeville. Orangeville, you're just on the outside of that severe thunderstorm warning, but Bloomingdale, you're right in the middle of it there in Van Buren County, as well as Bangor, Almena, and Paw Paw.
Yeah, so right now, this is moving over I-196 rather. If you're along M89 to the southeast of Saugatuck, this is that's going to be getting some really strong winds as this storm continues to move off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So we'll notice this bowing occurring with this storm right now. That's indicating some strong straight line damaging winds as it moves over I-196 and into portions of Allegan County. So this is going to be moving along M89 and eventually impacting areas around M40, moving into the Allegan area. South Haven as well, you're under severe thunderstorm warning. And let's go ahead and switch over to winds here. We can kind of get a look at how strong these winds are. So the brighter the color, the stronger the winds. And you'll notice some pretty bright blues showing up right now in the South Haven area.
You know, also that tornado warning for southeast or southwest Ionia County and northeasternmost Berry County has 4 minutes left. So it'll be interesting to see what is done with that. It right now is just to the south, really, of the Berry and Ionia County line. It looks like where there's the strongest wind. So Woodland, this is headed in your direction there. Also, just to the south of Lake Odessa, this is all going to be south of I-96. South of I-96, this is going to be moving towards Sunfield there in northwest Eaton County, north of Vermontville. But if you're in Vermontville, if you're in Nashville there, right along the Berry-Eaton County line, I think you should be thinking about taking cover as this cell continues to move off to the east. However, it only has 2.5 minutes left before the tornado warning there expires. This would be the last of the tornado warnings in our area. There are several other tornado warnings right now that are north of Lansing, but they're out of our viewing area. But that looks like where that storm has certainly intensified. In the meantime, of course, we are tracking the severe thunderstorm warning that covers most of Allegan County, although the thrust of this is going to be around Allegan and Watson there, excuse me, along M222 and going south into Plainwell, and then also right along in Almena Township and also in Bangor and Paw Paw in Van Buren County.
Yeah, so they're going to go ahead and expire the tornado warning, it looks like, in southeastern
Okay.
or southwestern Ionia County, rather. That will be replaced by that severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for all of southern Ionia County. So not seeing any rotation there anymore, which is some good news, but certainly still seeing some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm as it moves through southern Ionia County. Also, we're tracking this severe thunderstorm warning right now in Allegan and western or northern Van Buren rather, so that we could see some 60-mile-per-hour winds there as this line of storms continues to track into that area. We'll notice a lot of lightning with this storm as well, so be prepared for a light show as this storm continues to move off to the east. It looks like it's moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. This will continue to impact portions of Allegan and northern Van Buren counties. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 12:15 in the morning. It's moving east right now at about 55 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and once again put velocity signature on here and kind of give you a sense of how strong the winds could be right now in portions of Allegan and Van Buren counties. We're seeing wind speeds estimated by radar around 70 miles per hour. So severe thunderstorm warning right now for portions of Allegan and Van Buren counties. We, of course, do still have that tornado watch until 4 o'clock in the morning for all of West Michigan. We'll continue to watch that as this line continues to move off to the south and the east. We are seeing little kinks of rotation that appear in this line of thunderstorms. So those could kind of quickly make a spin up tornado. So we'll keep an eye on that. But once again, the main threat with this line of storms as it moves through West Michigan is going to be straight line damaging winds, but we're not going to rule out a tornado and we're not going to rule out some hail as well.
Good reminder, we do have that tornado watch that goes until 4 o'clock. And so that's something to keep in mind there. And we are going to continue monitoring this line here, though. But now that that last severe or the last tornado warning has been allowed to expire or has been canceled early, I think it was allowed to expire. So we're going to stay on the air for just a couple of more minutes just to keep you apprised of what's going on. This is the latest tornado watch. We're going to be on until for 2 more minutes. Also, the latest on the power outage here. We will stay on Facebook and YouTube coverage, by the way. 9,900, I believe, is the number now. So we're just shy of 9,500. So 9,500 without power right now from Consumers Energy. As these storms continue to roll through, that number, of course, likely to go up some, but right now it's at 9,500. You can see that map. The Consumers Energy map is the power outage map is on the right, in the right box, and in the left box is where we have live Doppler radar that's tracking these storms that, by the way, do have some gusty winds, some strong winds. I believe Colin was talking about 60 plus mile per hour winds noted on our velocity product here. And so just a reminder, in Allegan County and in much of Van Buren County here, this is where we're looking at that severe thunderstorm warning that will go until 12:15. So we've got about a minute on our coverage here. We're going to go off the air and return you to CBS as we no longer have an active tornado warning. So here's what we're going to do. If a tornado warning is issued, we will be right back here on the air to let you know. In the meantime, as you see that lightning there, this is looking north from Allegan, from our Allegan, our Griswold auditorium camera. In the meantime, we will be live to continue our coverage here on our YouTube page and on our Facebook page. And so we will continue tracking the storms there. We will be going with CBS programming, which will be Stephen Colbert. But again, we do want to let you know, if a tornado warning is issued in association with these storms, we will be on the air to let you know. So you can stay with us on our YouTube page and on our Facebook page.
Good job.
Good job. Thanks for being here, man. Good job.
Yeah,
We're
good
still
job,
on here,
guys.
right?
Yeah, we are.
Yes. Yeah, still seeing some near 70 mile per hour winds estimated on velocity moving right now through portions of northwestern Van Buren and also southern Allegan counties.
Do you see this? Is this concerning to you along the line?
Not right now. I'm not seeing signs of rotation, but certainly could see
Just like
rotation where that kind of.
how there's a little notch or something that starts to develop.
Well, that to me looks like it's 2 separate storms.
Right.
So there's that gap in the storm. So I think you're just seeing, the outflow boundary of one hitting the outflow boundary.
Oh, I see what you. Yeah, no, I do. Yeah, I see what you.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning. That's why I passed the note to Keith.
Yeah,
Like,
thanks.
there's outflow surging south from these storms. So I was kind of just keeping my eye where this bow kind of interacts with that outflow. Sometimes you can get weird little just boundary interaction.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely the area Colin's been honing in on is most concerning right now. I would say
Because of the wind, right?
yeah, it's like that bowing. I mean, it has that kind of classic on just reflectivity. There's that little bit of a bow kind of moving right towards, I would say, Allegan, eventually towards Otsego Plainwell. A lot of folks on the live feed, gentlemen, have been just asking, timing for maybe Kalamazoo or for Battle Creek. These storms are moving at about 50 to 55 miles per hour to the east. So within the hour, we're likely to see that line go through Kalamazoo. The orientation of this line of storms is farther south, has a little bit more of a north-south orientation from like Holland down towards South Haven. So probably within the hour for places like Delton or places like Hastings. And then eventually, I would say a little after midnight in Kalamazoo, maybe closer to like, I don't know, 12:15, 12:30.
Yeah, moving off to the southeast at about 55. So I'll go ahead and put a tracker here. Kind of give you an idea of when we could see these storms moving into your area. So right now, let's go ahead and put a tracker on these storms right now, moving from about northern Allegan County down into Van Buren County, moving off to the south and the east at about 55 miles per hour. So that would be Allegan here very shortly, Seago around 11:45, Cooper just before midnight, Kalamazoo right around midnight, Portage just after midnight, Battle Creek, if this holds its strength, which it looks like it's probably going to do, around 12:15 in the morning.
National Weather Service chat, an emergency manager, I believe, from up in Montcalm I saw was reporting some tree damage already from that radar observed tornado.
That was impressive stuff up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ingham County looks like some really bad damage as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's now moving over to the Saginaw area. That's,
Yeah, the tree damage from the Montcalm, or I guess it's a Skywarn person, was saying from Sheridan through Carson, which is exactly where we were tracking that.
yeah. I know there's a hospital in Carson City.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. It'll be curious to see if Carson City, I mean, it was the debris signature was very clear just before Carson City. It started to lose it a little bit near Carson City, but it was still there.
So we're continuing, by the way, with what Colin is showing you here with this warned storm in Allegan County and also Van Buren County. Those are some pretty strong winds there. I wonder what. Do we have Allegan? Go ahead.
Do you need water or anything?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
That was all I was doing, Colin, by the way. I was making sure you had water in there in case you needed it.
I thought when you were shaking that, I was like, I think that's Colin's, but okay.
Yeah. Do you need any, by the way? Colin, are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, seeing some more reports of some lofted debris near Fowler. So that's out of our coverage area, but where those tornado warnings were, certainly potentially tornado either way, some very destructive winds. It looks like they just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Allegan and portions of Van Buren County as well.
They still have an expiration time of what, 11:15, right?
The 12:15 is the expiration time for
12:15,
Van
sorry.
Buren and Allegan.
12:15, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah, they did. Here it is.
moving east at about 55 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gust possible
Yeah.
with this storm.
They're saying expect damage to roofs, siding and trees. We got Allegan, South Haven, Otsego, Plainwell, Lawton.
Hey, keep an eye on that boundary. I'm seeing exactly what I mean, it's early, but see this? That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
See that? That's where you can start to see some rotation start to tighten up
Yeah,
right on that interaction.
yeah.
I mean, it's not jumping off the page, but that's like kind of what I would say is sometimes the early sign of like a little storm trying to get its act together. So yeah, if you're in Allegan right now, be very much on guard. What we're looking at is regardless, strong wind that's going to blow through south of Allegan, especially. But what we're monitoring is possibly some early signs of rotation, entering into the far western side of Allegan right now. It's not necessarily enough where they're going to issue a tornado warning just yet, but if this continued to strengthen or tighten,
Yeah, I see.
then we certainly could see one. So just kind of be ready to go. If you're in Allegan, if you're out towards Martin area, Otsego, Plainwell as well.
Yeah.
You still have, if you're on Otsego, Plainwell, a little bit of time, but definitely exactly what I was kind of watching for is starting. Yeah, exactly.
Also in Berry and Eaton County, they just got added to a severe thunderstorm warning, so we could see some 60 mile per hour winds there. That warning in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're seeing some strong winds just to the north of Hastings. If you're in that area, it could be dealing with some strong winds right now along M43 near Carlton.
There's the tornado warning,
Okay.
Allegan.
All right. So did you hear that, Jesse?
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay.
So we now have a tornado warning
Jim
for southern Allegan County
turn
right
my mic
now. If you are south of Allegan along M40,
Oh, I am. Okay.
this is where this storm is heading to. I'm going to go ahead and switch our storm relative velocity on.
Give me the south stand up, Jim.
Yeah, I would say if you're in Allegan, to be safe, just get to your tornado safe place. Especially south side of Allegan, like Colin was just mentioning, This is tracking for Otsego and Plainwell as well.
I'm ready to go. Yeah, all right, here we go. All right. Oh, we're on two still, right? Next two.
Yeah, max 2.
Well, we're back on the air now with a new tornado warning. And this is a new tornado warning from the National Weather Service. And this covers the southern part, southeastern part of Allegan County, a tornado warning. Again, this is for the Allegan County area. We're talking about some of the communities here. If you need to take cover, if you're in this particular area here, Plainwell, Martin, Otsego, Cheshire Township, you're involved in this as well, as this cell is moving off to the east, I believe it is. You got a
Yes,
read
east
on
at
that?
35 miles per hour.
East of
So
35.
moving kind of towards the Otsego area, that would be moving in your direction in the next 15 minutes or so. And then eventually moving off to the east towards Plainwell.
So this is going to be heading over M40, for example, which is running south from Allegan down to Paw Paw and Bloomingdale, or Gobles, I should say. So if you're in that area, this would also be running along and south of M89. So M89 all the way from Allegan to Otsego. If you're in that area, you should be taking cover right now. And as mentioned by the National Weather Service, this will affect the Plainwell area too. So this is moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. Noting some rotation here. This is radar indicated right now. You see what Colin is highlighting there. Notice this is just to the southwest of Allegan proper, but this is going to be moving over M40. Near Merson, near Trowbridge Township. This is going to be moving right over M40, which is just south of Allegan, which would put it south of M89. And then as it continues to move to the east, it's going to be headed your way there in Otsego and Plainwell. So those are communities where you definitely need to be in your shelter right now. If you're around Merson Township, if you're around Trowbridge Township, if you're in Allegan, certainly on the south side of Allegan, if you're south of M89, all the way past the Links Golf Course there, and then all the way down into Otsego and Plainwell and US 131. You should be taking cover, as this is going to be moving right through southern Allegan County. Colin's putting a tracker on it here, and you can see Trowbridge Township coming up in just a few minutes. Otsego coming up by the time we get to about midnight or so, as it continues to move to the east. So if you're in the south side of Allegan, if you're in Trowbridge Township, if you're in Merson Township, if you are south of, along or south of M89, between Allegan and Otsego, you should be taking cover immediately, as this storm is moving off to the east. And so it's going to be running in the southern part of Allegan County. And that's why the National Weather Service is out with a tornado warning.
Yeah, Trowbridge, this is heading right in your direction the next 5 minutes. Otsego, just before midnight. Plainwell, Gun Lake, just shortly after midnight. Seeing some broad rotation right now, just to the south of Allegan. If we go ahead and zoom in here, you'll notice that we have this green and red coming together. That's showing a little bit of rotation, right? Winds going towards radar, winds going away from radar. And right now it's about to cross M40 just south of Allegan. So if you're in that area, we have some broad rotation. Either way, some very strong winds ongoing right now with the storm, whether or not it's producing a tornado or not. I'll go ahead and switch over to velocity here and give you a sense of how strong these winds are right now that are moving into the areas just south of Allegan. If we go ahead and put this query on, we'll notice wind speeds around 60 to 70 miles per hour right along M40 south of Allegan.
Yeah, so if you're in that vicinity, again, we'll name off some communities here. We're talking about Allegan, right down M89, all the way down M89 to Otsego. You should be taking cover if you're along and south of the highway for sure. If you are around Cheshire Town or Cheshire Golf Course there, you should be taking cover if you're in that vicinity there. This is going to be moving near the Links Golf Course there between Otsego and also Allegan there. So you need to take cover if you're in that particular area as well. This is going to be running right up on 26th Street there. So 26, which of course is right out of Allegan, right on M89, the intersection there at 26th Street. You need to be taking cover if you're in that vicinity there as this storm is moving off to the east. It's going to be running right down the Kalamazoo River, actually, right down the Kalamazoo River. So if that sounds familiar to you, then you should be taking cover. And we're extending this when we're not. The National Weather Service is extending this all the way into Otsego and Plainwell, moving at about 35 miles per hour. And so if you're in Otsego or Plainwell, you need to be getting to your shelter right now. And if you're west of those areas along the Kalamazoo River, like we had mentioned, the Lynx Golf Course, if you're along and east of M40, running south of Allegan, you really should be taking cover immediately.
Yeah, right now I'm going to go ahead and put another tracker on this. Looks to be moving over M40. This is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So if we overlay this tracker here, you'll notice Otsego just before midnight. Here within the next 10 minutes, this rotating storm will be in your area. Whether or not this is producing a tornado, some very strong winds. So if you're inside the polygon, get into your safe place now. This is southeastern Allegan County, Plainwell. You're looking at this storm moving into your area just around midnight, just before midnight, gunplane just around midnight as well. And this storm will continue moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour.
And you know, this is yet another area of rotation that developed along that leading edge of those thunderstorms. This would be really the fourth, if I'm not mistaken, the fourth sort of notch, if you will, or spin up, whatever you want to call it, that has formed along this line. And you know, that is something that is characteristic of some of the tornadoes that we have had here. They're EF zeros, EF ones. They are typically not long in duration, but they're typically on the weaker side, but they are capable of doing some damage. And we have seen these a number of times in a situation that you would normally think is a straight line wind situation. But as Will had pointed out, when you get these boundaries interacting with each other, that's where you can get some rotation going, and it doesn't take much to spin one of these up. And that looks like that's what's happening right now. Moving along and east of M40, this is south of M89, but if you're along or south of M89, this looks to be running south of M222, by the way. So if you're along M222, you're probably okay. But if you still need to be getting in your shelter, by the way, because Watson and Martin, you're included in this tornado warning. But especially now at Otsego and Plainwell, we're talking moving right down the Kalamazoo River. If you're familiar with that stretch of M89 between Otsego and Allegan, it runs right along the river for much of that spot. This is going to be moving right over Timber Ridge, for example, the ski hill there. So that's going to be moving right in that vicinity. So if that sounds familiar to you, so then you need to be taking cover.
Yeah, so there's rotation.
By the way, not Timber Ridge, Bittersweet.
Bittersweet. Yeah. This rotation right around M89, and it's going to follow M89 pretty much towards Otsego. So if you're anywhere along that stretch, in the matter of minutes, you're going to be seeing this rotating storm heading towards your area. Potentially a little better sign of some rotation here with the latest scan at 1147. So this is something we're going to watch closely as it moves off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and zoom out here and give you another idea of when this could impact your communities. Give me a second to zoom out. It's moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour, still seeing some pretty good rotation just to the south of M89 there. So let's go ahead and draw this out. And we're looking at Otsego around 11:56, Plainwell right around midnight, Gunplane just a little after midnight. So this is only the matter of minutes before this storm that's capable of producing a tornado moving in your area. So you need to take shelter right now if you're anywhere in southeastern Allegan County.
Yeah, and you need to definitely pay attention as well if you're in northeast Van Buren County, Bloomingdale, and Pine Grove Township, also Alamo Township. You need to be paying attention here because we're going to keep an eye on this as well. If it continues moving to the east, it's taking more aim at Otsego and Plainwell, right along M89. But Watson and Martin, you're right on the northern fringe. Alamo and Pine Grove, you're right on the southern fringe there, as well as moving right into northern Kalamazoo County there, moving right up into the Plainwell area. So that would be running right up and down 14th Street, right around D Avenue. So you need to be taking certainly precautions if you're in those areas as well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of give you a sense of the wind speeds we're dealing with here. In southern Allegan County, getting some estimated winds around 65 miles per hour. Also seeing some stronger winds right now in portions of Van Buren County, 58 miles per hour is what's being estimated by radar. So these are all winds that are strong enough to do damage, bring tree limbs down, bring trees down. So just something to keep in mind. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning right now for a good chunk of Van Buren County. we could see winds as high as 60 miles per hour, straight line damaging winds. And also we have that tornado warning for southeastern Allegan County. That's where we're seeing the strongest winds along this line of storms. And right now, the strongest winds, at least showing up by radar, is just around I-89, just to the west of Otsego. So if you're in Otsego, safe place right now. We have some strong winds, a rotating storm that's moving into that area, and eventually it's going to continue to move up towards 131 near Plainwell.
Yeah, this is going to be right along the river there, right along the Kalamazoo River, just to the south of M89. And this looks to me to be tightening up just a little bit. So in Otsego, you definitely need to be in your safe place right now. Otsego should be in your safe place. Plainwell, you should be getting in your safe place as well. As this continues to move off to the east, it looks like it may be strengthening.
Yeah, seeing some brighter winds or some brighter colors, which indicate some stronger winds, and also a tighter circulation, a tighter couplet, right? So we're seeing those rotating winds. So when you see these bright greens, these bright reds close together, that indicates a rotating storm that could be producing a tornado. So right now, those rotating winds are just south of M89. So if you're along M89, in between Otsego and Allegan, that's where that storm is located right now, but it's moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. So Otsego, you're under the gun in just a matter of minutes, and this will be heading towards Plainwell and also US 131 here over the next 10 minutes or so.
This on its path right now would eventually take it, for example, right over the high school, right over Otsego High School, as that is right now just to the south, of course, of M89, just to the west of town.
All right, so getting a report from the Allegan County Central Dispatch of a tornado that has touched down at 106th Avenue and 28th Street. So now we have confirmation of a tornado in southeastern Allegan County on the ground. So you need to take action immediately. A confirmed tornado on the ground in southeastern Allegan County.
So this would be then moving again away from, we noted 26th Street a little bit earlier. This is going to be coming right along M89. So for example, if you are right around Bittersweet, if you're just to the east or north of Bittersweet, and then right down to Otsego there, you must be taking cover. If you're in the neighborhood of downtown Otsego, if you're in the neighborhood of the high school, for example, you should be taking cover, as this is going to be moving right over you. And now we do have confirmation of a tornado on the ground from visual report.
Yeah, so right here is that rotation. This is heading right towards Otsego. These brighter reds, these brighter greens. This is going to be where we see that rotating storm that now we have confirmation that is producing a tornado. Otsego, you're under the gun. They just updated this tornado warning to show that there is a tornado right now on the ground in southeastern Allegan County. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning that has just come in for Kalamazoo County. A good portion of Kalamazoo County now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll also could see some rotation there. So we'll have to keep an eye on the potential for any quick spin up tornadoes.
Yeah, and we do want to also let you know that if you're in Alamo Township, if you're in Plainwell, certainly Plainwell, you should be taking cover. If you're in Alamo Township, you need to be keeping an eye on this. But if you're up 6th Street, for example, running up through Alamo Township and then running all the way up into Otsego, then you should be taking cover, especially if you're in Otsego right now. Around the high school, you should be taking cover. If you're in the downtown area, you should be taking cover. If you're running along M89 between Otsego and Plainwell, you should be taking cover. Plainwell, you should be taking cover right now, as this is going to be moving very close to Plainwell here very soon. A radar would indicate that right now it is right over Otsego, right in the neighborhood of Otsego. This, according to Allegan County Dispatch, there has been visual confirmation of a tornado here.
Don't go outside. Don't try and spot this.
No, do not.
Go to your safe place right now.
Remember, of course, unlike the last few bouts that we've had with funnels, we were able to see things in the light of day. You're not able to see anything right now. And so do not go outside here. Do not try to spot this. If you're on Otsego, you need to be in your basement or your safe place. Where is that? In the most interior room where you have the smallest walls or the smallest capacity there. For example, a closet. If you can get below ground, that's best. But where not to be, outside. Do not be near doors or windows that lead to the outside.
Yeah, so we have reports of some very strong winds at Otsego High School. So this storm obviously very strong as it moves right over Otsego. This is moving, right over Otsego right now. Gun plane will be there around midnight. So if you're anywhere close to 131 along M89, This storm is going to be to your location in a matter of minutes. Rotation looking pretty strong right now. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in here and get a better look at the latest scan that we're getting.
And just again, some of the landmarks here as we run down from Otsego to Plainwell, it's down that business corridor there along M89, where you have some of the businesses that you recognize like Walmart and Home Depot and Meijer. They're all there along that line going all the way up to US 131. So if you're in that vicinity, we already mentioned the high school. This is going to be moving right over downtown right now. So if you're around the paper plant there, the paper mill, which is right along the river, then you should be taking cover. If you're east of there all the way to Plainwell, you really must be taking cover because this has had visual confirmation and there is now some confirmation as well of these very strong winds as this storm continues to move to the east. Very dangerous situation here in southeastern Allegan County. We're talking about Otsego down M89 all the way to Plainwell. Eventually, not too long from now, this is going to be making its way toward the highway, toward US 131. This would be moving, for example, right over the US 131 drag strip.
Yeah, so right now I'm pulling up radar again. We're going to zoom in and get a sense of how strong these winds are right now. As soon as radar loads, we're going to go ahead and look at that. So I'm moving south into southeastern Allegan County. This is racing off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. I'm going to go ahead and overlay velocity, and that's going to give us kind of a sense of how strong these winds are that are about to move right over US 131. So we're getting now estimated winds of 95 miles per hour. So very strong winds with this storm. Had a tornado confirmed earlier near Otsego. So we're going to be watching this storm very closely. Tight rotation right now
This is
as it moves into the Plainwell area right over US 131.
This is going to be moving over US 131. This is going to be right at the Plainwell Airport. So this is going to be moving right over that. So it's going to be just to the north of M89, which is exit 49. It's going to be moving right there near the airport, which is right around, I believe that's mile marker 51. So that's going to be moving right in that vicinity. This is going to be south of Martin. So this is south of M222, but it is going to be running right along M89 there that goes, of course, from Lake Doster to Plainwell. So if you're in Lake Doster, you should be taking cover. If you're in Plainwell, you should be taking cover. If you're north of Plainwell, northeast of Plainwell, if you're near the airport or north of that, then you need to be taking cover here as well. And that's where we're starting to see some power outages as well. Near Cheshire Township, for example, also some power outages now just to the west of Plainwell. That would be over Otsego, and then running right up M89, which is also Lincoln Road. That's where we're seeing some of those power outages as well. So we're starting to see now evidence there of some of that wind that is obviously now taking out some power there. If you're in Plainwell, if you're north of Plainwell, and if you're east of US 131, you really must be taking cover right now.
Yeah, 106th Avenue between 131 and Gun Plain. This storm is hitting you pretty much right now. So on Gun Plain, you're going to be under the gun here very shortly if you are not already. This is going to continue moving off to the east. And we may see this tornado warning extended further east into portions of southern Berry County as well. So if you are in that area, be prepared. We do have a rotating storm. It certainly produced a tornado earlier near Otsego, and we'll continue to watch this as it moves off to the east, but seeing some even tighter rotation here as we continue to monitor this storm right now, just to the west of Gun Plain. This is moving into Gun Plain.
Yeah,
right.
This is going to be right over just to the north of Plainwell, maybe moving right over the downtown Plainwell area for sure, with some of these strong winds here. And again, that would be 106 there. That's that mile marker 51 I was telling you about. So if that sounds familiar to you, that's where the Plainwell Airport is, by the way. The Plainwell Airport is right there. So if you're in the vicinity of the Plainwell Airport to downtown Plainwell, and then out M89 toward Gun Plain Township, if you're in Lake Doster, then you should be taking cover right now. If you're along M89, I got to tell you, if you're in Richland, I think you need to be keeping a close eye on this. If you're up M37 or M43, excuse me, between Richland and Delton, you should be taking cover if you're in that area as well.
Yeah, so right now I've overlaid, if they go ahead and extend this warning into southern Berry County, we're looking at Berry around 12:15, Level Park a little after 12:20, and into Penfield as well around 12:30. So we'll continue to watch this. The National Weather Service may go ahead and extend this warning any minute now into southern Berry County. Right now, though, this tight rotation is moving right over just to the east of 131. and moving right into Gun Plain. We're seeing some very tight rotation right
And it
now.
does look to be strengthening. You know, Will was just showing me some other highlights we need to talk about here at the Gilmore Car Museum. This is headed in that direction along Milo Road there and M43 up around Delton. If you're in that vicinity, you should be taking cover right now, even though the warning is not extended for your area yet, because that's moving over into Berry County. But still, it is very close to the line right now as it moves to the northeast of Plainwell. As you can see here, moving northeastward. I believe this is moving at 35. Is that what we have it at? I believe it's
45 miles. per
45
hour.
miles an hour.
They did issue a warning for southern
There you
Berry
go, yeah.
County, so
Okay.
now
All right.
southern Berry County is under that tornado warning for some radar indicated rotation.
Yeah.
This is moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour, and this warning for southern Berry in effect until 12:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
Um,
Prairieville Township, you need to be taking cover. Delton, you really need to be taking cover. I believe it's Fine Lake is in that area. You should be taking cover. Milo Road, if that sounds familiar to you, you should be taking cover. M43 and the Gilmore Car Museum, you should be taking cover. This is going to be running just to the north eventually of Gull Lake, just to the north of Gull Lake. But if you're on the north side of Gull Lake, up around M43 and you're headed from north side of Gull Lake up toward Milo Road and up toward Delton, you should be taking cover as this is going to be very close to you, if not right over you.
yeah, and we do have some more power outages that are rolling in. I believe we are up now to 21,000 power outages. So certainly evidence that we're seeing
Yeah.
some strong winds at the surface and potentially a tornado that's moving right over Gun Plain right now. Some really strong winds right over the Gun Plain area. This is going to be moving off to the east, 106th Avenue onto 3 Mile Road, Prairieville. You are in the path of this storm, especially if you're south of Prairieville. And this is going to continue moving off to the east towards Berry here within the next 15 minutes or so. Allegan County Central Dispatch receiving calls of trees into houses and reporting multiple trees down on M89. So getting more and more damage reports in the southeastern quadrant of Allegan County.
Crooked Lake, if you're in that vicinity, if you're in Lake Doster, the couple of lakes in that vicinity, you should be taking cover because this is going to be running right close to you, if not right overhead. We've already mentioned if the Gilmore Car Museum is in your vicinity, then you should be taking cover immediately. Delton, you should be taking cover immediately. Milo Road is out there. You should be taking cover immediately. If you're on the north side of Gull Lake, the north side of Gull Lake, which is right there at the Berry Kalamazoo County line, you should be taking cover because this is going to be running right over you. Certainly, if you are just north of Gull Lake on M43, then you should be taking cover. You can tell here by the polygon that the National Weather Service has extended. This is anticipating a due east movement. So this is going to continue moving right to the east, which would take it right over M43, right over Berry Township, and eventually over to the east side of Berry County. Who knows what it's going to be looking like then? But we do know that right now, as it is on the Berry and Allegan County line, that this is certainly winding up. I mean, this is looking very intense. And we have some visual confirmation of this from Allegan County Dispatch a few minutes ago here. We have some reports now from Allegan County there of trees into houses. We have some damage reports that are coming in. So this is a very dangerous storm. If you are in that vicinity where we're talking about Lake Doster, Crooked Lake, that would be running Lower Crooked Lake, that would be running right on M89. M89 between Plainwell and Richland. If that's where you are, then you need to be taking cover right now. North side of Gull Lake, you need to be taking cover all the way up to Delton. You should be taking cover. I've mentioned Milo Road a few times. A lot of farm country out there. You should be taking cover as this is going to be moving to the east now at 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, seeing some reports of several trees snapping at M89 and 5th Street as well now. So this storm obviously still doing damage as it moves through Gun Plain, and this is going to be moving off to the east. So if you are in southern Berry County, you are now under a tornado warning. Please take shelter right now. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo County. We're looking at more straight line damaging winds in Van Buren and Kalamazoo County. But the focus right now is where we see this rotation just to the east of Gun Plain. And this is going to continue moving off to the east here at about 45 miles per hour. Some tight rotation right now, some very strong winds with this storm as it continues to move off to the east. 3 Mile Road, just across the border from Allegan County into Berry County. That's where this storm is heading. So if you're in that area, get in your safe place now. this is going to continue towards M43 between Prairieville and Turner's Corner. If you're in that area, this storm is heading in your direction. You need to take cover right now, eventually moving into Berry Township.
Yeah, Lake Doster, you really need to be taking cover right now as well. As Colin mentioned, Prairieville here. If you're on the north side, like I said, if you're on the north side of Gull Lake, you should be taking cover. We're talking about Hickory Corners. This is all about Hickory Corners here, which of course is the Gilmore Car Museum. That's where I was talking about Milo Road, right up M43 there. You need to be taking cover if you're in those vicinities. And I do want to remind you, just take a few seconds to also let you know that Calhoun and Kalamazoo County under a severe thunderstorm warning for radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds. That storm, that warning is in effect until 1:15. And so that is going to be moving to the east here. That storm is moving to the east looks like it's moving at about 40 to 45 miles per hour here. Moving to the east, excuse me, it's 70 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour. So there's going to be some gusty winds there in Kalamazoo County and Calhoun County with those as well. But we are definitely watching right now that rotating wind that is now moving right over the Allegan-Berry County line as it moves off to the east. That's what Colin is tracking right now.
You can kind of see that classic hook signature right now moving from Allegan County into Berry County. That's indicating that we have some rotation. And of course, we can switch over to velocity, which is showing us our wind speed, wind direction. And that's showing quite a bit of rotation right now moving into southern Berry County. You're under that tornado warning for the next several minutes until 12:45, I believe.
Yeah.
And right now we're seeing strong rotation moving into southwestern Berry County.
And that's right over Lake Doster. So right over Lake Doster right now, we've been talking about Lake Doster. You need to be taking cover there for sure. And now if you're moving to the east out of Lake Doster there, this is running to the north of M89. So it's headed your way there, M43. This is going to be running right on Milo Road there, M43. This is going to be running right over Hickory Corners. This is going to be very close to, if not right over, the Gilmore Car Museum. If those things sound familiar to you, then you must be taking cover. This storm has been spotted by spotters, and it has a history of damage that we hear from anyway, Allegan County Dispatch, that there is some damage associated with this. So this has a history, and it's moving to the east, which means it is a dangerous storm.
Yeah, this latest scan shows an even tighter signature for wind, stronger winds, and tighter center of circulation. So this storm possibly strengthening as it moves off to the east, closer to M43. So if you're along M43 right now, north of Turner's Corner, in the Berry Township area, this rotating storm that could be, producing a tornado right now is moving in your area. So if you're along Hickory Road, just to the south of Berry Township, also if you're in M43 to the north of Hickory Road, all the way up to Delton Road and areas further north, this is moving in your direction. This storm right now moving east at about 50 miles per hour. Some really strong rotation. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can't get an estimate on the wind speeds here.
While you're doing that, this is definitely showing some signs of tightening up. So this is along and north of M89 here, M43 between Gull Lake and Delton, between the north side of Gull Lake, the north shore of Gull Lake and Delton. That's where this is going to be crossing over. So this is very important that if you're in that area there, that you should be in your basement right now. You should be at the very least in a tight room, in a closed-in room where you're away from doors and away from windows that lead to the outside.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, this storm continues to move off to the east at 50 miles per hour. Haven't had any more confirmed reports of damage or a tornado, but this storm certainly did produce a tornado earlier, and the signature right now looking even more impressive as this storm continues to move towards M43. M43 from the Kalamazoo Berry County line north to around Prairieville. This is where this storm is heading. This could be producing a tornado right now, a tornado warning for southern Berry County until 12:45. Need to be taking shelter immediately.
Yeah, so again, we've named off some of these communities here. It's very important that if you're in those areas that you should be taking cover. So if you're around Delton, if you are between Delton and the north side of Gull Lake, between Delton and the north side of Gull Lake, you should be taking cover. This is going to be north of M89, but this is going to be right over M43. This is right over the Gilmore Classic Car Museum in Hickory Corners. So Hickory Corners definitely should be taking cover right now.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing that severe thunderstorm warning barreling down on downtown Kalamazoo, seeing some lightning ongoing right now on our downtown Kalamazoo camera. We could see some 60-mile-per-hour winds in portions of southeast Van Buren County now, also Kalamazoo County, and moving into Calhoun County eventually. But where we're seeing the strongest winds, where we're seeing some rotation right now, that continues to be in southern Berry County, just to the north of the Kalamazoo County line.
Yeah, and you notice, by the way, that the National Weather Service has gotten rid of that part of the tornado warning that was in Allegan County. And that's because basically it is running right along with this. There it is. That is just plain as day, where you see that yellow, red, green. You can even see there that counterclockwise sort of spin there on the color palette. That is moving right over M43 right now. That is just north of the north side of Gull Lake. And that is running, like I mentioned earlier, near Milo Road all the way up to Hickory Corners. So the Gilmore Car Museum is going to be right here where that is. If that's familiar to you, then you should be taking cover. If you are on the southern border there of Berry County, right now east of M43, you must be taking cover as this storm is going to be moving east. This would be between M43 and M37, between M43 and M37 along the Berry, Kalamazoo, and Berry Calhoun County line. And Colin has a tracker on it now.
Yeah, so Johnstown, around 12:20, Penfield, or around that area just to the north, around 12:30, Bellevue, looking at about 12:35. So this storm continues to move off to the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, seeing some very tight rotation. You need to be in your safe place right now. You're anywhere in southern Berry County, we are seeing a very powerful storm, some strong winds that could be producing a tornado. That's why we still have that tornado warning in effect. Strong winds right now entering into downtown Kalamazoo. We'll be seeing that very shortly here at the station, I'm sure. But some lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning as well. That's moving anywhere from southern Van Buren to Kalamazoo County right now, and Berry County as well. That's where we're seeing the rotation. If I go ahead and zoom in on southern Berry County, look at that hook that you can see right now on radar,
Yeah.
kind of indicating that there's some rotation in this storm that's moving towards Berry Township.
Yeah, and so what we're talking about, some of our landmarks here, we're talking about the Gilmore Car Museum, Hickory Road, Hickory Corners, headed your way, Hickory Corners, it's headed your way to Milo Road. This would be south of Osborne Road, but if you're in that vicinity, then you should be taking cover as this is going to be moving off to the east, and it's moving pretty fast now. It's up to 50 miles per hour, I believe, and so your time to take cover is going to be limited. And so you need to certainly, if you're east of M43 right now, near the car museum, near the Gilmore Car Museum, we just got another scan in there, and it just looks like it is continuing to get very, very strong.
Yeah, certainly. These brighter yellows now showing up, indicating some very strong winds. So let's go ahead and see what radar is estimating here with this storm in southern Berry County. Over 70 miles per hour now is what radar is estimating. But remember, this is shooting up into the air, so we could have different wind speeds at the surface, but certainly a lot of rotation. This storm has had a history of producing a tornado in southern Allegan County, and right now looks very strong, very healthy, moving across M43 into Berry Township right now. And this is going to continue moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour.
This is going to be moving right over the Gilmore Classic Car Museum. It's moving right over the museum now. And that means it's headed your way in Hickory Corners. So you need to be taking cover if you're in Hickory Corners as we continue to extend that to the east, because this is racing to the east at about 55 miles per hour. Eventually, it's going to be moving toward Assyria Township in southeast Berry County. So if you're in southern Berry County there along the Kalamazoo or the Calhoun County line, then you need to be taking cover. Looks like, according to radar, that this should be right in the vicinity right now of the Gilmore Classic Car Museum there. And if it continues moving to the east, which it likely will, it's going to be moving right down Hickory Road toward Hickory Corners. If that sounds familiar to you, then you need to be taking cover. This is going to be just to the north, for example, just to the north of the Kalamazoo Berry County line, for example, around north of East Fork Farms, north of the Kellogg Manor House there, north of that. That's all going to be north of Gull Lake. Lake, but it's headed to the east now, east of M43, right down Hickory Road toward Hickory Corners. You must be taking cover. And if you're in Assyria Township in southeast Berry County, you should be taking cover immediately. If you're in Bellevue, even though the warning right now doesn't extend to you in southwest Eaton County, you should be taking cover. This is racing off to the east. It's a very dangerous storm.
Yeah, so even more impressive signature here with the latest scan at 12:13. And this shows signs of strengthening right now, just to the south of Berry Township. Winds estimated over 70 miles per hour still in southern Berry County. This is heading towards M37. If you're in M37 or in that vicinity in southern Berry County, this rotating storm capable of producing a tornado is moving in your direction and will continue moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, and by the way, we understand now that the power outage map indicates that 40,000 people are now without power. 40,000 people. You see the map that we have it there, right there on the right box, and so what we're looking at here is a lot of power outages. This is in Allegan County. This is from east of Hopkins. So this goes up and down US 131 from Wayland down to Martin, all the way down to Otsego. Otsego, a lot of power outages here, then running right along M89. As we told you earlier, running from Plainwell all the way down to around Lake Doster. I'm seeing a lot of power outages here. Looks like there are power outages on the north side of Gull Lake. So a lot of Gull Lake now looks to be without power. And obviously now right around Hickory Corners and right around the Gilmore Classic Car Museum and Hickory Road, power outages there as well. This is following right along with that cell as it moves off to the east. Power outages now, not just in this area, by the way. This also now includes the storms that we had earlier that moved through Kent County and Ionia County and Montcalm County, now up to 40,000 without power. It's critical that you're taking cover right now. If you're on the north side of Gull Lake, up to Delton, let's say, and then over to Hickory Corners and Assyria Township, you should be taking cover. This should be right over now or just passing by the Gilmore Car Museum in that vicinity.
Yeah, and this storm actually kind of looks to be moving a little to the south and the east. So if you're in extreme northern Calhoun County, north of Battle Creek, I wouldn't be surprised if the Penfield area could be impacted by this storm. Right now, these winds just keep on strengthening. I mean, very strong winds, tight rotation right now in southern Berry County, just to the southeast of Berry Township. This is moving towards M37. If you're along M37 in that area, right along the Berry County and Calhoun County line, we do have a strong, powerful storm that could be producing a tornado moving in your direction.
Yeah, this is Level Park. If you're in Level Park, for example, if you're around Urbandale, if you're up M89 between Battle Creek and Richland, Battle Creek and Gull Lake. If you're in that vicinity, then you should be taking cover. As Colin noted, it looks like this might be taking a turn to the south just a little bit. Right now, it's running right along the southern border of that warning area. And so in this case, maybe we shouldn't get fixated on that warning polygon because this might be bringing some very strong winds just to the south of that, which would be right down M37. You know, M37 shoots north out of Battle Creek there, and this is what we're talking about. This is going to be right along there. So between M89, and which was headed toward Richland, and M37, which is headed north into Berry County. If that's you, then you should be taking cover right now, as this is a very intense storm.
Yeah, continuing to move off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. Right now, we are under severe thunderstorm warning for many other areas, including Kalamazoo County, Van Buren County, seeing some really heavy rain, a crazy lightning show on our Kalamazoo camera right now, as well as this severe thunderstorm continues barreling off to the south and the east. Right now, here's a live look at our downtown Kalamazoo camera, that rain really coming down, and a flash of lightning about every 3 seconds or so. So a lot of lightning associated with this storm. Earlier, there's over 1,000 lightning strikes in just about 30 minutes. Right now, we're seeing about 842 strikes in this frame in just the matter of 30 minutes. So very electric storms, very powerful winds, but the most intense storm that we're watching right now is in southern Berry County, and it continues to show signs of strengthening. This is just north of the Calhoun County line. even if you're in northern Calhoun County, northwestern Calhoun County,
Mhm.
this storm is heading in your direction. M37.
A couple of other landmarks for you. This is near Bedford Valley, the golf course there. So if you're in that vicinity, it's going to be approaching Bedford Valley, I should say, which would be in northwest Calhoun County. If you're in Level Park, if you're along M89 between Battle Creek and also Richland, then you should be taking cover. It looks like this has now cleared the north side of Gull Lake, But as we showed you just a few moments ago, the power outage map, it's up to 40,000. And it looks like a lot of the Gull Lake area right now is without power. This is going to continue moving to the east. It's running right along the Calhoun, Kalamazoo, and Berry County lines. The Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Berry County lines. Assyria Township, you should be taking cover immediately if you're in Assyria Township. I think if you're in Level Park, you would be smart to be taking cover here as this continues to move off to the east because it's going to be in your vicinity. And certainly if you're on M37 from Level Park north into southern Berry County, this is going to be moving right over you.
Yeah, so I laid down the latest tracker here. It looks like Penfield around 12:30 or just shortly before that. Bellevue, a little after 12:30 in the morning. Walton would be 12:40. So this storm continues to move mainly east, but slightly shifting south. So even if you're in northern Calhoun County, I'd be taking shelter in areas like Penfield. Right now, this storm just to the west of what was it? Right now, it's just to the west of M37.
Yeah.
And this is going to continue moving off to the east and southeast at about 50 miles per hour. So if you're along M37 right now, this storm is barreling down on you. It's aiming for M66 right along that Calhoun,
Yeah.
Berry County line.
I was going to say, if you're along M66, you need to be perking up and you need to be thinking about where you're going to be heading. That would be Assyria Township as well. If you're in the neighborhood of M78 up in that area of southeast Berry County, if you're near even C.O. Brown Stadium there, northeast of Battle Creek, all the way up M66 there into southeast Berry County. If those places sound familiar, you certainly should be taking cover. Battle Creek, you look like you'll probably be in the clear, but on the north side of Battle Creek, and certainly as you get up M66, like I mentioned, up to C.O. Brown Stadium and points north, as you work your way up toward Assyria Township, you definitely should be taking cover because this storm is headed your way.
Yeah, that tornado warning for southern Berry County still in effect until 12:45, but could be seeing some impacts from this potentially tornadic storm right now in northern Calhoun County as well. So if you're along M66 around Assyria all the way down to Penfield, this is taking aim at you. You need to be getting in your safe place right now. Eventually, and this continues moving off to the east, Bellevue, you would be next, and eventually impacting areas along I-69 right on that Eaton County, Calhoun County line as this storm continues moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. Still seeing some strong winds with these severe thunderstorms right now, moving from Van Buren County, about to move into St. Joseph County, also Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties under that severe thunderstorm warning for some 60-mile-per-hour winds and potentially some dime-sized hail. But right now, that only tornado warning we are watching is in southern Berry County. However, we are seeing a little bit of rotation that could spill into northwestern Calhoun County, including areas in and around Penfield.
By the way, we are aware that it's raining hard in downtown Kalamazoo with a light show as well. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning, and there are radar indicated winds up to 60 miles per hour that are blowing through downtown Kalamazoo right now, headed over toward the east part of the county. So Galesburg seeing these strong winds now. It's just moving through Portage, headed your way there, Vicksburg and Climax, and then eventually headed out I-94 toward Battle Creek. But of course, it's on the north side of Battle Creek, specifically right on the Berry Calhoun County line that we're seeing rotation.
And this storm moving east at about 70 miles per hour. So just how fast this storm is moving goes to show how strong these winds could be as this storm continues to move off to the east and southeast.
So it is accelerating? Is it getting faster? Is it moving faster?
It looks to be the actual line right now. They're saying 70 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of draw this out here and give you a sense of when we could be seeing it. Battle Creek at about 12:26. So this is just minutes away. Emmett Township, 12:29. Three Rivers, you're looking at about 12:37 as this line continues to move off to the east and the southeast. Albion around 12:47. So some really strong winds with this line of thunderstorms moving off to the east and southeast at about 70 miles per hour. We are still tracking some rotation. I will say it looks to me like maybe we're seeing some more broad rotation, not seeing as strong a rotation as we were earlier, but still,
It's definitely though.
still rotating.
Yeah,
No
and
doubt about that.
And there's a strong wind component that is now dropped into northwest Calhoun County. So as Colin mentioned, I think that there is reason, if you're in northwest Calhoun County along M37, Level Park North, then you should be taking cover. If you're in Assyria Township, you should be taking cover. The warning isn't extended into Bellevue right now in southwest Eaton County. I think it'd be a good idea to be thinking about where you're going to be headed next. And then also, as this moves over Penfield Township, as this moves over M66, running out of Battle Creek north toward Assyria Township and then up into Berry County, that area is going to be right under the gun here. In fact, you can see it on the map that Colin has here as this moves off to the east. So this is going to continue to be a problem even beyond this polygon here as we move it through Penfield and eventually into Olivet, for example.
Yeah, so this storm we're going to continue watching. Still no tornado warning for north Calhoun County, northern Calhoun County, but if you are in northern Calhoun County, you are under severe thunderstorm warning, and we are seeing some rotation on the north side of Battle Creek. That includes you in Penfield. So I would be getting in your safe place right now. This is going to be moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour, this particular storm.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning right now, or perhaps they just trimmed it. So now the city of Kalamazoo out of that severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to continue moving off to the south and the east into portions of southeastern Kalamazoo County and also all of Calhoun County, still under that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, so Kalamazoo right now, a lot of heavy rain, a light show, but it looks like the gust front with this line of thunderstorms has now moved through your area, but it is now bearing down on Vicksburg. It is now bearing down on Athens, and then the south side of Battle Creek and eventually Three Rivers here with some strong winds. And as Colin noted now, change there to that severe thunderstorm warning, that polygon. I believe the warning there that you still see in Van Buren County is just a matter of going away here in 4 minutes at 12:30.
Yeah, so they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning as well now for northern St. Joseph and northwestern Branch County. So that severe thunderstorm warning was just issued by the National Weather Service, and they're watching this storm right now that's moving through southeastern Van Buren and southern Kalamazoo County. This is going to be moving into the area of Mendon, Marcellus, Three Rivers, Nottawa. You're under that severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15 for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as this this line of storms continues to race off to the east and the southeast.
We're going to return to the tornado warning that we have. Again, if you are north of Level Park, northeast of Level Park, if you are up M66 and if you're Seal Brown Stadium or north all the way up there into southeast Berry County, you should be taking cover. The rotation doesn't look as tight, but it does look like there's still some very strong winds here. And we do still have that tornado warning. Again, that is until 12:45. So that goes another 20 minutes as this cell continues to move. It's running right along the Calhoun-Berry County line. So once again, north of Battle Creek, up M66. I'd say Seal Brown Stadium north, all the way up to Assyria Township, right around M78, where M78 cuts off there and goes over toward Bellevue. That's where you need to be taking cover. If you're in Bellevue, southwest Eaton County, you should be taking cover.
Yeah, and earlier we had some reports of trees down. We also had reports of a tornado touchdown, especially near Otsego. We're getting some chime-in pictures now of some trees down in the Otsego area over M89. So this storm that we're tracking right now, that's moving right over M66, right near Penfield Township and Assyria, this is the storm that produced all that damage earlier in portions of southeastern Allegan County. So this is going to continue to move off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. The rotation, not as strong. The winds, not quite as strong, but still very powerful winds that are moving right over M66 and will continue moving off to the east. So M78 as well towards Bellevue, between Penfield and Bellevue.
Yes.
So you could be seeing some very strong winds here in just a matter of minutes.
Oh, well, and again, those pictures from Chime In, we appreciate you so much for being able to get those to us. That certainly helps to tell the story. We've got the radar end of it here, but the folks who provide the visual proof is what we really need. So if you can safely send some of those to us, get some of those to us. Remember, it's on our Chime In tab on our website. It's on a Chime In tab that's on our free news app as well. And these pictures now verifying what we were talking about some time ago, as these storms were moving out of Allegan, right down M89, right down the Kalamazoo River through Otsego and through Plainwell.
So severe thunderstorm warning still continues for extreme northeastern Cass County, a good chunk of St. Joseph County, northwestern branch, southeastern Kalamazoo, Calhoun County. We can see winds as high as 70 miles per hour, and that's just due to how fast these storms are moving. They're moving off to the south and east now at 70 miles per hour. Still seeing a bit of rotation right now, not as strong as it was, but still seeing a little bit of rotation right now, right over M66, just to the north of Penfield. So if you're in that area, seeing some rotation with this storm, some strong winds potentially as well. And this is going to be racing off to the I-69 corridor, just to the south of M78.
Yeah, so it's going to be near Olivet eventually when it gets to M69 or I-69, I should say. And by the way, to note with the severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun and Kalamazoo County, that has a considerable threat tag to a damage threat considerable with wind gusts of 70. And just a refresher there, I guess your standard severe thunderstorm warning, if there is such a thing as 60 mile per hour, considerable damage is with a 70 mile per hour damage. And I believe it's extensive damage with an 80 mile per hour wind gust there. So this is a considerable damage, severe thunderstorm warning right now for Kalamazoo and also for Berry County. Will's here.
Gusts were up to about 50 at the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport with that leading edge that just went through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rain is also very impressive. Frequent lightning outside right now, but of course the leading edge is through Kalamazoo,
Yeah.
as you were mentioning.
So confirmed wind gusts in Kalamazoo around 50 miles per hour. We had that stronger storm in southeastern Allegan produced at 80 mile per hour. Or that was actually up in Grand Rapids. We had that confirmed tornado at trees down in southeastern Allegan County. Right now, that cell is moving just to the north of Battle Creek. But this line is impressive. Lots of lightning, hundreds, over 1,000 lightning strikes now over the last 30 minutes.
And we're up to over 40,000 power outages right now, but that's going to be stretching all the way from north of Grand Rapids into Montcalm County, and then in a swath that goes all the way down now to around Gull Lake, for example. And no doubt, as this strong wind continues to push south and east, those numbers are going to be getting even higher. But right now, plus 40,000 people without power. And you know, we're going to have to keep an eye on this line, because we have seen now several occasions where there have been little spin up tornadoes that have developed along this leading edge, this gust front, if you will, that is now pushing down toward Three Rivers. It's pushing into southeast Kalamazoo County. So the wind, for example, right now in Vicksburg is pretty strong right now, headed your way there in Marshall and Coldwater and eventually Sturgis.
So we're continuing tracking this storm right now. It's about to move into Battle Creek. Lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning as well. We're going to switch over to velocity here, which is showing some pretty strong winds into the Battle Creek area. This storm is moving at about 70 miles per hour. So right there goes to show you how strong these winds could be as this storm moves into the Three Rivers area now, into northern St. Joseph County, also southeastern Kalamazoo, and into northwestern Calhoun County. The strongest winds, I would say, though, right now, just to the northeast of Battle Creek, right over Penfield.
Yeah, we're looking at Battle Creek right now with our live eye camera there, and you can see, of course, a lot of rain and a lot of lightning. The worst of this cell, this view here is looking off to the southwest. The worst of the storm here is going to be to the northeast, but it's just raining hard and, of course, lightning with wind all around. But this now, the leading edge is actually moving through downtown Battle Creek. So likely some very gusty winds right now into the Battle Creek area as that blows right through there now, headed out I-94. It's going to be headed your way there at Firekeepers Casino and eventually Marshall, headed your way there in Marshall. But again, the strongest winds continue, even though the rotation doesn't look to be as strong. But what do you got there on the velocity there, Colin?
Yeah, so looking at about some 50, 60 mile per hour winds is what radar is estimating.
And that would be near C.O. Brown Stadium, just to the northeast of Battle Creek. And as Colin mentioned earlier, right about where M78 cuts off and goes toward Bellevue. If you're in Bellevue, you really should be taking cover. If you're in Olivet, you should be taking cover. If you're along I-69 or west of I-69, north of Marshall, all the way to Olivet, you should be taking cover.
Yeah, so these severe thunderstorm warnings continue until about 1:15, at least for Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. Also, northern St. Joseph and northwestern branch, that's for thunderstorm warning until 1:15. You'll notice here in this box in the top right corner, or the top left corner rather, showing 70 mile per hour winds possible with these storms as they barrel through right now, southeastern Kalamazoo County, moving into downtown Battle Creek. These are going to continue moving off to the south and the east at about 70 miles per hour. So Marshall, it's not long until this storm is moving into your area, and this will be running along the I-69 corridor here in the matter of minutes, at least north of I-94. So some really strong straight line damaging winds. I'm not seeing any signs of rotation right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and expire this tornado warning in southern Berry County pretty shortly, but certainly some strong winds, lots of lightning, heavy rain, and flooding is going to be a concern.
Yes, it is. And so again, just to follow, the signature of rotation doesn't seem to be as strong, but the signature for very strong winds is still there, east of M66, well east of M66 right now, but headed toward I-69, right along the Calhoun and Eaton County line. So this would be Olivet, this would be Bellevue, this would be north of Marshall. If you're in those areas, you're going to get a blast of wind here with this storm as it moves right through. Some of the areas that are now safe, Portage, you're safe. Kalamazoo, you're safe. Alamo, Plainwell, Delton, you're all safe now. And hopefully there's not too much damage, but we've already seen some chime-in pictures there of some damage in the Otsego area. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going on there. But like Colin said, I'm pretty sure that this tornado warning is about to go away.
Yeah, Doster, one of those areas that was hit pretty hard as well. We're getting some chime-in photos as well from that area, seeing some trees down. So you can see some pretty extensive damage there as that storm moved through southwest or southeastern Allegan into southern Berry County as well.
You know, we were naming off some of those communities there. Lake Doster, for example, also Crooked Lake in that area, the north side of Gull Lake in that area. And that was, I mean, this was moving due east. Moving out of Otsego, you know, we first started seeing the evidence there in Allegan, just to the south of Allegan along M40 there. And then that just raced right down the Kalamazoo River, staying for the most part south of M89 until it got to Otsego, running right down M89 there, running right over downtown Plainwell, the Plainwell Airport, and then heading to the east. It'll be interesting to see if anything happened around the Gilmore Car Museum, because it looked like it went right over the car museum as it continued moving off to the east.
Derek Humphrey sending in that picture there. It looks like some uprooted trees, some trees completely snapped in half. So some pretty significant damage there in Doster. And that's where we saw that tight couplet, right? That really strong rotating wind. So certainly was a very intense storm as it moved through that area.
Yeah, also in the Springfield area, and forgive me if you guys mentioned this and I just missed it, but we just got a spotter report. There was some golf ball size hail there, and now down to penny size. So again, that's at 4200 Dickman Road in Springfield.
Okay, and so that would be another facet of the storm that we haven't talked very much about, was the large hail coming in with this strong wind here. And of course, that would be then along Dickman Road there, that would be on the north side of Battle Creek. And so as this storm continues to move off to the northeast, it's just about to move right, it should be right over I-69 now near Olivet. This is going to be near Bellevue. It's going to be north of Marshall. If you're in that vicinity, you should be taking cover. But now notice the tornado warning is gone. So there's no more tornado warning. We continue to follow this line of storms. And I got to tell you, with the history that it has, just because there's no longer a tornado warning right now doesn't mean that there won't still be something to develop. That has been the history with this long line of thunderstorms here. And really the only thing I think that's going to stop that threat will be if the line itself starts to weaken. But it looks like there's still some pretty potent winds right now, especially in the Battle Creek area over toward Marshall. You're about to get a pretty good shot of wind there in Marshall as well.
Yeah, pretty large line of storms right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings extending anywhere from Cass County, northeastern Cass County, Marcellus area, all the way up through Schoolcraft, Battle Creek, into Lansing, and everywhere southeast is going to be seeing these strong, severe thunderstorms producing some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, or at least the potential for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, heavy rain, lots of lightning. So if you are anywhere southeast of a line from Marcellus through Battle Creek to Lansing, yeah, this is heading in your direction.
So Leonidas, you're going to be seeing this soon. Moving south of Battle Creek, Athens, a pretty good burst of wind there as well, right near Union City. That's what we're talking about there, moving off to the southeast as the storm continues to race south and eastward.
Yeah. So right now we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 1:15 for Calhoun, southeastern Kalamazoo County, also down into northeastern Cass County and St. Joseph counties. You're under that severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15 in the morning for some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. And also you will see quite a light show. You know, the amount of energy we have in the atmosphere, how warm it was able to get, how much moisture we have. This is very typical of a summertime pattern that we would see maybe in June, July, or August. But we also had quite a bit of wind shear, which is typical with a spring setup. So you combine these two ingredients together, and that's why we're seeing this impressive line of storms continuing well after sundown. 12:39 right now, and we're still seeing some very strong to severe thunderstorms moving through portions of southeastern Kalamazoo County. So right now, Pavilion Township, you just got, you're probably getting some really heavy rain, a lot of lightning. Athens, you're going to be seeing this gust front, some really strong winds, and also lots of rain and lightning on the way. And this is going to continue into the Mendon area, Nottawa, Marshall. Over the next few minutes, you're going to be seeing this line of storms moving into your area.
Yeah, we're going to look one more time at our power outage map. It's 40,000 now, 40,000 without power. Huge swaths of our area now are without power, of course, as this storm has raced right on through here. And so no doubt there's going to be some cleanup that's underway as well. And we're going to continue monitoring these storms. We don't have any more tornado warnings, and so as a result, we're going to leave our coverage here now. As you can see, we're monitoring these storms. We do still have some severe thunderstorm warnings with some strong winds. And just like we did last time, we were only off the air for about 3 or 4 minutes before another tornado warning popped up. Here's a larger view, by the way. When we talk about 40,000 without power, you can really sort of see a couple of clusters. One is that cluster from Allegan all the way down M89 to around Plainwell. Lake Gloucester, where we've got some picks in. Thanks again for chime in. That's where we see that cluster of power outages. And that's where we were also noting some rotation. I believe that's in the vicinity there near Allegan, where Spotter saw a tornado, reported a tornado. And then you follow that right down to M89. You see those power outages right along with that. And where you see it become a little bit sparse, I know a lot of Gull Lake is without power. It's probably because some of those reports haven't come in just yet, because those winds were still powerful in that area. You know, there were also some strong winds knocking out power, for example, north of Grand Rapids. As well, and Montcalm County, and then also around Clinton County from some storms that moved through there. This all started really around Muskegon and moved out of Muskegon into Newaygo County. Some very strong storms there. So there's a lot of power outages there as well, moving there along M46, for example, out of Muskegon County, into Newaygo County, and then into Montcalm County. So there will likely be some cleanup going on tomorrow with these storms. We're going to leave you on air for now, but we are certainly going to continue our coverage here with these storms. That will be on our YouTube page and on our Facebook page, where we've been streaming now for a few hours. So we the three of us are here. We're going to continue to keep coverage going here as the storm continues to move off to the southeast. Let me tell you this: if this does spawn another tornado warning, if this does create another tornado warning, or even if we see one starting to develop, we will be back on the air immediately. So we are still here in the studio, but we are going to return you back to the programming while we monitor these storms. Again, you can follow our coverage on YouTube, on our YouTube page, and on our Facebook page. We're going to continue there until these storms get out of here, which is probably about another hour and a half or so. And again, we appreciate you depending on us for coverage. We will be back on if another tornado warning is issued. For now, though, back to our regular program. Okay, thank you. Surely that's an anomaly.
Are you on GR's radar though there?
Yeah, I am. That's why I said surely that's an anomaly. I know.
I know you're like Keith.
I know. But I was like, oh no. As soon as I say, thanks for watching. And it's like, hold on a minute. Hold that
Yeah,
thought.
I'm not seeing that on
Okay. Yeah.
Northern.
I mean, I was gonna go down to yeah. No, I'm actually on Honolulu. Oh, no, that's Indianapolis. Excuse me.
All right, so we're still tracking these severe thunderstorms right now. This is moving, looks like out of southeastern Kalamazoo County, moving into northwestern Branch and also northern St. Joseph County. So that's where they're under an active severe thunderstorm warning until about 1:15. So this goes for another 30 minutes or so. But still tracking this line of storms, extending out all the way from the Detroit metro, all the way down through South Bend into the Chicagoland area. And I will say, you'll notice a lot of these storms are moving to the south and the east across West Michigan. But if you look over Lake Michigan, you'll notice these storms moving in a west to east direction. We're going to see training thunderstorms setting up, not severe necessarily, but thunderstorms that move over the same locations, producing heavy rain for an extended period of time. And that could lead to some flash flooding tonight, especially for areas of Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Branch, St. Joseph, Cass, and Berrien counties. I think that's going to be the area of focus for some potential flash flooding tonight if we see these training thunderstorms continue. But right now, the focus is the severe thunderstorm warnings for southeastern Kalamazoo, Calhoun counties. Just traveled through Battle Creek. Probably still seeing quite a bit of lightning, some heavy rain. This is moving right into the Marshall area right now. Probably seeing that gust front moving through Marshall.
Yeah, basically we're looking at that southeastern corner of our viewing area that still just has to stay weather aware. I think the National Weather Service just confirming my thoughts too. I think we got another probably hour and a half or so, maybe even a little less than that before we can give an all clear for our area. But once that leading edge goes through, so places like Battle Creek, for example, we mentioned Kalamazoo, pretty much all of Kalamazoo County, I'm pretty confident is pretty much in the clear right now.
Yeah.
But we still have that leading edge, and right along the leading edge, there's still a good amount of shear, still a good amount of severe weather ingredients in play, where we just have to really monitor that closely. But basically, places like Union City, of course, which saw the tornado a little over a month ago, the leading edge is about to push through. Athens, the leading edge right on top of you, Leonidas, down into St. Joseph County. The leading edge is now past Three Rivers, so it's heading for Centerville, Nottawa. So you're likely to see some gusty winds as that blows through, but we don't have any tornado warnings at this time, which is a good sign. But what we look for is these little, just like Keith called them, notches. They're basically just like little, like a little notch on the leading edge of the severe thunderstorms, where we can kind of get a little area of enhanced rotation. And those are just kind of what we're trained to look for on nights like tonight.
Yeah, and right now, definitely not seeing any signs like what we were seeing in southern Allegheny County and in southern Berry County earlier, which is some good news, but still some strong storms. It's more of a straight line damaging wind threat right now.
Yep. And I always look, Colin, for like these little ripples almost in the radar.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like along the leading edge. That's not that classic, but that was kind of, those are just things that like catch my eye. And then a lot of times,
For now. Okay.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes that's where you'll start to see something
Yeah.
start to get a little interesting. But yeah, Nottawa, I said Colon, Sherwood, up to Union City, Burlington. The strong winds are going to go through within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Marshall getting the thick of it right now, possibly some hail as well.
Yeah, actually just got a report from 1-inch diameter hail in Battle Creek.
Yeah.
So
That was one thing I was going to check here. Sometimes this future hail shows it a little bit better. Not really. It's pretty lagged. Our hail detection on here doesn't always do very well.
Yeah.
It's not. But I would say there are definitely some pockets of slightly higher reflectivity. You see that, Colin? So there definitely could be some hail within this line. Where was that you said? Battle Creek?
Yeah, Battle Creek, D Drive and 8.5 mile road, a report of a 1 inch diameter hailstone. So not only the chance for damaging winds, but also some large hail potentially with these storms.
Yeah. Yeah, so now we're just kind of in a holding pattern a little bit, just monitoring this line of storms as it moves east southeast. But as mentioned, I know a lot of folks tune in and like want the all clear to go to bed. So I would say Kalamazoo County, you're all clear to go to bed. Anyone in Van Buren County, Allegan County, Berry County, almost most of Eaton County. However, if you're in Eaton County, especially towards say like Brookfield, you're still needing to be kind of paying attention. But yeah, like anywhere north of that is safe to go to bed,
Yeah.
including I would say Kalamazoo County. The only exception to that would be the far maybe southeastern corner of Kalamazoo County. There could be some heavy rain and hail, but even then, the main leading edge is through Kalamazoo now.
Yeah, and we're gonna still see some rain and storms overnight.
Yeah.
Not necessarily severe storms, but we could be hearing some heavy rain, could be dealing with some more lightning throughout the overnight hours as well. You can kind of see that the storms kind of backbuilding, if you will, over Lake Michigan, southern Lake Michigan into Chicagoland. Several flash flood warnings right now
Yeah.
in the Chicago metro area. So as these storms continue training over the same location, we're going to have to watch out for some flooding. So you may hear some more lightning. You may hear some more thunder. You may see some more lightning overnight. But our severe threat really is with this line of storms that's moving right through northern St. Joseph into Calhoun County right now. That's what's producing these strong winds. We've had some reports of some inch diameter hail in Battle Creek. So we could have some large hail now on top of that. And also some torrential rain and also a lot of lightning. So this is going to continue moving off to the southeast at about 60 or 70 miles per hour. So, southeastern St. Joseph County, you're next in line. All of Branch County, you're going to be seeing these storms here over the next several minutes, including southeastern Calhoun County as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they drop Kalamazoo County from this morning here pretty shortly, as the leading edge of that storm is now fully moved through the area.
I was just checking on some of the flood alerts they had posted. Radar was estimating as much as like 2 to 3 inches or more, closer to I-96. But yeah, this is some really efficient rain. Storms were training or like moving over the same locations a little bit more farther north, less so farther south. But
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. See those yellows? Those were like areas that was estimated over 3 inches.
Yeah. So some areas like in Ottawa County, I know they were dealing with some more flooding, like 1.5 inches or so, 2 inches, maybe even up to.
Looked like a yellow area or like one of those orange areas.
Yeah, Montcalm just got pounded by some
Jeez.
training storms, maybe over 4 inches is what radar is estimating up there. So certainly some heavy rain, no doubt about that. And we're going to see some more thunderstorms continue into the overnight hours.
Colin, go here. Let me just flip this back. Let's see. This will give us a good idea of who's again still in the warnings, just without radar. Sometimes it's nice to just strip it down. If you're essentially west of those warnings, you're good.
Yeah.
But yeah, we still have some active severe thunderstorm warnings, obviously.
Yeah. Right now, southeastern Eaton, Calhoun, Branch, and also southeastern St. Joseph counties under those warnings. And, they're going to expire these warnings here pretty quick. You'll probably see that tornado watch expire for several counties as well, as this line of storms continues to move off to the south and the east. But
Okay, so like that starting to look a little bit more interesting to me, not in a good way. South of Sherwood Township
Branch
towards
County.
Madison. Yep, this would be in Branch County. Starting to get a little bit of a possible notch, and it's starting to show a little bit. It's not very well defined on velocity.
yeah,
But a lot of times with these sort of systems, that's how I spotted the little area of rotation in Allegan County.
Mhm.
You'll see these little almost like finger like shapes to the leading edge. And so that just catches my eye right now. So I want to see what it looks like on there.
Oh, velocity.
No, go up. It's just east of Colon.
Oh, okay.
So over there, right there. So yeah, near Madison, for example, right there. That's just what I'm talking about. So possible early stages of the storm trying to maybe start to rotate, or a little area of rotation within that storm. But it's like see it, it's like a little bit more clear right there. Kinda
Yeah.
has a little hook shape right along the main segment.
Yeah. Looks like wind's trying to pick up a little bit down there,
Yeah,
along M86.
yeah, and that's not the best area for radar coverage. I don't know. That's the sort of thing I wouldn't be shocked if they were to pull the trigger, but it's a little early still, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna see if there's anything in chat about that. I'm just curious.
Either way, seeing some pea-sized hail reported in Three Rivers. So these storms still capable and still producing some hail, not necessarily severe hail there in Three Rivers, but some pea-sized hail coming down there. I could be dealing with some gusty winds as well. And for thunderstorm warning still in effect for St. Joseph and Branch counties until 1:15 in the morning. Yeah, definitely seeing more of that notch kind of pushing out, but
Yeah, so
they've
just
yet to expand the warning for
yeah.
the rest of Branch County.
So if you live along M86 in Branch County between Madison and Coldwater, just be monitoring very closely. And if you're in Coldwater as well, that area is definitely starting to intrigue me, and not in a good way. It's starting to have that little signature that we look for as far as what could be producing or starting to trying to get its act together to produce a tornado.
Yeah.
That's the main thing I'm seeing right now. There's also probably some hail going through Nottawa, north of Sherwood, approaching Union City. There could be some small hail as well. But the thing is, this line is still working its way into an environment that hasn't been touched by storms thus far this evening. So there's still favorable ingredients down there, and yeah, that's starting to really, just not so much on velocity, although it is kind of getting bright on velocity for sure.
Either way, some pretty strong winds.
Yeah.
Right along M86, Madison. This is going to be moving off to the south and the east. So if you're in the Coldwater area, this is going to be moving in your direction. So still tracking this line of thunderstorms here. Radar is going to reload real quick. That's moving off to the south and the east at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern St. Joseph, northwestern Branch County, southeastern Calhoun County. Wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service goes ahead and extends this warning here pretty shortly to include the rest of Branch County. But let's go ahead and switch back over to velocity and show you what we're talking about. See this kind of brighter color showing up on our velocity signature just to the east of Madison along M86. That could be some stronger winds, maybe a little bit of rotation as well. So we'll continue to watch that. But either way, watch out for some isolated stronger winds right there along M86 near Madison. Right now, no word from the National Weather Service whether they're going to extend this warning or not, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it. Also getting some more pictures from the Fowler area. It looks like a piece of plywood that completely came through a wall. So
Yikes! Where is that?
Fowler?
In the chat.
Yeah.
Dang.
So
Yeesh.
very strong storm, if that's not from a tornado, that moved through portions of southeastern Allegan and southern Berry County. Looks like they just issued a MD.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure if that's for flooding or if that's for the severe storms.
Oh no, I think it is.
Okay. Oh, that's for Ohio. Never mind. But yeah, we're continuing to watch this little cell moving through Branch County right now. Did they just update that? Severe thunderstorm warning. All right, there we go. New severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Branch County, or a good chunk of Branch County, I should say, including the city of Coldwater. That's for some 60-mile-per-hour winds and potentially some pea-sized hail as well.
Here, drag it down just slightly, because it's still picking. Sorry. Hold on. It was still picking. I'm shocked they don't go tornado possible with that, to be honest, but
Yeah.
I guess maybe not, but so yeah, that's the new warning for Branch and Hillsdale counties through 145. And again, concerning that area we were just talking about, which does regardless show some gusty winds, but still got to monitor that for some possible rotation. I still just think it's hard to say, but right along M86, near Batavia, possible area of rotation. Don't have anything confirmed from eyes on the ground or anything like that. Keith, we've been monitoring this one little notch.
No.
Yeah. Kind of has that.
Oh,
Here,
okay.
I'll show you. It's a little bit more obvious on here.
West of Coldwater.
See that?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like the
What does it look
classic
like
little-
on,
Right along that.
okay,
On velocity, it's not.
on Storm Relative this time?
There's a little
Mhm.
ball. I mean,
Yeah, okay,
there's not much like outbound,
right.
so maybe that's it. But I don't know. It's definitely.
Well, right, we'll
Brighten
follow
it up.
for another 20, 30 minutes. It'll be out of here, I think, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you can say, I didn't.
Oh,
know
no,
that.
you
It's fair.
That's your hot seat.
So, I was enjoying
I
this.
was keeping it warm for you.
Thank you very much. So we're gonna hang here until, I'd like to see that line sort of get out of here. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Look at that outflow on that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, what Keith was mentioning here is this kind of this green line that shows up. This is basically indicating our outflow boundary. So the outflow from those storms that you see right now in portions of southern Cass and southern St. Joseph County, those strong winds ahead of that storm, that line of storms is you can kind of see that on radar, even to the south of South Bend now.
are they chatting about that? Not.
No one has
No.
mentioned it.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I could, but
So it looks like we now have some reports of some pea-sized hail in Colon. So
Okay.
storm still producing some hail and some potential for some 60-mile-per-hour winds as well with this storm that moves through St. Joseph and Branch counties.
You know, so far the short range models, I will say, have done pretty well with it earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Projected this like big behemoth line coming through. And then as it started to move out, of course, seeing some of that trailing, you know, right along the Corfini vectors.
Yeah. Yeah, when we're learning our meteorology terminology.
Running right there, south of I-94, but maybe closer to the Michigan, Indiana line.
And that's exactly what's showing
Yeah,
up here.
there it is.
You'll notice that I keep doing that. Instead of putting radar into motion, I put our graphics into motion.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let's
Uh,
zoom back out here a
Oh,
second.
again. You know what? I have noticed this when we hit 1 o'clock in the morning. I have noticed that.
Oh, really?
Yes. And
Wow.
I don't.
The
We, you know
graphics
how
lock
at
up
1
the clock.
o'clock things, it updates, it does that 1 a.m. update.
oh, I didn't.
Yes, and it locks the radar.
So we might have a locked radar here.
Yeah, so we might have to, you might have to shut it and open.
Yours isn't working.
Um,
Let me see for a second.
yeah, try it. And I've noticed that, and when I saw you know, when you see that little bubble that pops up that says it's 1 o'clock, you know, when it's updating, it's doing its little backup. That's what it does.
Whoa!
From somebody who's here at 1 a.m. a lot.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, well, that's because you go home at a good time like you should.
I'll switch it to
Behind the scenes, I stay
I
here.
can go switch the.
That's that. Look, when that comes up,
Oh,
that comes up at 1 o'clock and it does that. Okay, and it's always done that, but just in the last week or two. Okay,
I'm gonna switch the stream to max 1.
Okay, okay, Yeah.
I
Okay. all right. When I saw that, I thought, I
Hmm.
wonder. And then when I
Trouble.
saw that,
It's
how
lingering.
it blanks out the screen. That's exactly
Yeah.
what it does. And here's how, sorry that you're listening to behind the scenes here. But that's what happens is, if I am trying to write like a web story, or if I'm just trying to be like to update a radar pic before, like last night, I think it was before I go home.
Sorry, you say they went tornado?
No. Yes. Okay. Yep.
For Branch County.
Yes. All right.
What we're
Look
talking
at you. Look at you. You're so on it. All right. Well, let me go tell them. that
I'm
we're-
actually kind of surprised they didn't warn it sooner.
Are you?
So yeah, this isn't a surprise, or at least it shouldn't be, because this is the exact area we've been telling you about. But we now have a new tornado warning that includes cold water, all the way down to Agansy. It is for that little notch we were talking about, right? As you can see, that little hook shape entering into cold water. It's right near Batavia, Lockwood, and it will cross over I-69 here very quickly. So it's still radar indicated. I'm gonna get a track on it in a second, but it's that bright orangish red that you see there right in the center, would be the area of possible rotation. Oh no. Well, maybe we'll switch back to max 2.
Mine's still not done yet, but don't change. If you change any setting, it will lock you out.
Like even to switch
Huh?
to like the radar.
Possibly. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, mic check, sound check.
You know, that's that would be over here,
Yeah,
and then go to source 5 or whatever that is, right?
yeah, I don't know where any of your live cams are.
Oh, here, go up top. I'll show you. There's one right there.
Okay.
And then no, go, down to Angel Cam, that live bit right there. And then, yeah, there's a, right there, that last one, the bottom, just scroll down.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. You see it?
And you have it dragged, so it's not going to show the headlines.
Yeah,
Oh no.
try it anyway, it'll do it.
Okay. Okay. But now we just lost all of our radar on this one. Great. I didn't think about that. Colin just told me. He's like, don't click on anything. Wait. Do we have it back on max 2?
Hold on just a minute, Jim, we're having some graphic.
No.
issues here. Yeah, I
Are
think
you
you have to get
serious?
out and restart it.
I'm gonna get out of max 2.
Okay. I can talk about cold water, right? You think it'll?
Yeah. So we have nothing.
Go down and look and see, I think it's just radar products.
I'm gonna do this. That's insane.
Sorry, guys, I should have recorded that. What's it doing there?
Okay, well, we're running in some technical difficulties, everybody. We're gonna lose the if I restart max,
Yeah, just restart it and then I'll just.
I'm gonna throw my own just.
Jim,
so I
can
know.
you hear me? Yeah. go
All right, so we lost our radar for a second. We're gonna get it back here in a second.
Yeah, we lost our graphics.
But-
so they're gonna come up in just a sec.
We can talk through it though. Quincy, you're in the tornado warning.
I have graphics back.
You do? Okay, so let's go. I'll run and switch the feed.
Are you gonna go max 2?
Yeah,
Just max 2?
Yeah,
Can you put?
you have radar.
it's,
No.
oh my gosh. Here it goes.
It's-
Yes, I have it now.
Yeah, we have it. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Jim? We're gonna run it off max
Max
2.
2.
We okay, Will, to go?
Yeah, you guys are fine. That's
Okay. All right, whenever you're ready. Yep. Okay. I should have said something about that. Well, I didn't know. It was like, I don't know, whatever. And I certainly didn't see this coming. This one. Okay. Just talk to him in my ear. This only has 8 minutes. See that? It's 1:15. Well, we're back on the air because we have another tornado warning just issued from the National Weather Service here. This is for Branch County. You see the polygon there. It includes cold water, but it looks like now this is moving to the east of I-69. Okay, so here's the latest on that tornado warning. It only goes until 1:15. It is for radar indicated here for as you see that sort of that notch or that curvature that you can see there just to the south of Coldwater, right over I-69. Quincy, you're in here, and so you need to take cover if you're in Quincy. This is going to be running right down I-69 there as well. And so again, just to read a little bit about or tell you a little bit about the tornado warning, again, just out from the National Weather Service here. This was just issued just a few minutes ago. It's rather short in duration. It's only until 1:15. Producing a tornado located over Coldwater, moving southeast at 65. This is racing. A radar indicated rotation here. This is going to be southeast of Coldwater as it continues to move southeast toward Marble Lake, California, and Batavia. Kinderhook down in that direction as well. This includes I-69 between mile markers 7 and 15. So that is just north of the Michigan-Indiana line here. That's what Colin right now is highlighting there as he puts a tracker on it. This is going to be moving out of Coldwater area pretty fast here. Algansett, as you can see there, is going to be on the edge of this, but this is Kinderhook. This is California, as noted by the National Weather Service. This is Marble Lake. This is Batavia. This is along I-69 and east of I-69 between mile markers 7 and 15. So if you're in that vicinity of Southeast Branch County, this has already moved past you there in Coldwater. So this has moved past you in Coldwater. This is Southeast Branch County. As it continues to race off to the east of Coldwater, if you're in that vicinity, then you certainly need to be in your safe spot right now. We are up to 40,000+ people without power. That's from Consumer Power, or Consumers Energy, I should say. And that number is no doubt going to grow. What Colin is doing right now is he is putting our velocity product into motion, and that's where you can see some of those stronger winds. We see those oranges and reds toward the end. So this is already blown past I-69, past Coldwater. Looks like it's going to be moving to your northeast Kinderhook. You see California on the map there, as well as Algansett Township. Also, we're talking about Marble Lake and Batavia. If you're in those areas, that's right where Colin is circling right now, then you should be taking cover. If you are along the Branch and Hillsdale County line, so you see M99 there, or M49, I should say, that moves through Reading right on up to Allen there in US 12, then you should be taking cover. Quincy, this is just to the south of you, but Quincy, you should be taking cover. And again, some of the other communities highlighted for this warning here, Marble Lake, California. It looks like just to the north of you there in Kinderhook, as this is going to be between mile markers 7 and 15 on I-69. So this is 7 miles north of the Indiana line, up to 15 miles north of the Indiana line. That area, and then southeast in Branch County is where you should be taking cover. Quincy, you should be taking cover. Stringtown, you should be taking cover.
Yeah.
And then also Algansett, you should be taking cover, as well as California. I think in Kinderhook, you'd be doing well to take cover. Marble Lake and Batavia. Take cover now, which means, of course, you need to get to the basement. If you don't have a basement, you need to get to the smallest enclosed room in the middle of your structure, in the middle of your house or your apartment, and stay away from windows or doors that lead to the outside. Again, you can really sort of see in the reflectivity pattern here where there might be something going. This would be south of US 12, south of Quincy. So south of US 12, south of Quincy here, moving toward the Hillsdale County line. If you're in Reading, you should be taking cover. If you're along M49 there, if you're along the highway there that runs right from into Hillsdale there, running right along US 12 there, you should be taking cover as well. So US 12, M49, take cover. If you're east of I-69 and south of US 12, south of Quincy, you really need to be taking cover. We're looking at Stringtown there, Algansett, California, Crystal Beach. This is Maple Lake, and included in this as well, and also California there. So this is going to, Marble Lake, I should say, not Maple, Marble Lake and Batavia, all in this tornado warning. So once again, we're on the air again for another tornado warning. This one relatively short in duration. This only goes until 1:15. So we're going to see what happens here Once we get to 115 and what the National Weather Service decides to do with this is out of northern Indiana, as they track this as well, they're either going to let it expire or they're going to extend this into Hillsdale County. And so as a result, like I said, if you're in Reading, if you're up and down M49 from Camden to Reading, then you should be taking cover. I would be taking cover, especially in Reading as this is headed your way. Even if there's not going to be rotation, there's going to be some strong wind here. This only has a couple of minutes left to it. It looks like, did it just, no, it's still there. I thought.
No update. Yeah, still a tornado warning to 115. Definitely seeing some signs of rotation and not seeing any reports of a tornado on the ground, not seeing any reports of a debris ball as well. So
But it does look like we might see some.
yeah, some strengthening winds, a
Yeah.
little tighter rotation ongoing right now. We have that classic hook signature right now.
That would be south of Quincy right now, south of Quincy, and then heading toward Reading. This is western Hillsdale County. So if you're along the Branch Hillsdale County line, south of Quincy and Allen, all the way down into northeast Indiana, northwest Ohio, then you should be at least monitoring this. But if you're on M49 in western Hillsdale County between Camden and Reading, then you should be taking cover here. Montgomery, and also California, we mentioned that. Marble Lake, we mentioned that. You should be taking cover. This is going to be staying north of Kinderhook. I'd mentioned Kinderhook. It's north of Kinderhook. No problem. You're good. And it is now away from Coldwater. You're good in Coldwater. This is moving south and east of Quincy. So Quincy, you're looking better. Coldwater, you're good. Everybody east of, or everybody west along and west of I-69, you're fine. In the immediate east part of I-69, you're fine. But the closer you get to Hillsdale County, the more danger there is, especially once you get into Hillsdale County. Reading along M49, you should be taking cover. This warning only has seconds to go. So we'll see what happens here. It is going to be moving out of the polygon by 1:15, which is probably why it only goes until 1:15. The decision will have to be made by the National Weather Service, whether they're going to extend the polygon or whether they'll instead issue a new severe thunderstorm warning that will likely abut the Hillsdale severe thunderstorm warning. That will come up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, but we are still, we're seeing some rotation right now, some stronger winds flowing away from the radar and certainly seeing some rotation. The National Weather Service just issued another tornado warning now for
There you go.
extreme eastern Branch County, but mainly for Hillsdale County.
Yeah.
This is going to continue moving off to the south and the east. So this is just a warning that they issued downstream from the tornado warning that was already in effect. So they're looking at some radar indicated rotation and this storm moving southeast at about 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, so again, as we've been saying, this is going to be moving out of our viewing area, but this is going to be moving into Hillsdale County. And so if you're in Reading, if you're reading on M49 right now, you should be taking cover. This is a dangerous storm. It does look to be strengthening. It is radar indicated for now, but remember, it's dark, and so we can't see. And so it might be on the ground right now and nobody has seen it yet, but it certainly is showing up with a signature on radar. And that's why the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning. This is really right now moving right over the Branch and Hillsdale County line. So substantially, Quincy, you're in the clear. Substantially, I would say California, you're in the clear, but Reading, you're not. Western Hillsdale County, south of Allen, all the way down M49, all the way to Camden, and all the way into Northwest Ohio, you're not in the clear. Well, Camden, you're outside of the polygon, but my point is, this is moving to the southeast now into Western Hillsdale County, headed toward M49, headed toward Reading.
Yeah, and we're still seeing that kind of hook that we see on reflectivity, which is showing us our precipitation. And that's indicating that, yeah, there could be some rotation in the atmosphere, right? This is just south or just right over Stringtown, really. This is heading into Hillsdale County right now. So if you're along M49 in the Reading area, just north of Reading, this is where that rotating storm is going to be moving into your area. But yeah, this storm now southeast of Quincy and continuing to move away. So this is moving out of Branch County. This is really now an issue for Hillsdale County. We are still seeing some rotation, and this is going to continue moving off to the southeast at about 50 miles per hour. So next in line, M49 in Reading, you are going to be seeing this rotating storm moving in your direction. and eventually moving off further to the south and the east towards Shadyside and Ransom. But we still have some severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Those continue in Calhoun County until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning now. That warning for Calhoun County now, or Jackson County rather, sorry, until 2 o'clock in the morning. And these storms quickly racing off to the south and the east. So soon we will be in the all clear in West Michigan, but we still have this storm right now in Branch County that's moving off to the south and the east, and a tornado warned storm that's moving into Hillsdale County.
Before we leave you, we do have one more report here, and that is that US 131, a portion of US 131 right now is closed. Southbound US 131 at 106th Avenue, all lanes are blocked because of what we understand is a crash. And so that was just reported not too long ago. So again, a crash on southbound US 131. And that all lanes are closed at M89. So that's the Plainwell exit
And northbound.
and
So
northbound.
US
Yeah.
131, basically at the Plainwell exit, Plainwell at Seago exit, closed in both directions.
Yeah, and M89 also is shut down as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to leave you again on television. We are still on our YouTube and Facebook streams because now that tornado warned storm has moved or substantially moving now into Hillsdale County. So it's moving out of Branch County. So Quincy and Algancy, you're in the clear. Certainly Coldwater, you are as well. Again, as we've said, if you're in reading on M49 in Western Hillsdale County, you should be taking cover. But we're going to be leaving you on the air right now. We will continue streaming our coverage on Facebook and on YouTube. Join us there.
What county was that in? 131.
That's in Allegan County.
Okay,
So
so
and
further.
it's right where
Yeah.
the storm tracks. So
Yeah.
I'm curious if it
Yeah.
really is a crash or
Yeah.
if it's
Like
debris
down.
that they
It's
just
gonna be-
tagged as a crash,
yeah,
or
yeah,
it could have
yeah.
been a crash due to debris. I don't know.
Uh,
But it's curious. It's in both directions.
yeah.
And that's right on that north side of
Yeah.
Plainwell as we were tracking.
Yeah,
it.
that's right. Right where, it's funny because I remember so much stuff. My, what do you call the timing chain on my car? Did I ever tell you this story? Because Keith has stories.
You
Real quick, I'm gonna update too. So tree damage, flip trampoline, wires down, reported in Bedford and Penfield Township. So that was that storm that we were watching earlier
That's right.
that
And,
had that rotation.
um,
I'm gonna run to the bath.
okay. So
Which
this
is-
is how I know where mile marker 51 is in the overpass there in the exit there at the Plainwell Airport when I was talking about that, because I'm driving up. Billy Ray Cyrus was at the Allegan County Fair, and it was a Friday night, and I was doing the weather live. This is before we have radios, okay, or not radios, but we have a pager. I don't have a radio. This is certainly before cell phone days, and I had a little Volkswagen Cabriolet convertible. And so I was in my car, it's a nice summer day, I'm driving up, and I get to mile marker 50, 51, and all of a sudden the engine just goes away. I mean, like, if you've ever been in that situation, it's quiet. You hear like, "Whirr," and then all of a sudden it just goes like, and you're coasting, right?
No.
So I pull off at that overpass that I was telling you about, and I'm like, frick, I'm supposed to do weather live. They have no way of knowing that I am now stranded on the side of the highway, right? So I hike up the overpass.
Oh, you did tell me this story.
I hike up the overpass. I go 3 houses down. Some kids are playing on.
Yeah,
the
they
trampoline.
drove you.
They drove me.
Yeah, you have told me that story.
That's how I know when I'm like, oh, I know where a mile marker 51
Exactly
is.
what it
I know where that overpass is. I climbed up that overpass.
Wow.
Let me
Yeah,
go.
that's a wild story.
Yeah.
All right.
Just let me go.
And the reason Hey there, everybody. I am not Chief Meteorologist Keith Thompson, but I am Meteorologist Will Haney. I'm just laughing because his little name tag was on there. But if that's not a sign from the gods, I guess I don't know what is. But we lost our feed in the studio. We were in the process of wrapping things up. But again, meteorologist Jeff Porter will be in at 4:30 in the morning. We will have crews likely in Allegan County providing some live updates there. But for all of you that are still tuned in, the severe weather threat has essentially ended in West Michigan. Still a tornado warning ongoing in Hillsdale County to our east, but we appreciate all of you hanging with us for the last 4.5 hours. And again, a couple likely areas of, I think, where the National Weather Service will likely end up surveying tomorrow, one of which south side of Allegan, extending into southern Berry County, and then another portion of Montcalm County where there was likely a tornado as well, in my opinion, earlier this evening or earlier tonight. So I think at least possibly 2 tornadoes that will get some sort of verification on tomorrow once the light of day reveals more damage. And then there's still that closure along US 131 we were talking about near the Plainwell-Otsego exit. Both directions, it is closed right now, just in case anyone works third shift, is coming or going from work. That's a pretty big deal for a lot of folks. So yeah, take it really extra carefully on the roadways as well with all the rain and some of the limbs and trees that are likely down, especially in some of our main damage areas. And I'll wrap this up by looking one last time. I can actually show 2 things really quickly. Let me see here. So here's the MyDrive map. And these 2 red exclamation marks you see there, they label it as crash on US 131 southbound and northbound. Both of them, let's see what time both of these were reported. One was, they were reported minutes apart. And I'm trying to think of the timing of when that possible tornado was going through. That seems a little later than that. So I'm not sure if it was a from the tornado. What's interesting, they list this one. So M43 at Milo Road, debris is blocking the road, trees and wires down, blocking roadway. So we're hoping they can maybe get that cleared by the morning. But that's pretty significant too. That's anyone that would be like commuting from up towards Delton Kellogg area. That's down M43 towards Gull Lake area. That's like the Hickory Corners area. There was likely some damage there. So yeah, this is an area where I'm pretty sure there was at the very least some very significant wind. If you kind of can see my cursor dancing around there, there's Allegan right here. So it was like kind of south side of Allegan through Otsego and then kind of passing through the north side of Plainwell out towards Doster and Hickory Corners area towards Berry as well. There was some sort of a path of pretty significant damage. We know this because I can show you this. Let's see if it'll just load really quick. So not always, but the outages can oftentimes kind of show you paths of some of the most significant storms at the very least. And look at that. That's exactly what we were just talking about, which some of this could have been strong wind. I don't think, obviously a tornado doesn't do that widespread of damage. However, there was very significant wind with a possible embedded tornado somewhere in this vicinity. But those are all outages. The orange ones are 200 to 1,000 customer, red are 1,000 plus customers. So this number up top, it's probably hard to see on your screen, but 52,000 folks without power right now across the state. Those are just consumers' energy outage numbers though. You can see that line. I mean, this was a really strong line that probably had 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts that went right through the heart of, like very northernmost Calhoun County. I guess that doesn't really make it the heart of it, but northernmost Calhoun County, north of Battle Creek, and then out towards, the Berry/Eaton County lines, there was some pretty strong winds as well. And then farther north, this was the area that I think saw a tornado as well. we'll see tomorrow. But what is that? Vickeryville, up towards Carson City. This is in Montcalm County. These outages concentrated here, I think, could have been from a tornado as well. So yeah, lots to unpack, I think, tomorrow for the National Weather Service, for us. And you can see there was also a pretty significant storm north of Lansing there, or northeast of Lansing, I should say. So yeah, those were kind of the maybe three biggest areas. There's also some outages down here. Those would have been associated with that tornado warned storm that went through Branch County. So that, we'll see what damage is revealed tomorrow. But we're going to wrap this up. I could ramble a long time, but I appreciate everyone that's still hanging out with us at 1:38 on a, what's today? Now early Wednesday morning. But again, the threat is really winding down here locally, which is good. I'm going to show you all really quickly radar. That is not radar. That is infrared satellite imagery, which is pretty crazy. So what we're looking at here is cloud top temperature. That's all the energy essentially that these storms are like expelling. Just so much energy. But that's Lake Michigan. The darker colors are higher cloud tops, but that's pretty wild. Again, that's not like necessarily concerning, just more crazy. This is what radar looks like right now. And again, that leading edge is now out of West Michigan, and the watch is likely, if it hasn't already been dropped for all of our counties. It was still in effect for some of our southernmost counties when I walked up here, but it will likely be soon. So our severe weather threat in West Michigan from a tornado, hail, or wind standpoint is diminishing. The only other thing we're going to watch for is some flood concerns overnight through early tomorrow morning, especially this area that you're seeing there over southern Lake Michigan. I know it's probably hard with this view and this radar, but this area, if you can kind of see my cursor dancing around, the fact that more storms are all going to be training over some of our southernmost counties. So Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch County. If you live in a flood prone area, you might have some issues tomorrow morning. If you have a trouble spot at the end of your road or, on your commute, you might see some flooding tomorrow morning. We're likely to see, a few inches of rain overnight through the early morning hours tomorrow down there. The radar was estimating farther north as well, a few inches of rain there. So again, severe weather threat diminishing, flooding concerns still linger. We appreciate everybody. Stay safe out there. And if you, like I said, if you wake up tomorrow morning and maybe you can't see it now and you don't want to go outside, totally get that. If you have a tree down or something like that and want to send that, the best way to do that is through our chime in page, which is just wwmt.com/chime in. And then you can submit your content that way. It's always really helpful for us to get that so we can kind of convey the story and then also relay it to the National Weather Service as well for any possible areas that they would survey. So we appreciate everybody. I hope everyone is safe tonight, and I hope your loved ones are safe tonight. And we will keep you posted for the next several days. Another active stretch awaits. All right. Hopefully not this crazy though. Take care.